go. We are live. There's nobody nobody watching, so talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves, gods.
Now, go! What was I doing? What were we doing tonight? And I haven't got a clue what we were going to do. It's just hump day. So, act usual. That means don't go fucking quiet. That's not usual.
We're actually on top of the on top of the hump at the minute. Are we like on the downside now?
The weekly hump. Oh, I don't know.
It was Wednesday, the whole of Wednesday, the hump. So I'm not too familiar with the hump thing. Just learn about it.
Is it a hump or is it a drop? That is the question.
Yeah, I thought it was rather relevant because as we've been going over the bit, like the hump, considering because we did the Jesse and Soundly, the bridge thing, and then we didn't really have a chance to because we went into the logic. Sort of related to the same sort of thing, but maybe not. The hump and the drop and the straight line. Is it horizontal and perpendicular to it? Is it a vertical plane or is it a horizontal plane? Is a plane a plane? What was Jesse exactly doing when he drove over the bridge?
What did he measure exactly?
Yeah, well, I have got a thing from... Oh, let me get the link. Copy link. So, here's the link in the live chat. Spread it about. I don't know why that's like that. It's not getting the... but it has got a hump on it. We, hopefully tomorrow we'll be upgrading to the new and improved live streaming thing. So this is going to be a regular sort of thing. We was thinking about this sort of time and whether it's a good time or not. Maybe end up going later or whatever, after hours. We're going to be doing Logic Night Tuesdays, Hump Day Wednesday, Euclid Thursday, and Free for All Friday. Or something like that. I don't know what Friday's going to be called. Maybe we can go over a video or two or whatever in these sort of things. It's up to anybody who's watching. I don't know what we're meant to be doing. Can we get the link out there into the YouTube for the Discord? Anybody wants to come in? Live chat. Is anybody chatting? Nobody's in the chat. Is that working?
You're fine in Discord.
Yeah, I was just about the chat. I mean, nobody's saying anything. Is that because there's something gone on with the... Is it reading different, Emma? Good day, Mike. How's the chat? Seems to be working okay, if it's Mike in there. Might be because I put subscribers only, and that might be stopping the trolls, the triggered adult globe earth, the trolls.
Sorry, Bev, I just got back.
No
I had
problem.
to step away.
It's looking good for the chat, I think, at the minute. We'll have to see how it works, whether that the subscriber chat thing worked. I put it on for 10 minutes, but I don't think I can tell whether it is, because it's my YouTube.
Yeah, I can't tell either because I'm actually subscribed to you. So.
Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see how many textiles we end up with.
Mhm.
Whether they can get through or not. They might just not bother watching. Do you reckon they could do that? Don't get triggered. Yeah, if you were gone with a warning, like if you ever feel like you getting triggered or your model gets threatened, we're trying not to do that. But the best thing to do, watch something else. If at any time.
It's not working.
What do you mean it's not working?
I just tested it.
Oh, okay. There's no nobody in there.
No, but anybody can still type.
Can they?
Just so you know. Yeah.
Let me go on to the. Let's see if I can go on to it through the live studio. Should be able to do it live, shouldn't I? Maybe. Let me have a look. It says subscribers who can send messages. Subscribers. Hello, targeted indivisible. Are you is there anybody who isn't subscribed that can type in the chat? Let us know, because it should be subscribers only.
No, I tested it and I could get onto it.
And that's what it's saying here at the minute. I'll change it to 5 minutes.
It's weird. It's like it hasn't quite
Change and
updated
save.
it. Did you do save?
Yeah, I've just saved it. I've just changed it to 5 minutes now.
We shall see.
See, why is that going to the chat there, but not? It's like the live chat's not running. I don't get it. What's going on? Maybe we'll sort that out when we go with the Streamlabs tomorrow when that gets put up. Does anyone want to share that video out around the other Discord channels? I'll put it over there in Jose's.
Sure.
I don't know whether you know.
Any sign of Bevy's demonstration?
I turned it into a he wants to turn it into a debate or something. But like I have to say, I cannot do it over there on Bob's channel because they are openly doxing people. I mean, it's okay for people to know your name, but when they go broadcasting it all over a public Discord, telling people your name and your children's names and your address. It's not okay for that sort of thing to happen. And that's what's happening over there on Bob the Science Guy's Discord channel. So if anybody would like to know my name, be sure to go over there onto Bob's channel. You can talk about me, talk about my name, talk about my children, names and all of that. Bob's okay with doing it to other people, or other people doing it on his server. But so I can't go over there and do onto a Doxxing server. So Bebby wants to do a debate. We don't know what the debate's about yet. He wants to ask us some questions. I don't know what they're about. Probably about the logic. Again, he seems keen with the t-shirt logic. It's almost as though he's promoting it for us. It was like when Slice Bar Kane had the promotional Slice Bar Kane baby with the DP merch. Slice Bar Kane promotional in his baby grow with his Plum Bob sisters. That's got to have good times then. But he's keen to promote the t-shirt logic. If anybody's heard of the t-shirt logic, have we got a link, DP? Are we gonna? Are you right to put that out, or are we saving that for a bit? Try and link that to the shop tomorrow.
No. Put it out. Put the link out. I'll put it in the chat.
Go and put it in. Chuck it in the live chat now, and then I'll put it in the YouTube. This is t-shirt logic. Highly triggering. We have to. Should come with a manual how to use it appropriately, and how to take care when using it. All of the warnings that should come with the t-shirt logic.
This one.
How to react to people when they has anyone put it out at Geo's? No, I'll go.
I put it in Gems. I can put it in Geo's.
No, I've got Geo's.
There's another.
Travis, I don't know whether Travis will be bothered about what we do. I'll put it over there in Nathan's.
Of course, Travis will be bothered. We're live.
Might want to come over, you never know. You never
Guaranteed,
know.
innit?
Right, so this is Hump Day. It's free for all, but mainly centered around the hump. Sean G's worst day ever. Hump Day. He got rid of it. Remember that?
Who could forget it?
Sean G. I've heard again. I've heard Sean G wants to, I don't know, have a chat with me, 1v1 or something. I don't know what for. He's talking rubbish. I've got to go and find a clip of him for a man for a bet. And yeah, I'm not really bothered talking to Sean. He's admitted to not being a surveyor. Copy link. Let's see whether this goes out in the YouTube. How are we doing for how was that? Somebody really want to check that link for us? Has it gone in? Yeah, there you go. Check that out. Somebody just check that link, make sure it works for us, will you? Somebody, please.
Yeah, it works fine.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah,
Link
perfect.
directly to
T-shirt shop. The T-shirt.
T-shirt.
Nicely
Quality.
done. So if we get Streamlabs going, you can get a Stream boss or whatever, can't you? That can just put all of them little links in up all the time. Are these different designs?
Yep. I just finished that last one.
There's a few different designs. Hopefully, when the stream goes, there will be a shop linked. DP shop. Thanks, Jan. Yeah, it's working. Looking good. Yeah, we'll have to do a T-shirt logic manual to go with it. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Could download a manual to use, how to use the logic.
Now that'd be dangerous, Bev.
Yeah, the most triggering, not logic T-shirt logic. Just to initiate conversation.
It comes with a warning and the skull and bone thing and all that. Like, user beware.
Beware, yeah. Beware, adult globe earth boomers may harass you for definitions of words that are obvious.
May cause rashes. Yeah.
Head scratching.
Yeah.
Yeah, conversation starter.
That's quite cool. Over 70 views.
What?
Of T-shirts.
Nice.
In the last hour.
Nice.
Guess what they're talking about in Bob's server right now?
Doxxing. How people shouldn't dox
Broccoli.
people.
Broccoli.
Oh.
Broccoli,
Have they even mentioned the guy doxing me?
No, I don't think so. I haven't been listening. I just went to see what they were up to. And they're talking about broccoli, so I quickly closed it down again.
You didn't ask steamed or boiled?
I'm not interested.
Uh-huh. Riveting server.
Yeah. Probably need a warning statement. Yeah, I thought, because what have you got on the back, DP? Have you got a...
Nothing at the moment.
I think it needs a, don't look at the back or something like that. Do not, because that always works well, doesn't it?
Yeah. If you're told not to do something, you're bound to do it.
If you have a model, do not look at the back of this T-shirt.
But that one is actually, if you look on the black lines, it is actually worded out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Worded out maybe differently than what what's his face? Beddy wants. Maybe differently. Maybe it keeps getting worded differently because it's up to people to do it however they want to do it. It's just logic. Different people will interpret it differently. And then you go through an active listening conversation where you can both work through it again, and then maybe other people, as you're working through it together, they get to feel like they're part of it. It turns into a proper learning experience rather than you just dictating something to somebody. It's a different type of learning. I think that's what they were talking about when they're talking about active listening. You know, that two-way conversation.
Almost as if you're bouncing ideas off each other, that kind of a thing.
That's the way. Yeah. That's the way we want to be going this year. Yeah, do not attempt to use t-shirt logic without adult supervision. In the presence of a globe boomer.
Extreme caution if you're born between the years 47 and 63.
Yeah.
That's the boomer age, by the way.
And there's a like being around this particular arena, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it may go deeper. It may be all over the place. Everybody may have a hatred for people that they assume us to be. They may do, may not.
It's like a 12-step program, no? You have to first admit your model afflicted. That would be step one. Look in the mirror, yes, I am model afflicted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to recognise though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, we went over the other day the logic and the geometry, but nobody's really tried to put the two of them together yet at all. I was waiting and hoping that at some point somebody may have tried to actually tackle the logic head on, but it seems tricky for people to be able to do that. And not most people. I think most of us have come to the realization. I don't know whether it needs a video or something to go, but a horizontal is defined as being parallel, in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. So when we say if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, they are. So it's not really an if statement, it's a check mathematics. Definition, horizontal. We might be a good idea to do that, and then we could get a load of these definitions of horizontal. We start a thread up, horizontal thread, and just get everybody to try and find as many definitions of horizontal as we can, and then put it into a video. Would that be an easier way of, like a way of showing? I mean, because the way this logic runs, and it says if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. T-shirt logic. Well, they are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's how they're defined. So the only other thing is, does that necessarily follow that the consequent is that they should be parallel to each other? Well, yeah, that's geometrically proven as well. So, oh, Brenda must have subscribed. Must have been a long time subscriber. How the genius is doing over there at the Doxxing server. Are you allowed over there, Brenda? In with them. Talk about broccoli or not? Team Logic. For anybody just listening, Brenda has just entered the chat and shown.
He doesn't want to stay very long.
No.
With the usual grace and class of expected of Brenda.
Sounds like he wants to leave already.
Well, I mean, they get their learnings from us here. And they like to pretend that they're all smart and clever, but in reality, they're learning. They're thankful for us being here.
Yeah, I am thankful for you guys being here. It's going to be a great day. Hello, by the way.
Hello. Just saying they are isn't an argument, Brenda. Well, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon as defined everywhere, Brenda. So, like, can we prove that they are? Yeah, we've got a test to prove that level is horizontal. So that's a straight line test. So yeah, we've got tests to do that as well. What have you got, Brenda? You and the Team Logic over there, Team Globgic. What have you got to refute anything that we're saying with the T-shirt logic? It seems unbreakable T-shirt logic. And if we can do that for T-shirts, imagine what we do when we put our heads together. You rewatched Bebby's video. Wow. And you must have seen all of the fallacies that he's put in there. If you didn't, then wow. I mean, I already know you. With you, you don't think Euclide's is real. You don't think, you don't know what elements are. What else is there? You think a shoe is an element. I mean, Brenda, you're not the one to chat to us about this sort of stuff. I can't be bothered with Brenda anymore. Because Brenda's the one that told me I was a child abuser for teaching my children geometry. So I'm not too sure how Brenda manages to come in the chat like this and saying that we don't understand. That geometry is a very good tool to be able to use, Brenda. It is not child abuse to teach your children geometry. So, I mean, aren't they moving away from that? Brenda's this is the last time I'm not gonna be doing anything else with Brenda after this. Says, I keep asking you to talk. You keep saying you want to debate people, but you are never willing to debate away from your echo chamber. Brenda, there would not be a debate with you. You are useless. You have told me I'm a child abuser for teaching my child geometry. Why would I ever want to debate you? You know nothing.
Let's not ask anymore. Can I ask you a question, Bev, personally?
Yeah.
Do you teach your children that the Earth is a sphere?
No.
Okay, that's her problem, or Brenda's problem. You're not teaching your children that the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, you are a child abuser. And we can leave Brenda alone now. Goodbye, Brenda.
Yeah. And I do have the clip of Brenda saying that to me, amongst other things that Brenda's said. Horrible person.
Brenda should be the.
Go on.
Brenda should be the last person talking. Zero remorse, deletes a person's, a Google Drive with all their hard work on it. Didn't even apologize. So don't come around here, Brenda, and acting high and mighty.
I'd like to point out as well, though, that when they say they think a guy called Beddy, who's just come into the community, has refuted my argument, I don't know what they mean. They may think that they've refuted T-shirt logic, but T-shirt logic is not my argument. It's one of the steps in a series of proofs. And it wasn't just me that did it. It was T-shirt logic. It's all of us here at Next Level. That's what we were doing. It's what we've been doing. A load of really weird people want to take what is a T-shirt design to hopefully help people have a little bit of a think about things. Give people a chance to try thinking. I like to say it's let me logic you a magic trick, because this logic breaks the spell of a magic spell, breaks a magic spell that's quite clearly put a cog dis in people's minds. Words and people's understandings of what they think an argument is and how direct they want to be with words, with an argument. Well, the argument states that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, I don't know if anybody's checked yet. Has anyone checked what a horizontal is? I'm not too sure whether, Brenda, have you checked what a horizontal is?
I think the Globers just take everything far too seriously.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just quickly, can I? If you allow them to use a definition that conforms to their model affliction, they will only use that definition.
What definition of horizontal would you use?
No, I know, but they will find one that conforms to the curvature of their model.
Bendizontal.
They will find the definition, and that's the only one they will allow.
Mm-hmm. Bendizontal.
Yeah.
I told them. It's the only way out. I mean, that's fine for people to have that. Just me personally, I do not bend horizontals. I am Bev, and I do not bend horizontals. I can say it proud. I do not have a model affliction that requires me to bend horizontals. What about you? Anyone else? Anyone else have a model affliction that requires you to bend horizontals?
Well, I must say, I woke up this morning and I looked at my ruler and I had this urge of bending it. Does that count?
I have a voice in my head saying that horizontal, if it's bent, like if it's a curve, then it's not horizontal. Like those two are not congruent at all. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, your ruler may be straight, but it doesn't mean it's horizontal, right?
True that. Yeah.
If you put the ruler on top of a level, spirit level, then you'd have a shared straight line segment.
Yes, sir.
2 levels on each other. Shared straight line.
So are you telling me that my buddy George Nunchuck is incorrect when he says a 3-foot spirit level is higher in the center than either end?
No. He has the other ends higher in elevation than the centre, doesn't he? The ball rolls to the centre.
Was it the center or was it the either ends? I get mixed up.
Zanuck has him going from the ends to the centre. So the spirit level. I think I've got a thing of George somewhere.
That was LIGO. I think that in LIGO, the
I know Blue says they go down at LIGO. Either end of the canal drops by 4 inches.
Yeah, but if
But
you
I
were to
thought
put a
George
ball,
was a hump man. I could be wrong.
Zanuck reckons if you put a ball in the middle. Well, no, the ball will roll to the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a drop man, double drop man.
Yeah, that had me scratching my head when he told me that.
But that's
especially on the straightest thing in the universe. He claimed that it was the straightest thing in the universe, and then claimed that the ball went to the middle.
Here you go. Here we go. Here's a picture, George. When George came round here, look, see the bubble's high on the outside, so it's actually higher.
It's higher on the outside.
Yeah, that's when the bubble goes to that end. Yeah, it's got to be high at that end, right? That's right, spot on, isn't it?
Oh,
that's Zanuck, isn't it? In the live chat. This is the spirit level being higher at the end. Obvious slope.
Yeah,
the
nice.
Bubble's high. Yeah. Yeah, that's pictorial. We got George to draw that.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
In one of his programs.
Is that the bubble, the red bit, I presume, is it?
Yeah.
So the bubble's in the middle, and then the left-hand side, it's on the...
Yeah. Exactly like Zanuck said, right? And remember when we walked Zanuck through that?
Yeah.
And we were like, no way, you can't think it does that. He's like, yep. He's like, oh, dear. There's a problem here.
Yeah. And then he said that if you were to hang plumb bobs on the end, they would
point inwards.
At the bottom.
Yeah, which is exactly what he's got there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Hasn't he? Pointing inwards. Yeah. So, yeah, that's model affliction, that, 101.
He hasn't got the same angle, though.
No, he hasn't actually got it perpendicular, like, but, you know, he's letting you know that that's what would happen when he said inwards. That's what he meant.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we've seen it all. Sorry, Jesse.
It's all right,
but it's just remarkable.
We've got new text chat trolls. There's no need to bring the swearing in.
Who's that?
Straight lines. It says Dross. It's foolish. He's he's moved into globe geometry, I think, this year with the sextant. He might have got a sextant for Christmas.
A straight line may be drawn from any one point to another point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, and then he says drawn. And goes boom. Bit like bam, Jesse Kozlowski. He's like it means something. We were all right with the straight lines.
Say what you like. It means nothing until you get some proof.
Brenda's proper triggered with the t-shirt logic. Do you want to? anyone put Brenda on a commission for the T-shirt logic? You keep writing T-shirt logic for us, Brenda. Keep publicising.
No way.
Yeah,
Brenda is not going on commission.
Support.
I don't know why. I don't know why you even mention her. To be honest, or Brenda. Just
yeah,
waste of time.
It likes the T-shirt logic. Promoting it.
The thing is, you'd already said that DP had made one of the symbols up completely. Like, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Here you go, spot on in the live chat. Is the one that I made up.
Dress seems to be a little bit stressed this evening.
No, what's up with him?
I think he's a little bit annoyed because apparently Dawn killed the chat over in
Geo's. Has he been drinking?
Well, it was the text chat, so Dross has no one to annoy. Hence why he's here.
Oh well. Well, it is Hump Day. So if he wants to come over here and have a chat with the boys about his geometry, he's turned into a globe geometer. Definitely. As long as he's not been drinking. We don't need any aggressive
usually a gentleman.
drunks. I know.
Dross could handle himself.
And Dross has been here before.
Yeah.
He's not like paid NASA shill, for example, that I wouldn't even contemplate talking to.
He might have been infected with the straight line though. Like he may be getting a bit confused. Maybe too triggering. Maybe
his fingers must be sore.
Yeah. No, he's a computer guy. They're all IT guys. They used to do.
Oh, they've like hardened the tips of their fingers where they've been pressing so many keys over the years. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet he doesn't even have to look at his keyboard. I bet he uses more than 2 fingers when he's typing. And he doesn't even have to look at it.
Oh, 2 fingers, 2 index fingers, yeah?
That would be me.
I just normally use 1 finger and my thumb. Normally.
Yeah, it's like advanced. It's 2 index fingers.
Come on.
If I need to do capitals, I get the thumb on the shift.
Damn.
Highly advanced. And Rakia levels of computer literacy.
Rakia levels. Shout out Rakia.
Oh, Dross has put a straight line maybe drawn from any one point to another point. Again, he's put that up.
That's straight line. He's obsessed with it. I mean, this it does infect you, this geometry, when you get started. Mm. He loved that straight line one at the beginning.
Yeah, Euclid. Yeah.
Why is he calling everyone Euclid deniers?
I haven't got a clue. He might be saying Brenda. Brenda's the one that said that Euclid doesn't exist where there's gravity or something. It doesn't apply. I think he may be that. Maybe having a word with Brenda. I'll get that one just to make sure.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the chat just to make sure.
Ditch Euclid when you start bringing space and time into the equation. You don't need all that old.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, Euclid. We are not Euclid deniers. We are actually the complete opposite. I'll even show you. I still have Euclid written on my whiteboard. Look, I'm going to go on camera.
Surely he's making fun of us that we're Euclid deniers. Surely, Dross, you jest.
Yes.
Well, we have brought Euclid to the forefront where he belongs. So I don't know what you're doing that for, mate. Dross?
Yeah, I hear Bev sleeps with a Euclid book under his pillow.
Well, it's been on my table here at the side of me for over a year. Well, this copy, a year.
Do you every time you look at it, you close your eyes?
No, I keep going over the first bits. It's there's the same bits all the time.
I just want to do a quick shout out to all the Garys out there.
Garys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one of them. Can I just reiterate that?
The what?
Yeah.
I find that highly amusing.
Yeah.
I am not.
His name is Gary.
Even the picture that they have of him isn't him. It's like I haven't got a
Gary.
clue. Yeah, he's completely Even the picture of the guy that it is that isn't DP isn't called Gary either.
Oh, well done. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. It is fantastic.
You guys, you think you're trolling, but you're actually the worst trolls ever.
Being trolled.
Yeah, you've been
trolled so hard.
Right, so this is the clip. I think this will be what Druss is going on about. I've just put it in the Discord chat. I'm going to play it for the people on the YouTube. This is what Druss is obviously... Go on.
Can I just say, before you go into this, I've just generated a discount code for the T-shirts. And seeing as we've just entered 2022... there is now 22% off of the T-shirts until the end of the live stream.
Nice.
And seeing as the T-shirt logic is the argument that seems to be opening 2022 in this arena. So,
well, there seems to be two types of logic that are going about with them here. There's like logic that is logic, and then there's
Hang on. Did you want to give the code out?
Oh, sorry, DP, mate. Yeah.
yes, thanks for
Thanks, Emma.
It's NEXT level 22. Oh, sorry, NXT level.
Do you want to put the code in there? Give him which T-shirt is it, or is this just the code?
It's just a code. It'll get you
what any
on any of the T-shirts. 22% off until the end of the live stream.
Yeah, whack the link in there, mate. Please.
Or just write actually what the...
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in
and
there
then
now,
Bev
right?
can
So here's
put it in
a
there.
T-shirt one.
Yeah, hang on, I'll put it in the live stream. Right, hang on, bear with me.
Here's a T-shirt. That's the third one.
Oh, I see, yeah.
There you go, that's the discount code in the live stream there.
The Celador.
NXT.
Cool, actually.
Next level 22, there you go. Use that code.
Until the end of the live stream, 22% off of everything. Welcome to 2022.
Not the code that Warden Cliff's put up there.
What's he put?
NXT 2020.
He missed the level out.
Yeah. And he put 20 in there. It's just 22% off. Okay, right. So
I'm sorry to interject.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, like any time. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? T-shirt logic. Get it going.
Absolutely,
mate. That's
Don't mention it again, Brenda. Okay. DP doesn't want you promoting any of his T-shirt logic, so try and keep it off your mind if you can. This is a clip of what Druss was going crazy about in the chat before. Have a listen. Yeah, we're probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's wrong
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What Euclid's elements are wrong.
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like you've just
on
said
a
it
surface,
three or four times there. But how is it wrong? You just say it in that Euclid's elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry is wrong. Brenda.
Right. It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
In the presence of gravity, did you just say?
Yes.
So when we say we use Euclidean geometry, would that mean that there is no gravity, or that you're wrong?
No, that doesn't mean that. That doesn't follow.
Oh. There you go. So there's a quick clip if anybody wants to come and take that clip from Discord or whatever. Brenda saying that when they're in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean. That's what Brenda says. So Euclidean geometry is wrong. That's when Druss a bit earlier was talking about Euclid deniers. He was obviously talking about Brenda. So we'll have none of that round here, Brenda.
So the logical opposition to that would be that seeing as Euclidean geometry is used daily, there is no gravity.
Yeah, or... See, because when we say vertical, a plumb bob is vertical, then that stands within Euclidean geometry and it's provable. It would mean that it's not to the centre of anything. It just applies to Euclidean. So what they call their G, gravity, I would just call vertical and apply Euclidean geometry to that. That's what I would do. I'd say it necessarily gets rid of the fact of the to the centre part of it, because
I was just using the words that Brenda was using to reverse the logic on the statement that Brenda was making.
Yeah, it should either disproves gravity. Yeah,
what she said was absolute and utter gibberish.
Well,
in the presence of gravity, there's no Euclidean reality. Like, really, Brenda?
Yeah, I opened that by saying it's probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote. And I'd still say that to this day. It's flawless, obviously.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever scrutinised it ever as much as that. And no book has ever been scrutinised as much. You can change the words in the Bible and change all of that sort of stuff, but there's not much you can do with that book.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's the non-Euclidean thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they can't use any of the definitions. They have to make their own up.
That statement just cancelled out Euclidean geometry, what she just said there. I don't know if she realized that.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to go against, because like they've set it up. They've set up a false narrative of this model and that model, and completely forgetting about what happens in reality. It's a shame, but again, they're obviously here because they're triggered about it. Well, I mean, should we... this was the first sort of point that we could bring logic into it, but I'm guessing we could do some straight line logic. What do you reckon to that?
You just doubled down. Oh, Brenda, you seriously? There's...
Oh, look at that! We've got a bot.
Whoa!
Check
Look
it
at
out.
that! Wow!
Thank you very much for sales. Up and running.
Who's put up the bot?
Don't know. My lad's been doing a bit of stuff.
Wow!
Must have already been done, I think. But yeah, look how good that is. Thank you very much.
Incredible. Lovely job.
Oops. T-shirt logic getting out there. Imagine how many people will see that. Imagine how many conversations you can have with people about the logic.
I was just about to thumbs up the bot there in the live chat. Oh dear.
It looks like that was John. If you look in the chat.
So Brenda, genius. Where is gravity not present in your world?
Effie, could you refrain from talking to Brenda?
Yeah, please. We keep it on the plane.
Should we just ignore Brenda now? Unless Brenda actually... No.
For a year now. No one listens to me.
Yeah.
Nobody hears what you're saying. That sounds like shite.
Can I give an update on Logic T-shirt?
Yeah, go on.
Can I just confirm our first sale of Logic T-shirt? Or T-shirt Logic, should I say. Excellent. Thank you very much to whoever that was.
We'll get the salespeople on it. Look, we're talking.
It was probably Bev. I see him wearing it on the next stream, guaranteed.
Oh no!
I think he's already got one.
Oh yeah,
Bev?
I've got one. My pictures. I think
Bev
DP
had
had it out.
One.
The original.
Yeah, the original reason the Logic was made was so that Bev could have it on a T-shirt, and Bev was the only one that bought the last T-shirt.
And it's unique.
Mm-hmm. Lovely job.
That's my bad. I've been saying for a year that I was going to buy a T-shirt, and I still haven't. I'm sorry, DP.
Man, mate, that 2 years, Rob.
Yeah. I swear I will get my wife's credit card, and I will get one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was John.
Spend wisely on your wife's credit card.
Oh, no, she'll know I did it. She'll know I did it. I'll ask permission first, of course, but I just don't have my own credit card. I'm not a big credit card fan.
No.
I just finally got a bank account last year.
You got your own.
No, it's a joint account, but whatever.
Dross is proper affected by this straight line stuff.
They all are.
Yeah.
You mind if I ask Brenda a question? I'm
Go on,
just kidding. I'm just kidding. Gotcha.
I get Dross is going about the straight line, so it's only fair to say to Dross that when we talk about straight lines, we talk about straight lines in reality, not on the surface of things. We talk about actual, real straight lines, as in a straight line that isn't curved at all. Zero curve. A straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points.
How far can we extend that straight line, Russ?
There is a GIF in the live chat that proves a straight line.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, using the least expected thing that you would think of.
Mm-hmm.
Genius.
Not surface. No. Dross. Straight line is defined before the surface. Have you never looked into Euclidean geometry? It's the point, then the line, then the straight line, then the plane. The surface, the plane, comes after the line. How you can put the line on the surface when the line comes before the surface, axiomatically, is a bit ridiculous. And it just goes to show you've not had anybody teaching you or showing you how basic Euclidean geometry is. It shows you've already done the one trip round that you don't even realise you think you've done. Stolen concept. You're going and grabbing a sphere and bringing that at the beginning of your Euclidean geometry, which is not possible. I really like Euclidean geometry because of the logical state of it all and the way everything fits. Truss is just rambling on about a straight line on a surface. Well, you can't draw a straight line on a ball. It's on a surface of constant curvature. I don't know how many times we have to say these things. It's whether you want to believe a straight line, you can draw a straight line on a ball. Well, it's curved. It's not a straight line. And you can't have a straight line that's curved because, like Mr. X says, it breaks the law of identity. Or the law of non-contradiction. Since a straight line is that which has no curvature, you can't put curvature into something that can't have any curvature in. It's if it's defined as being something that's free from curvature, you can't put it on a curved surface. It breaks the law of identity. I think we might have a rogue account in the YouTube. Well, at least it's another one of the high class. If anybody knows Dross's Foolish Decisions, one of the long time Gem Pandas, I'd say he considers himself pretty high grade, doesn't he? I mean, to have such text chat trolls, we're honoured.
Dross is definitely above, like not even near the likes of Brenda and Paid.
You think?
Yeah.
He only hangs out at Gem Pandas. I mean, he's been known to go to Geos, and he may have been over here once or twice.
No. Dross left Gems.
Oh, has he?
He left there, but
tell us
I
the
have a
gossip,
feeling...
Emma. Come on.
No, he's been out of there for a while. That's why he's been at Geos. But I have a feeling because Geos are slowing down, he may feel drawn
to go back.
Yeah.
I heard there was a lot more members over there at Gems. Since, I mean, do they really need Dross back again? It might be like a loner. Dross, I mean, are you alone? You've not been cast out of the big crew, the troll team. I mean, where else does somebody that's cast out of troll team go in order to go to the globe? I mean, you could try Adult Globe Earth Discord servers, because you're there, happy to take you on. The ones that dox people, happily. Druss. You like that sort of stuff. What's he got? Lots of claims, nothing from Euclid. I mean, it's Hump Day, Druss. Did you want to come in and talk about Euclid? That is tomorrow. We'll go over it tomorrow if you want. Give us an idea what you think we should go over with Euclid. We've just done the definitions and the axioms, so we can go over anything, Druss. Straight lines. It does seem like he's talking about straight lines. It might be worth going over that. The Alan asking for horizontals, saying they don't exist in reality. That's a bold claim, Alan. The Alan. Wow. How well did you do in that? We did have a guy last night. Yeah. What about the auto level I've got? That makes a horizontal plane of reference, right? So, I mean, that's good. Maybe it's what's needed for the next phase of countering T-shirt logic. How do you reckon? Horizontals don't exist. That's a typical response that I would have imagined. Get ready.
That's not one that Hex thought of last night.
No.
He should have had that in his back pocket, shouldn't he?
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Model afflicted.
Hex, if you're listening, keep that one in your back pocket for next time.
Look at that. He's done again. Euclid equals geometry equals maths equals not reality.
Maths is reality.
That's Alan. Euclid, right? I mean, so Euclid first. Euclid equals geometry equals maths. So the geometry comes before maths, which is probably right. Euclid being the logical form of the axiomatic system being laid out in geometry. And then that makes maths. But, I mean, not reality. I mean, come on. They can't be giving up maths. That has been the ultimate formula for everything. Like, give me your maths for that. Give me your equation.
Your measurements.
Yeah. It's fantastic. I mean, not only now have we made them give up proof, but I guess proof does exist in maths and geometry, so now they've had to give that up too. Model affliction.
Yeah.
This is fascinating. They are only text chat trolls. So, you hardcore globers, don't worry. These are just text chat trolls. And this is just the stupid shit that they have to say. Don't take it. Don't get worried. Leave your models. Lock it up in a box. Keep it safe.
Straight lines will always... No matter what they say, they cannot bend a straight line.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Mr. X in the chat is bashing him with logical facts.
Yeah, why don't you guys come on into VC so we don't have to read your text? Same thing. Druss, Alan. Come on in, guys.
He's they're out there saying, Druss is saying that I've been doing it for years and getting it wrong. So
I do miss having Alan around. I remember him from Nathan Oakley. Alan, he was quite the character.
Yeah, they
Alan
were
is a troll, a funny troll. I'll give him that. But Druss is not a troll, or he wasn't when I knew him. Not that he doesn't troll; he definitely trolls.
Well, they're words that I never thought I'd hear in one sentence, actually. Drust is not a troll.
Yeah, well, maybe I didn't explain. Maybe he's not a dirty, rotten troll. How about that? We're all trolls in a sense, right?
Hello, boys.
Like Paige, massive skill, right? Example, he's a dirty, rotten troll, right?
I guess. Everyone agree?
Anyway.
Yeah. I couldn't disagree. Is that his sound shutting off there? So yeah, if anybody wants to come in, we talk about Euclid. I mean, it is Euclid Day tomorrow, but I'm not adverse to talking about Euclid and the importance of it. So, yeah, I think maths is founded upon geometry. Geometry is founded upon logic, and logic that cannot be falsified. It is the logic that remains that is always true. And that logic remains true because it can be replicated in reality. It can be proved to be true. Not just conceptually, but in reality. I'm definitely talking about reality, Alan. Absolutely, yes. That's where we find the proofs. If you can't have a proof in reality, then you can't have a proof. Proofs outside of reality do not exist. There are zero proofs in Imaginometry. There's zero ways of achieving those proofs. Because it's all in your mind. That's the only place all of this stuff exists.
Kind of like when you...
He's put logic can be wrong. Yeah, if you don't mind your P's and Q's, then yeah, that's another t-shirt that'll be that. We will definitely have that t-shirt on the store. Should have been out 2 years ago, I think. Emma says, mind your P's and Q's.
I think there was actually a design, but it was on the original store, and we all know what happened to that.
Yeah. Yeah, keep your filthy hands off this store. If it's straight in 3D, then it can't curve. Well done, Alan. Like, in reality, a straight line is a straight line with zero curvature. In reality, 3D, where we live, XYZ, Cartesian coordinates.
How far can you extend that line, Alan? That straight line, how far can you extend it?
It says straight lines can't curve if they're straight in 3D. Well, that's what we've been saying all along, Alan. I don't know why you guys are all got het up about it. We've just been saying that straight lines are straight. We've been talking about reality, 3D, all the time. Do you not think reality is 3D or something?
Well, thank you, Alan. So a straight line can be extended as far as your brain can imagine. Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
For a straight line, you need 2 points.
Yeah. To be able to prove a straight line, you need 2 points, I think.
Yeah, in the mind and the concept, you could have 1 point with an extension of a straight line, and that could go, as you say, to infinity and beyond. So in reality, you need 2 points. Therefore, straight line.
Yeah,
No curvature.
shortest distance. Yeah. It's, I don't know, it's like what you would say fundamental to the thought process that has to go is that you first off have to establish the straight line. And to most people, that isn't a problem. But then people want to start throwing surfaces in when there's no need to throw a surface in there anyway. Alan, it looks like Alan's come over. He might even be.
Yeah.
Watch it, Alan. They'll be calling you a flat earther. Like, just don't watch what you're doing. But yeah, we agree. Reality is always 3D. Always has been. And that's where we've been talking about all this time.
There's some people recently have been saying that the surface is 2D.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Alan?
Yeah. Watch out, Alan. Oh, what do you think about that?
About any of them, though? Oh, sorry. No, I wrote that wrong, sorry. Who cares about any of this, though? What's this?
Who cares about it? It's about his straight lines. I mean, he's... Yeah, we're not that bothered about it, Alan. You're the one that's in the chat talking about it.
We all know it's a straight line.
We saw Druss. You saw Druss going on about a straight line, Alan. So, I mean, it was Druss that started it. He typed it about 8 times about the straight line. So, it's Druss that you should be talking to, Alan. He's the one that was struggling with a straight line. All you've done is come and agreed with us. So, Druss is the one. So, you want to address Druss and tell him that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points in 3D reality that we live in. And that there's no need for him to talk about a surface because it's a straight line in 3D reality, right? Just stop him with his model affliction.
And I like that he said that it could be extended indefinitely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Alan, I have another question for you, if I may. Is a horizontal a straight line?
You're waiting for it. It might take him a few seconds because there's a delay. You don't want to be waiting for all of that time for him to answer. I've got a few...
Yeah, there's a few minutes delay, yeah.
I've got a one here. It says, in geometry, which is, I'm guessing what we're talking about, it says, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. So that's, again, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. And then it's got a little picture at the bottom. Can't quite read it on the YouTube, but it says the horizon is horizontal. It's all in capital letters as well. Like, proud of it. Like, that would be shouty if they were on the internet. It's like all capital letters.
So I guess that answers my question. But I wonder how Alan sees it.
Oh, what's this one here? This is horizontal adjective. Number 1. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. Level, flat, and compare vertical. And then it says of or relating to the horizon. Mathematics, number 3 in brackets. Mathematics. Measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That's only mathematics. I mean, you know, it's not reality, but I mean the horizon is in a plane and parallel. I'd say that sounds a bit like mathematics relating to reality.
I say something real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when they call us flat earthers, can a vertical wall also be flat?
Yeah.
Right. So just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's flat.
Yeah, I know. Flat means a two-dimensional surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And like we've been saying for ages, there are mountains and valleys. Like the tool that we use to measure an elevation change to prove that it's not flat is a level, and that establishes a horizontal plane.
That's why you say level is horizontal.
Yeah, simply.
It's simple logic. I like it, Bev. Thank you.
Yeah. We try and be as honest as we can be round here and try and stick to all of the basic facts. And make some t-shirts available now.
With 22% discount until the end of the live stream.
Do you want to keep pumping that into the... can you get it into the YouTubes?
Who, me?
Yeah, I keep having to change my...
I'm not in the YouTubes at the minute.
Okay, maybe we might have to get you a t-shirt copy and link paster. Well, hopefully we'll get that sorted out in the Streamlabs tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's all stuff we're working on. It's, you know...
Yeah.
Linking all this stuff together. It's part of the design house that we are and the think tank that we are. And it's all coming together nicely. Slowly but surely.
Will be a regular thing, yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to be doing loads of these t-shirts. Particularly the Logic t-shirts. They seem to be the best sellers. We've got the adult globe earthers out there selling and publicising this Logic. We've got agents dumping it in adult globe earth servers as we speak. Topic of conversation is rolling all around horizontals and planes. It's going good. We just have to watch out for the Doxxing servers. Although we can put this Logic within the adult globe earth Doxxing servers too. I mean, this Logic t-shirt stuff can go out anywhere. No doubt they might get some people helping us out selling it over there. We might have to I'll put it in the can I put it in the description?
What's that?
Of the which one? A t-shirt do you want us to put in? These three. I'll put it on the description of the thing now.
Anyone? Maybe the first one.
Okay. Copy link. I'll get that on the in the description of the video on the live stream. Sorry, talk amongst yourselves while I'm just shotting this. T-shirt.
Yeah, there Alan goes and answers your question, I see.
What was that, bro?
I said Alan in the YouTube chat, he just went and answered your question from earlier.
Yeah. I was just replying to him. So, Alan, no horizontals for you? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that's kind of, I don't know. What? It's kind of unusual for somebody to think there's no such thing as a horizontal.
Bit illogical, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Seeing as horizontals are something that are constructed daily, measured from daily.
Used in construction, building, bricklaying.
Yeah, ask spot on how many times a day he uses a horizontal.
Yeah, I've got this spot on doing a straight line. Is that mathematics? That's spot on. What was it doing?
Linking something to the description.
Oh yeah, I've done that. You've got your put the t-shirt code, a link to the shop for the t-shirt, and also the codes there available tonight in the description of this video right now.
Bearing in mind the discount is only valid until the end of the live stream.
I said
so.
Tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say that on there. Yes, approximate horizontals not perfect. Wow. Geometric. Is it not geometric now then, Alan? A horizontal?
No, we earlier wrote, strictly speaking, no horizontal.
Yeah. So now we've got horizontals back again. They're just approximate.
Wow.
Yeah, it is interesting the way that the conversation that we've had. Like, I was trying to look for that where Howard Left Lane said, because of the conversations that we've had in the in these arenas, in this community, the scientific community, he calls it. I wouldn't. He said that they've had to give up the word proof, and we're doing a proof project, which I'll probably be ongoing for a bit, but it's interesting how far we've got so far with it. I'm still looking for Dave Weiss if he wants to come and have a chat about what proof is. I'd love to have a go at that.
So is he saying that because of the conversation we're having, that the scientific world has had to change the definition of the very thing they're looking for?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
realise we
not
had such power.
Yeah, no, not the scientific world. Just the people that we're talking to, right? You know who they are. Well, they've been forced to give up proof on the meaning of the word proof because of the conversations we're having. Mainly, probably, because we're asking them if they've got any proof. And rather than go of the model, no. They have to say...
Definitely not.
Proof? What do you mean, proof? Which I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but as we all know, that's how they do it. It's call it modern day wizardry or just plain old sophistry of worming away around a very simple argument with wordplay, whilst trying to pretend that the people you're talking to are the ones that have the wordplay. It's very disingenuous, and it's getting old. And it's normally an age, usually. I mean, I didn't even know this term, but it seems to fit quite well. The boomer, the adult globe earth boomer, seems to be the ultra triggerable person. When you talk to them about reality, they go mental. So you make some logic, put it on a t-shirt, and then leave it there for a bit. Let it just sit.
More mental.
Bev, weird question.
Yeah.
Do you have a cat near you?
Yeah.
Is it purring?
Well,
kind of.
A little tiny bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can hear that.
You and your bat-think ears.
Yeah.
I can hear that.
It's soothing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm falling asleep in the background. Stop.
Yeah, she's just sat here right next to the mic.
Speaking of wordplay, Alan has given us approximate horizontals.
It's perpendicular, geometric.
Approximate, give or...
Oh, this is great, right? I'll read this out, because... Thank you, Alan. Globe model affliction. And it can be the only thing. He even starts his sentence with, take the globe model. So he's already basing it on a model. Vertical is from gravity. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, geometric, straight lines. But move beyond the horizontal / vertical intersect. The horizontal line is no longer horizontal. Alan wrote that. Alan actually wrote that, right? The horizontal line is no longer horizontal.
It's no longer horizontal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Was he listening to Hex last night? Oh, no, Hex had a bending horizontal.
Here we go. Once this model affliction. Once the horizontal line moves away from the vertical, the horizontal is not longer perpendicular to vertical. So he's got a horizontal that isn't perpendicular to vertical at a position on the horizontal. That's thank you, Alan.
That's first-class sophistry. Yeah. Way to go, Alan.
He did preface it by saying it's on his model. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but horizontal cannot be a straight line. So that's very deceiving by trying to pretend a horizontal is a straight line. And you can move along it, and then the vertical won't be perpendicular. I would like to see you draw that geometrically.
Yeah, I was gonna say basically the same thing. You can show this in reality, which is why he has to preface it by taking the globe model first as the first premise, because he knows that you can show this in reality, right? So
Well, here you go. He's done it again. He might have been learning from Hex, because Hex did this last night. We've got a video conversation that we were live last night. If anybody was there listening to it, DP took Hex through it, and Alan's just done the same. He says, this is Alan, adult, globe earth, I would say, boomer, probably. Hence why I say horizontals don't exist. He's given up horizontals. Alan. The Alan has given up horizontal. They don't even exist anymore for Alan.
You tradesmen that would beg to differ with him there.
I wonder whether that's because of the T-shirt logic. Do you reckon? It's like, if all horizontals... Well, you don't have a horizontal. There's no such thing as horizontals, eh?
If all horizontals don't exist,
yeah,
then...
There's no such thing as horizontal. Well done. It's globe. That's where we go. Globe logic. If horizontals don't exist, then your T-shirt logic is flawed.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Next. Globe logic.
Send him over to Bob's. Get him to do a presentation on it.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Someone told Anthony Riley. Do you have a way to contact Anthony Riley or no?
I don't think he wants to. He did a runner from here.
What do you mean?
He disappeared. Emma said that she didn't want to. She wasn't talking to him. He got the hump and pissed off. I mean, yeah. Why? What's going on? I don't really want to know much about him.
Oh, nothing big. Just I was on a YouTube video, and someone said, I don't even know what it was or what it was about. Flat Earth, I mean, but someone said Bev doesn't think that the sextant, is a flat Earth proof, and Anthony Riley responded saying, yes, he does, and then I responded and said, no, I don't think he does, because he told me personally that it just measured angles and that's all, blah blah blah. So for some reason, Anthony thinks you think the sextant is a flat Earth proof.
Oh, well, like I say, it just measures angles. I mean, it's not a proof of flat Earth, because I can prove the Earth is not flat. So how could you? You can't have a sextant, an angle measuring device that proves that it is flat, if I would say that I can prove it's not flat. So, yeah. Tell Anthony Riley that I can definitely prove that the Earth is not flat.
So when you say not flat, you mean like mountains, valleys, and those kind of things?
Was that? Did it go? I mean, like, yeah,
I
can prove it's not flat.
Not flat as a shape, or not flat as a whole? Like, so, like, because you're saying there's mountains and valleys, you're saying it's not flat.
Hang on, not flat, as in not two-dimensional.
Well, flat doesn't have to be two-dimensional.
Says who?
Flat, not
says, and it says anybody.
Show me a definition of flat that's not dimensional.
What's this? I mean, I've had this discussion with a few people. What do you think flat means?
Well, I know what you're saying. You're saying flat isn't a shape, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
But a shape, a 3D shape, can be flat. My plane
hang on.
is 3D and it's flat.
Sorry, what's that?
I have a plate at home that's it's a 3D object in my hands, and it's flat.
No, the surface may be flat, but the three-dimensional object is not flat.
It's just the surface signifier,
Okay,
isn't it?
so you're saying you're a flat Earth surfacer.
What?
Well,
you'd say your model afflicted, because you have to add something at the beginning of everything.
Well, you're unmodel afflicted. Nothing's a model. Nothing's three-dimensional. Everything's theoretical,
everything in reality is 3D.
Yeah, we live
everything.
So something that's 3D can't be flat?
A surface, flat, is a surface signifier. Well, the flat surfaces are flat, yes.
Okay, so you're a flat surfacer, that's fine.
What do you mean a flat surfacer? What are you talking about?
Surface.
You don't think the surface of Earth
obviously
is flat?
isn't.
What?
Obviously it's not.
The surface of what?
You gotta listen to what you're saying.
Dude, the words you're using.
It sounds like everyone's having trouble with the labelling.
Yeah.
I don't know why we need to label anybody, to be honest.
I'm just having fun because it's funny, but
you're making yourself look silly.
But to see,
if it's fun for you to make yourself look silly, then carry on.
On DP, because I do claim to be the resident flat earther still to this day.
Well, I still don't get what their point is.
Yeah, but
is there a shape?
Not flat.
No, I'm asking a question. Is there a shape?
Who are you asking?
No.
Anyone who doesn't think that it's flat.
What? Who doesn't think the Earth's flat? He's not talking to you, Rob.
Okay, I'll shut up.
He's not talking to flat earthers. So who are you talking to, Chris?
You.
Right. Okay. So what is it you want to know?
Is there a shape?
There's loads of shapes. Yeah.
Is there a shape to the surface of the Earth?
Is there a shape?
Right. Okay. Then let's go with we've already done flat. It's a two-dimensional surface, right? The Earth. What do you
is there
say
a
that
shape,
is?
I'll ask the question again. Is there a shape to the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
And what is that shape?
It's lumpy and bumpy. Measurable.
It's lumpy and bumpy,
for heights of elevation, yes.
So is that surface curved?
If it curves, yeah.
What shape do you think it is?
I think it's flat.
What, even the curved bits?
Well, I mean, this has been a semantic argument. This is like a Glober semantic argument where they used to say, well, Earth's not flat because of mountains and valleys and hills.
Mm-hmm.
From that regard, yeah, there's undulations.
Mm-hmm.
From a totality, it's flat. Like if you took
You just said, Chris, you just said it wasn't flat, and now you're saying it is.
No, I did not say it wasn't flat.
No, sorry, that's what I took from what you said.
No, I said it is flat. I'm a flat earther. I think the Earth is flat. Now, if you're saying, oh, well, the bottom of the crust, there's a surrounding part, or whatever
what is that?
shape is that? Yeah, I don't know. So if you were to call me a flat surfacer, that's fine.
Nice.
So all your surfaces that you see are flat, yeah?
Oh, I didn't say. Say that again.
Show pony.
Say it again.
You just said that the surface is flat.
As a totality, it is.
Apart from the bits that aren't flat.
Apart from the undulations, yeah.
So the bits that aren't flat, as
If you don't,
that's because we live.
If you don't even know what shape it is, why are you
three-dimensional
asking other people?
surface.
Is flat a shape?
Yeah, I'm roboting.
Is flat a shape, Chris?
Can we say hello
No.
to Tony?
He's deleted.
Shape can be flat.
Sorry, he's,
Yeah. He'll be back in a minute, but I just wanted to shout out Tony, who's obviously watching. Hi, Tony.
Who's Tony?
And I like Tony. Leave Tony alone.
Sleeping warrior.
Oh, there's only one Tony, is there?
Hey, Chris, are you back?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Stuff. I love Travis too.
What's going on, Rob?
This is why we say there's model afflicted on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
We all were born with, well, not born, we were taught. So we have model affliction. We were taught it in school.
I'm still waiting for Chris's answer to Emma's question.
Well, can you hear me now? I was roboting hard.
Have you got an answer for Emma's question?
What?
Have you got an answer for Emma's question?
I didn't. I had to drop because of my connection. I'm on the phone. What was the question?
Emma, would you like to repeat the question?
I thought I just wanted to know what shape you thought it was.
What shape?
Yeah, you're so determined on asking Bev and everybody what shape they think it is. I wondered what you thought it was.
Well, my position's relatively simple. I think it's flat.
Flat's not a shape.
The surface is flat.
Okay, so why... Okay, fine. So why are you even venturing past that, questioning other people? Because you don't know anything past that. Now, if Tony's that bored, he can come in himself.
And
see you later, Chris.
We've got... Oh, is he gone?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I do think he's having trouble. Yeah, he is having trouble with his connection. He's not just dropping.
Discord is doing that. But, I mean, along with the proof thing, right? I mean, has he got any proof that it is flat? I mean, where would you get that from? I've always said, to go into a argument, conversation, holding a position that cannot be held, is it's not a very good starting position. So, like I'd say to him, if we were going into a conversation, I would say to him, I can prove it's not flat. Would he be willing to put up something to prove that it is flat? And what would he do? How would he do it? It's an interesting thing that we're doing at the minute because we're going through the proof. And that goes for both ways. Well, not both ways. There isn't. That's a false dichotomy. You just put it to everyone. What is proof and how do you get it? What have you got? Can you prove it's flat?
Well, Bev, imagine there was a baller that came in and said, okay, Bev, so you don't believe the Earth is a ball or a sphere or whatever. So what would you call the Earth? How would you describe it?
I don't have the big E. It doesn't exist. It's not a big entity that I have to worship.
Okay, hold on. I didn't use a capital E. The land. Then how about the land? I'm not using a capital L.
It's measurable,
Travis,
isn't it?
Travis, would you mind not telling Bev to hold on? This isn't your server, and you do not have any control in here. So please, back off.
DP. Okay, thanks, DP. I was just trying to clarify that I didn't use the term Earth in a pronoun sense. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Did you say something about the shape of the Earth, though, Travis?
Okay, guys, listen. Chris is not a stupid.
I'm just saying.
Chris is not a stupid guy. Okay, he's asking a legitimate question for him. He's trying to understand. Okay, so I'm just saying, if a baller came in and said, "Okay, Bev, or anybody else, you don't believe the Earth is a sphere, you don't believe the land curves. How would you describe the land?"
The land does curve. Fucking hell, Travis.
Sometimes roads curve. Land curves.
Okay, really, guys, you don't believe that the Earth is a sphere, okay? Does that make it more specific? You don't believe the Earth is a sphere.
It sounds to me like some people are really unsure of what to believe, so they spend their life questioning.
For some reason you guys don't like answering direct questions.
Shut up, Travis. It sounds to me like some people have to know the answer to everything, but they don't know it themselves. They can't. Saying flat is a cop-out.
Mm-hmm.
It's an easy cop. It's flat. That tells you nothing.
Well, it's been given. It's another model, and they're sticking by it. Like mate, you said a minute ago, Chris. He said it's flat, but he knows it's not flat because it's obviously got the elevation changes. And then when someone says Earth, we're saying that Earth. Yeah, we measure Earth. Surveyors measure Earth. Elevation changes. It's not a shape. It's just.
They call it semantics.
Yeah, and then they go on a huff about whatever It's like we're avoiding the question. It's not avoiding the question. It's answering the question. It's just you don't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Simple facts, simple truths. The elevation of the land is measured. It's not flat. Simple.
You know what it is? Some people need to have a shape.
Yeah, but flat isn't a shape. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but they figure in the absence of a globe, what is it, right? Well, how about, I don't know. How about that?
Yeah,
Does that satisfy anybody?
Exactly.
No, they can't cope with it. They have to have answers. They have to know the answer to everything.
Yeah, it's binary. It has to be 1 or 0. Has to be.
But when somebody asks me that question, I just simply say, I don't know the shape.
Yeah.
Can I give my answer, please, as the flat earther? It's created. It didn't poof out of nothing by nothing. Thank you.
What is?
Well, while we've reached this interlude, I'd just like to mention there is another design been added to the t-shirt shop. It's in the live stream.
Does that look like Emma's sat on the bog?
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like that, PP. Oh, no.
It needs to be an MLO, right, Emma?
Oh, I didn't want to go that far.
No, it definitely doesn't.
MLO says.
I've not been in Emma's pub for a little while. And that
I don't need to be on any t-shirt.
You could do a special one for Halloween or something like that. MLO says.
Looks like she's sat on at least it's a level platform there. Well, depends on who's wearing the t-shirt, I suppose, and how they're wearing it.
Do your limited editions.
I might be sat on someone's
one night
food.
only.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? One night
Flat
only.
is absolutely a shape.
Who's put that?
Don't worry about
that. Oh, wow.
You didn't take your own advice then, spot on, did you?
I had to look at it. I mean, staring at me. I haven't been looking at the channel. Just look like that. It's like, oh yeah.
Isn't it strange though when people say that's a semantical argument and then go into semantics. to justify their argument within it when that's not where we're coming from. We're coming from a practical step-by-step journey through the Euclidean geometry, right? This isn't, we're not just saying, we don't, in fact, of all of the arguments I've ever used, flat has never come into any of them. I personally have never used that within an argument. At all. It's not needed. It doesn't even come into an argument. The Earth is measured at different elevations. That's how you actually measure it. The water level is horizontal, provably.
And not approximately or just about.
Yeah. Like mathematically. Precisely. So, like, what shape is it? Well, the elevations and all of that bit of the land is definitely measurable. So the shape is measurable.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for bringing it up, Chris. You know, like, now we can, you know, talk about it.
Mm.
Shame you're not here now.
But it's definitely differs in a three-dimensional thing, and you wouldn't say that the surface is 2D.
The only land that you can see is being dictated by the water.
That's true.
Thanks, Bev.
Well, whatever shape it is, we know it has to contain water. How about that, Travis? Is that satisfactory?
Alan's saying that flat earthers think water level is horizontal. Well, I think 90% of the people that live think that level is horizontal too. I mean, there's only a fair few triggered people that have got into an argument that have believe that water level is anything but horizontal.
Yeah, SE, I don't describe the Earth as having a shape.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. How would you describe it, Travis?
Would describe it using elevation and distance.
Perfect. Perfect.
Pretty much the same, then. It's just that you choose to, like Chris, do you take on the name Flat Earther, don't you? I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. It seems like there's a lot of animosity, and especially round here, as soon as the models come into any conversation, the conversation gets heated. There's no need to talk about different models and what would happen on different models when all we've got is reality. There's not much point in trying to disprove something. We're going to focus on actually proving it. And the first thing you can prove is it's not flat. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest one.
You can't go into a proof conversation and ignore the fact and then go back on the definitions to say it's flat when you can prove it isn't. I mean, that's shaky ground, bad foundations to start from. So we're going to try and cut the model talk and just go on from reality.
Proof by proof by proof.
Mm-hmm. Try to make zero assumptions in it.
As soon as, you know, like, I mean, if people are okay with it, then that's fine. But as soon as well, most people think the flat Earth is, and then they think of the model, disc flying through space.
Yeah. Anybody here, ask yourself this. Are you really sure you know the shape of what you stand on? Really? Like, for real, really?
Ditch the models.
Yeah, I couldn't get to the mute button fast enough. Can you repeat that, please?
Well, I said, can anybody here say for absolute certainty they know what shape the thing that they're stood upon is?
I wouldn't be that arrogant.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think there's a thing where people have a misconception of scale and think that the mountains and valleys and all of that will disappear. Well, they don't. And I
it's harder and harder to define as you get farther away.
Well, I mean, you only get that idea from a concept that somebody's already given you from another model. Like, all you've got is what you do. You can go up in an aeroplane, but that's about it. You're not going to go any further, are you? Most of the time, you're living on the ground. And it's not flat, observably. I don't know. It is. You're just living in reality. So why try and prove anything else? Like we do here. What can you prove? What is there that people have that they can hold as a proof and say, I have proof of this? And where do you start to get them? That's all we've been doing. I was luckily tasked with a stupid thing by a guy who sort of made me think about something. I was the sort of guy that had to carry that task through, and I was given the time and the ability for me to be able to do that, given the people around us to help us to achieve it too. It's been a hell of a journey. Some good t-shirt logic along the way. Now we're hopefully going to show everybody what we have been doing and the sort of the ride and the journey that we've been on. Welcome. We're going to be showing you how to trigger mainly adult globe earth boomers with t-shirt logic and straight lines this year. I don't know whether they're going to get bored of us or not, but we're going to have a good time. Most of this stuff will be done in the Discord. So if you want to come and join the Discord, it's much easier to do that, to do what we do in the Discord. And we're going to be going over this simple logic. But I think the best way for us to do it will be to, if we work through the Euclid as we do, but in the Discord we will go over all of the points and all of the nuances within us here in the Discord, and then I guess we can then put them out as they happen in the live streams, you know, to let people know, because there's some sort of, I call them trade secrets, stuff that we can't really put out because we know the people that we're dealing with. Wow, what's that? You
Travis, I think you're
live
not
there,
mic'd.
Travis.
Muted.
Sounds like road noise.
Yeah. So there's some people that get ultra triggered about it, and they use the arguments that we have to confuse and other people. actually blatantly lie about things which they claim they have the answer to, but have never actually come to talk to us about this simple Euclidean stuff. They say that Euclid proves a model, but never actually show anything, never actually say anything about it, and never actually come and talk to us about it. There's many proofs and many people that have done that sort of stuff. Mainly, they come round in the chat, tell us about things that they've proved, but then other people, when we ask them about proof, they don't have any proofs. There's no way to get proofs. There's no such thing as a proof. Yet people tell us that we're wrong and we don't know what we're talking about. Yet we have proofs. It's a very strange situation that we're in with people like Alan in the text chat. He's sat in the text chat telling us he doesn't understand 70% of what I say. That's model affliction. Or genuinely, it may be just be me. People are listening though, Alan. You're sat in the chat listening.
You also got guys like Chris Matt in the chat blabbing away, blah, 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 accusing us of being an echo chamber. Meanwhile, we go everywhere. I go everywhere. Why don't you come in, Chris, and show us your logic? Show us how smart you are.
Yeah. Alan's asking for what proofs? Well, the proofs are within geometry, Alan. We can directly relate those proofs within geometry to reality. So that's direct proofs within reality, founded geometrically, thus logically. So logic, geometry, reality, proof. You want to come to have a discussion about proof? We're doing that first. I offer anyone to come in and have a discussion about proof. There's loads of people here that would like to have a discussion about proof. We're already doing it.
Chris, are you scared of proof or logic?
He won't come in, Babs. He's Babs, you know, Space Pope. Logic isn't reality. Maths isn't reality, Alan. I mean, keep telling him. Tell everybody.
He's turned into a gemling. Yeah. He just hangs out in gems.
So what is reality then, Alan? How do you understand reality? I mean, you've got no geometry, no logic, and no maths. How do you describe reality, Alan, giving up all three of those things? It's a terrible position to put yourself in. Globe logic. You give up anything that you can't have for the model. There's no geometric proofs of the model. Geometry's not real. There's no logical reason for a model like that. Logic's not real. There's no maths to back the geometry. Maths isn't real. There's no proofs in reality for the model, Alan. Does that mean reality's not real? It's shocking. You have to ditch the model. Come for a discussion about reality. No model, just leave it. Come and have a discussion about normal things without injecting your model into everything. I did say a bit ago that I don't really want to be doing this to people. I don't want to be putting people in a position that they say such stupid shit and you have to give it up. I don't want to be responsible for taking away geometry, maths, and logic out of your reality, Alan. You shouldn't really be in the chat, in the text chat, saying that sort of stuff. Unless that's the power. You want to tell everybody the power of the t-shirt logic. It makes trolls, hardcore trolls, like Alan. That's Alan Bennett. Everybody remembers Alan from Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, he's a friendly troll. This is all trolling. He's getting points.
Yeah.
I always thought he's a bit of an idiot myself.
Yeah, he's a globe model representative, right? A typical troll that says really stupid shit. Text chat trolls. Alan. See, now he says the globe model is our understanding of reality. But he's just give up maths, geometry and logic.
Yeah.
In order to have his model.
And the horizontals.
Yeah, and horizontals.
Yeah, like the guy with the steak.
Bendizontal. Oh, they get bendizontal.
Like the guy with the steak in the Matrix. He knows it's not real. He knows the computer is putting it in his brain, but damn, it tastes good. Remember that guy? That's what these guys do.
Cypher, wasn't it?
Cypher,
that character's name? Yeah.
Yeah, the stool pigeon, the rat. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes, you are.
You guys know what cipher means?
Yeah, it's a code, isn't it? Or it's a mechanism to decode a code, isn't it?
Yes, Alan.
It's strange that was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Alan from the Discord server. The Alan that said he was Alan Bennett. So the same character, the same picture, the same the Alan. It is Alan Bennett, isn't it?
Said so many nonsense things that he doesn't even want to be himself, maybe.
Yeah. He's lied that much that he's just forgot to not lie about who he is. That's not me. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it might be. That might be who I am. You forgot which account you're on as well. Bebby's not going on about the t-shirt. I like it. They're still on the Doxxing server over there at Bob the Science Guy's Discord server. They've got a guy who goes around writing your name if you want. If he doesn't like you, he'll go around doxing you.
Can I report another sale on the t-shirt front?
Nicely done. Jolly good. Using the code NXT
code
level 22. Nice. I like it.
You seem to be roboting for me, Bev.
Oh, sorry. I'll jump out. Is that better?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it wasn't my mic. I was on my cell phone in the car and just, Cell phone coverage sucks.
Welcome back.
So, Bruno, let me ask you a question. Do you absolutely need to have a shape, or like if you were to ask me that question and if I told you, I don't know what the shape is, but I don't know. I don't think it's a sphere with water clinging on it, spinning. Would that suffice for you?
Yeah, but now we're talking about, we're getting, right, to me it's a level of granularity. Okay, is the earth flat? Well, technically no, because there's mountains and valleys, but macular it is. You know, if you went up high enough and you look down, you're not going to see all those variations and changes really. So now it's a level, or a kind of a technicality. So then I would ask you, or now we're talking about the surface. So then I would ask you, what is the surface? Is the surface curved like a sphere, or is it flat like a pancake?
Well, then I would answer you, I don't know, because I haven't went up high enough to see it as a whole, or if it's a whole, or whatever it is. I would answer to you, I don't know.
You don't think there's things we can do on the ground to test the potentiality?
No, absolutely not. No. What do you think?
Okay.
Are you one of these guys that thinks that you can point to a star and take an angle and determine the shape of the Earth?
I'm on the fence on the section. I'll be quite honest. I don't fully understand the argument on either side. So if you ask the Nathan Oakley crew, they're adamant that it's a flat Earth proof, or level Earth, or whatever you consider yourself, right? I don't know anymore. Everything's so disjointed. But anyway, they'll swear up and down it's a quote unquote flat Earth proof. Whereas this group, they'll say it's not. It's just measuring an angle. I really
but I
don't
didn't ask
know.
Nathan. Chris, with all due respect, I didn't ask Nathan or his crew. I'm asking you.
I don't. Well, my answer is I don't know.
There you go. Just like the answer I gave you. So we're in the same boat, right?
Well, you're asking about something. You're asking about a specific scenario of measuring if a sextant is a flat Earth proof.
No. I'm asking you, do you think that, first of all, do you know the shape of the Earth?
I think I know the shape of the surface.
That's not the question.
Well, then I don't know the shape of the Earth.
So there you go. We're in the same camp, right?
Yeah, I said, yeah, if you're saying like, okay, what is the Earth, the shape of the Earth, as far as, is there stuff underneath it? Is there sides? Is there a wall or a ceiling? Right? We don't know that. But what we do know is what we're on top of, and we can test and validate and measure the thing we're on top of, right?
Yeah, but you can measure the top, right? You can determine there's elevation, there's drops, there's mountains, right?
Yeah.
So I think we're in agreement then. But before, you seem to be determined to find a shape. Or maybe I misunderstood you when you were questioning Bev.
No, when I say I'm a flat earther, I'm always referring to the surface, right? Is the underside flat? I have no idea. Is it a square, right? Are we on a square or a rectangle? I have no idea. You're right about that. But we're talking about the surface. We always have been, which is why this whole argument, this debate about, is it level, is it flat? It just behooves me, because we all know we're talking about the surface, right? Nobody claims to know outside of a glober.
Well, can we? Shape. What about the surface then? Is it 2D or 3D?
Well, the stuff on top of it's 3D.
Okay. So the surface is 3D then?
The stuff on top is, I don't know. If you cut everything off of it, I guess you'd say it's X and Y. Or I mean X.
Cartesian coordinates.
Whatever. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know much about that stuff, but
Well, that's like surveying.
what you would say is you think the surface is level.
What? You're telling me what I think level, right? I would say. Oh yeah.
Well, I'm asking.
Did you just do that then?
I'm asking.
What? What are you asking?
Do you think that the surface of the Earth is level?
The surface is measurably not level. It's got undulations on it, goes up and down. Do you not hear us when we say that?
So you're saying something at 10 feet is not the same level as level? It's not level at 100 feet.
It's not at the same level as something that's at 10 feet.
But it's level to this. It would be level to the surface, right?
What would be level to what surface?
Whatever height. The height doesn't matter to if something's level or not. To whatever you're comparing it to. If you're comparing it to the Earth, it's level.
Yeah, it's strangely you should say that. We've just got some DPs doing a T-shirt today that states all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's the way it ends with the logic. Would you agree with that?
All horizontals are parallel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Boom. You want a T-shirt?
22% discount for tonight.
You don't think the Earth is level. So if you take a level at 10 feet versus 100 feet, it's not level anymore?
I don't know. I think you've got a really bad misunderstanding of what level actually is. Personally,
I use a bubble level.
Okay, a spirit level.
So my bubble spirit level is always level no matter what height I go to.
Is it always parallel with the plane of the horizon?
What's the horizon?
The plane of the horizon. Have you ever seen a horizon?
Well, the horizon's in apparent position.
Yeah. So when you get your level and you make it level, you put the bubble in the middle and you look, is it always parallel with the plane of the horizon? Always.
That's left to right. Ideally.
I don't use the horizon.
No?
A bubble level is not dependent on a horizon.
It's a horizontal, right? It establishes a horizontal plane of reference. The level, the tool.
The level does.
Yeah. Okay. Now that horizontal plane of reference, is that always parallel to the plane of the horizon?
I don't use the.
No, I don't. I'm not asking you whether you use it or not. Is it? Is the horizontal always parallel to the plane of the horizon? Or can you imagine some other place where the horizontal would not be parallel to the plane of the horizon?
No.
So, to your understanding, the horizontals that you make with the bubble level would always be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Every one of them, right? So, as the T-shirt logic says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Now, if you have horizontals that are always parallel to each other, in reality, could you ever see some horizontals intersecting with another horizontal that not in the same plane as it, a different plane?
Physically, they wouldn't intersect.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I mean, they aren't level.
They are level.
Right, they are level.
Yeah.
But you think the Earth is level?
No, the Earth is measurably not level. But a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Right? The water level is a tool, and an auto level is also another tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference from which we can measure elevation changes of the land. In reality, provably.
But I'm saying the Earth isn't at a diagonal, right? Because
the Earth
because
is
no matter where you
measurably,
go,
you have the ability to plot it. You can measure it. You can measure elevation changes. So everything you're about to say about the Earth, the land, is measurable and plottable.
correct.
Yeah.
And anywhere you go on the surface of the Earth that I've ever been, that anyone else I know has ever been, the bubble level is always level at the same point.
Yeah. You see that? I've got a picture in the chat here that whatever has said your left level isn't level. Right? Well, this is a picture that George has drawn for us of a bubble level. And I do believe this is LIGO. So you can see in the center, the bubble is in the center of the bubble level. Now, this is a straight thing. And according to George, when you move that bubble level to the left of the straight thing, the bubble rises to the left-hand side. So that rises with the way you go. Now, if anybody knows what that means, it means that it's higher at that end and doesn't seem to support the model, but that's what George seems to say would happen. Now, see, can you see what's happening there? And the way George has done that's a bubble level on LIGO, and what would happen, right?
On a curved surface, yeah.
Well, no, it's on a straight. That thing, LIGO, that's a straight, not on a curved surface. It's on a straight. But George has got the bubble moving on that straight. He doesn't seem to understand what level is, right?
Well, he's saying on a curved Earth where you're building a straight LIGO, that's what it would look like.
What do you mean? In reality, that's ridiculous.
I agree.
Right. Well, why are you submitting to somebody else's model? Why do you have an imagination of somebody else's model? What is the use?
If you took B and you moved B to the left and kept it and you put it where A is, but kept that drawing the same, that's what it would look like.
In reality,
always, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No matter your height or your X or Y plot or coordinate, it's always level.
Yeah,
and
all of that.
Level.
Yeah, and that curve that would be underneath it would be a fall away, an elevation change of the land.
Correct.
Because that's how it's measured.
Not level.
It would make it would make his bubble level knackered. But so all we say is what happens in reality. And in reality, it's not flat. I'm roboting again, am I?
But you're not anymore, but you were. If you want me to say that I'm a level earther or
no,
Chris,
I'll do that. Chris, no, I don't want you to say anything.
No labels.
Why? Montreal used to be a labeler.
Not anymore. No, I was never a labeler. No.
You never said you were a flat earther?
Flat earther? No, Chris. And I always used to reply, no, I'm a stationary earther. That's what I used to.
That's a label.
Right. I woke up. Then I woke up, right? And now.
Okay, but we don't all have to do that.
No, you don't, Chris. You don't have to put label on people because that's when you succumb to that, when you get labeled, then you can be, laughed at and put in a group, and it's not right.
Well, the one thing I know for 100% scientific fact is that Earth is level. No matter where you go, no matter your height, whether you're in an airplane or on a boat or sitting in your chair in your home, it's level.
It's not.
It is. Bob's drawing's not level.
Do you know what level is? That's not Bob, that's George's
I don't have to know what
drawing.
level is. I know if all I have to know how to do is use a bubble level, which I do, and no matter where I take that bubble level, it's always level.
Well, providing you put the bubble in the correct position. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that position's always the same.
Yeah, horizontal. All horizontals are parallel.
But
that doesn't make all of the land, the earth, level. There's lumps and bumps. There's loads of it that isn't level.
It doesn't. Yeah, if you put your bubble level on the land, it's not going to be level.
Well, there you go. Don't say it is level then. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to say it is level, though. Right? You don't have to say it is anything.
Right, I get that. But I'm saying, no matter where you put your bubble level, it's going to be level to with respect to that position above the surface.
Yeah, if you set up a level, it will find a horizontal plane of reference. That's what a tool, the level, is. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So providing you make your level in the position it's meant to be, it will establish a horizontal plane of reference.
I have to drop, but it's an interesting conversation. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, all right. Catch you later. Interesting conversation. Is it? Go on, Sarakaki.
Yeah, it reminds me of this other guy that was here a week ago or so, Yoon, and it feels like the same conversation we had then, and it's also kind of like a model affliction conversation in a sense. It's just a different model in this case. Like, yeah, that's how it feels to me.
We've had this thing that this level is a practical thing. When I was doing the surveying at college, 2 years of it, it was 90%, maybe 95% practical. Actually using it and practicing it, measuring distances and things in reality. And the more exact you were with your measurements, the better results you got at the end. So the practicality of the level thing may be a little bit different. It may have to be experienced, because a lot of people have had arguments around this arena without actually experiencing level.
Not only that, they have to have, you need a label. You see, even the flat earthers, they have to label you. It's not acceptable to be like a free agent, for example, right? You gotta fit either in one camp or the other. That's frightening.
It's a false dichotomy. It's either black or white, and we all know that things are never black or white.
Absolutely, the grayscale, yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'll argue with one as much as I'll argue with the other. I don't care. What side you're on?
I love the, yeah, I know, but if you ignore the parts that aren't flat, then it's flat, right?
Yeah.
Such a bad position to put yourself in. To go
Especially
into it. It's either flat or it's level or it's, it's obviously not.
And the whole FE was not organic at all, right? It's all just a big controlled thing.
Alan, you're an Einsteinian. You're an Einsteinite. You believe in the Big Bang. Ha ha. You're an Einsteinite. Ha 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 ha.
Can I point out as well, Alan's saying embarrassed by a label. Well, no. I'm not embarrassed by a label that you try and give us. It's just that it's not true. It's if I have a proof that it's not flat, how can I be a flat earther? That's so ridiculous to think.
It's like when they say Earth isn't a ball, right? Oh, it's a oblate spheroid. Oh, come on, you know what we mean. You're a ball earther. Stop.
Kind of pear-shaped a little on the bottom, yeah.
Ah, stop. You're a ball earther. Come on. Do this nonsense.
Yeah, the geometrical implications that we will end up getting into between a ball and a sphere leaves them in hellish problems again. We'll get there.
I don't see why. A sphere is just a 2D ball.
It's just a surface. It's a conceptual thing. But in reality, it's a ball. And the ball makes it Euclidean 3D, not a conceptual 2D, which is what they need. You believe in... Flat earthers believe in mountains and valleys. I would say that it's more of a knowing about mountains and valleys than a belief, I would say.
It's like calling somebody a communist. Alan, you're a commie. I heard you say equal rights for people and stuff, free shared food. Alan is a commie, everybody.
Uh-oh, hey. Another sale? Is that?
It's all part of... It's like a routine, right? You get into an argument with somebody. You then label that person as something. You then attribute something from that label to that person. Then you argue that which you just introduced.
Exactly. And you give him all the baggage that that label has. Well, hey, we don't play that game here. It's like me telling you, you're an Einsteinonian, right? So you believe one person can age slower than the other. You're a fool. How'd you like that label?
Don't mean anything. Except these people, the trolls, they think these names and stuff have power over people. They think it helps them or something. It doesn't. You just find out that you're obvious adult globe earth boomer, because you're triggered, into sitting in a text chat. I mean, imagine being that age and pointing at people and just
trying to convince them of something that they're not.
Yeah.
You are this. No, I'm not, bro. Stop.
Do you believe space exists, Alan? Space is the distance between physical objects. So, does it exist? It's there. There's definitely space in between physical objects.
I'd say that's air.
Yeah, existing would be a bit... I don't know. Does air exist? I don't know. Existential and all of that. I'm not too sure. Rather a silly question, I'd say. Try formulating your questions a little bit better, Alan.
He likes the label Einsteinite.
I think he means, does an infinite amount of space around the Earth exist? But I'm just guessing.
Yeah, space is just the distance between physical objects, so you'd have to, in my mind, if that's the way I would interpret it, would you have a physical object up there in order to put between the two? I don't know. I don't know. I don't go into fantasy and imaginations about things that there's no need to.
When he says space, we know what he means. The fantasy.
Yeah, but he thinks air curves as well, so...
Yeah, and so does water.
And this is why I think, using the words correctly in the right context is so important, because otherwise you will end up in like arguments that go nowhere because you're arguing about different things while using the same word. So it's, you gotta mind your P's and Q's all over again, right?
Yeah, always got to get your...
Like in this case, as he says, we know what the meaning behind using the word space there actually is, but then the meaning of the word space in itself versus the meaning that the person puts into the word is different. So that's why it's important.
Yeah, the definitions of the words at the beginning should be the way to go. I know there's a guy that wants to give us a demonstration of how horizontals aren't parallel. I don't know whether he was going to show us that whether they're not parallel to the plane of the horizon or whether they're not parallel to each other. But a bit unsure of what he was saying. But yeah, he's waiting for some definitions from me first. For some reason that, he seems to think that my definition of something is important to his demonstration of what he says he's going to show us. But hopefully he'll be getting over that shyness or whatever and coming out and actually giving us the presentation soon. But the definitions are vitally important of what you're talking about.
It really is, and this is why we have what we call the Socratic method that really should be employed way more often than it actually is. I don't necessarily feel it's ever actually employed properly, and like having you talking on the mic while Alan is just writing in the chat, it doesn't really open up the possibility of going through the Socratic method in the first place. So it's a tricky situation then in that case.
Yeah, to actually go through the discussion of the definitions to start with when we're talking about the logic. I don't think that was ever addressed within a certain person's so-called debunking of it. I don't think he ever established what a horizontal was, or a plane, or the horizon. He just changed some wording of it to make it different, and then said the wording wasn't right. But anyway, T-shirt logic's doing well, and the conversation obviously should be coming up, because if the logic stands as it does, you would expect them not only to be able to fix the logic, but be able to turn it into their so-called reality logic to prove their shape, it being geometry, which I would hope that they would be doing. Imagine Bob doing a range of t-shirt logic himself.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, globjic. T-shirt globjic.
Globjic, get that? Yeah.
I mean, I wonder what it would look like. I mean, 'cause I think we might have to delve into imaginometry.
Well, take logic, right? Think of something logically. Now reverse it completely around. That's globjic.
Yeah, we might have to put some in the formulations of the postulates of imaginometry and add them some globjic. Maybe we'll get on the website soon. If we're going to be doing this and concentrating on the live streams, then we might be able to have a bit more time to be able to put into the website and do that, and while we go live for a bit, so the actual videos may slow down. We may start doing specials and shorts of the videos. I'll still put out some conversations and stuff, but we'll mainly be going live, I think. I've got a challenge on so I can get Streamlabs for the year. Been set a task to be able to do that. And then when we do that, we go live. We will be putting the website, and then we will get all of the t-shirts and everything up on the website. We'll start pushing the website much more, and we'll start putting all of these arguments, and we'll lay them all out onto the website. Hopefully, step by step. I'm going to start with the 8. We're just waiting for some of the the globe Earth proponents, or maybe even the flat Earth guys, if they would like to show us what proofs they have, and we'll match them proof for proof. Might be interesting.
So Alan says globe is fact, so he's got to have some proofs, right?
Yeah,
maybe he'll come on
if he has a fact.
Yeah, well, I said globe is fact.
Isn't that? I think that fact is what's it's at the end after a proof, right? A fact is a definite. So yeah.
So either he has some globe proofs, or tis globe.
Yeah. Is there a difference? I don't know. SE, what do you reckon? In the proof talk, do they say fact?
Absolutely.
Right, so they have facts, or are proofs facts? Or can you have a fact without a proof?
Well, to them, there's no such thing as proof, from what I gather, the majority of them.
Are there facts, though? I mean, that was the thing. I don't think that's ever been delved into, right? That's an avenue for you to delve into, right? Because once they establish there are no proofs, then you have to then ask them about the facts. Like,
they can't have facts because those are absolute too, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. How do you get a fact? You can't just say the globe is a fact and then say thank you very much. Ta-da! 'Tis globe.
'Tis globe. Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot of talk about this proof thing. Yeah. Which is good.
I don't know. I spent the last 30 minutes though on the live chat arguing with Alan that around beliefs, so I'm not so sure.
Alan he's a troll. Let's face it. He'll argue with, against anything.
I mean, he seemed to claim to know my mind pretty well, that I have beliefs.
Well, we were saying that as well. Like, a belief must come with a proof, right? Because you couldn't have a proof for something and not a belief to go with it.
I'm glad you said that.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just that sometimes you could have a belief without a proof.
Like
but
Alan.
You can't have a proof without a belief of it also. It'd be...
Yeah, like when Alan asked, do you believe in space? That's a perfect example of that. First of all, what are you referring to, right? We'll assume we know what he's referring to. Second of all, how are you going to prove it? It's a belief. It's like saying, do you believe in God?
Every time I hear the word belief being used in this kind of context, it brings me back to this Blake quote, which says, the truth cannot be told as to be understood without being believed. And I kind of like to paraphrase it to say, if the truth can be told as to be understood, it will be believed. And that goes back to what you're saying, belief based on proof, that the proof instilled that belief in you, right? I'm not saying I'm gonna agree completely with the quote, I'm just saying it reminds me of the quote because I think it's fitting to the conversation we're having.
I don't know, for me, proof is simple, but I want to know what other people's opinion of it are.
Yeah, we'll have to send you out on another mission again. SE on his travels, searching for proof.
Looking for proof under every rock, around every corner, behind every closed door.
I'm a fan of that miniseries myself, yeah.
Yeah. Searching for proof, or searching for the meaning of proof, right? It's not actually the proof that you're looking for. You're on the meaning of it first.
Yeah.
What's everybody's understanding of it? Yeah, it's a fascinating story.
Where in the world is proof?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always like, where's Wally, innit? But where's proof? Searching for it.
That's what I was thinking. Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? Was a game or something, right? Yeah.
I think it was a show or something. Yeah, something. Picture Essie in the red overalls going around finding it everywhere.
Give me your proof. No, but seriously, if we're to advance, right, in this, whatever this is, we have to first at least establish that.
Definitely, yes. And that's why we also have to consider the Socratic method in that, endeavor.
Yeah, that and the law of non-contradiction.
Oh, definitely, yes.
That's first, number one in every,
As Mr. X called it, the law of identity as well. What do you have? Saragaki has the three, is it?
The three laws of thought as they are, dubbed.
Do you want to give us a...
Yeah, you have the law of non-contradiction, which has been mentioned, the law of excluded middle, or third, and the principle of identity. Anything is identical to itself, meaning it cannot be identical to something else. and it's quite similar to the first one, and those three laws of thought, as they're called, like, they will be at the base of your proof. Because if your so-called proof contradicts those three laws of thought, then it's it's contradicting, and therefore this cannot be stand on its own legs if it's a contradiction.
Automatically invalid, right?
Yes.
Break one of those three laws, your logic is automatically invalid.
If something is defined or proven to be one thing, then it cannot be its own opposite at the same time. Like, that should go without saying. But we know that it doesn't, so that's why it's so important to keep this in mind.
Yeah, keep in mind all of the different fallacies that are around to make sure that you're not got a logical statement that says something like, if a circle is a square, because that cannot be. A circle is a circle and a square is a square. It's a completely invalid statement.
It will be, yes. And not just because you say so, right? But because
Yeah.
it can be demonstrated and proven to be.
Like the five-sided square they were trying to argue into existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't grow legs and go very far.
Oh, it's still there. It's still roaming around that. I mean, they can't give it up. They've said it. It has to be. See, I think Alan thinks it's okay. He likes five-sided squares. 3, 4, or 5-sided squares, I think Blue said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I even made a meme about it. I liked it so much. Bullet Bill and Ranty introduced that to us.
Yeah, that was another one of those good days when we were laughing. Lots.
Oh man, were we laughing.
So yeah, the three laws of thought, as they're called, like, they are logical, like, base of logic, and you can build different kinds of logical structures, but those three laws of thought will be the base of each one of those logical structures. So we, at least in my experience, we've tried to keep it very basic, because obviously even that will trigger discussion around it. And you can make what we call higher order logic, or first order logic, and you can take it further, but it's not necessary to go that hard into it, because we're talking about straight lines only, right? It doesn't have to be advanced, difficult, or anything. So we try to keep it simple. Basically, that's my point here. We just try to keep it very, very simple.
So Alan, five-sided square, what are your thoughts?
He said he put it works for me. I believe that's what that comment was. He said,
okay.
Yeah. I think so, but I mean, it's hard to tell with the text chat trolls which particular part of the conversation he's talking to, or whether he's talking to somebody else in the text. I need to go go to the toilet for a bit, so I was gonna put the music on. I don't know whether you guys want to talk. Do you want to have a chat for a bit, or You want me to put some music on? Buster.
Listen to Buster. Talk to this lot all day long.
Let me get some...
No offence, guys, but give them the choice to listen to Buster.
I second that. Who wants to talk to DP anyway?
Ooh.
Only if he's making way too much rice, Essie. He's making way too much rice. We definitely want him to.
Well, you're all invited round for dinner. Yeah.
I'll bring the wine. No problem.
We're never going to let you live that down, DP.
No. I can tell.
All right, anybody got any recommendations? Any favourites?
But is there not a new one in the offing?
Yeah, it's not out yet though.
Oh.
True level.
True level horizontal mix.
Yeah.
Gotta be, innit?
Basic geometry.
With the t-shirt logic.
Yeah. Right, let me just do that.
Oh, by the way, Bev, you were right. There was another sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going well. Right, I'll get this for you guys. Put my screen on.
Thanks for the support, guys.
Right, you guys in there?
Yep.
4 minutes something. 4 minutes 25. True level horizontal mix requested by Buster.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's the globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level.
there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so... Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All right,
Sweet.
good night.
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's not.
You're a comrade.
It's
As far as I'm
not.
concerned, you...
Oh, that was good. I like that. That is my favourite as well, Buster. Buster, true level. Bitch. Horizontal mix. Also with the bonus 5-sided square thrown in.
I forgot about that part in the beginning.
And yeah, flat earth geometry from PhD Tony. Shout out flat earth geometry. That's the geometry that Brenda thinks doesn't exist. Because gravity. Yeah, that was. I think that was probably one of my favourite songs to do. That one. True level, bitch. See, look, Alan, he's like right having that. I'm wondering whether there's like a big fund, right, for the globe, right, that in order for you to say stupid shit, that as long as it's required by the globe, then that's what they employ people like Alan for. Like a 5-sided square, yes, he's up for that. Makes sense to someone like Alan. It's on Google.
Yep. Amazing. Not that there's already a word for such a shape, right? It's not a square, right? Everybody learned it in school.
Yeah, squares that has 4 sides. Like we were saying before, the law of identity. A square is what a square is. Can't be something else.
Absolutely. Yep. You hear that, Alan? A cat is a cat. Cannot be a dog.
Yeah.
That's why they came up with the...
Don't forget the 4-pointed triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Yeah. Well, we had a one-sided... But to be fair, I won't name him. He took it back after he realized the day after that it was ridiculous. And he took it back.
Yeah, but somebody else tried to run with it as well, though, didn't they?
one-sided triangle?
No, the four-pointed triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Oh yes, that would be paid NASA shill, I believe.
Yeah, and Flat Earth Pilot, who I believe is actually a pilot.
Well, I'll take your word for it because you're a pilot.
Yeah, that conversation I've just set up earlier than this, and that is ready to go out onto the YouTubes. We had a Flat Earth pilot and a guy called Hoymar come round. Hoymar was talking about the hump of the water, but I mean before that, probably about 2 hours worth of where Wardenclyffe and Rakia took FE pilot of our first chance of talking to him. They took him through, well, I don't know, just we tried to learn as much as we can. When people come in here, we ask them questions. We try to learn from them. I think we learned quite a lot from FE Pilot. I'll put that out maybe tomorrow or maybe later on tonight. No, I can't put it out tonight. Tomorrow sometime during the day. I was thinking about going over that with you guys. When do you think, if we're going to be going live of a night time at 8 o'clock-ish, when would you get a chance to do all of the other stuff that we're doing? Should I save them for weekends? For the, like the big chats that we have that are offline. When I'm putting them back out again. Just dump it out at the weekend or something like that. Maybe. I'll just save them up, I think, and maybe we might put them out as members only, or put them out at the weekend. Maybe when we're doing the UFC nights or whatever. But yeah, I'm going to put that FE Pilot one. Because that is a good one. Where's Wardenclyffe? Oh, is he gone? No, he's not. It's not Mr. Sensible. It's definitely not Mr. Sensible, this. It's not practicing anything.
No, I'll give FE Pilot his due. I misspoke deliberately twice, and twice he corrected me, so I do believe he's a pilot.
Yeah, nicely done. I wouldn't know, but I mean, he fell into the traps that I wouldn't have thought he should have done. So maybe the model affliction, could a real pilot be model afflicted? I mean, he did say he was a passenger. Do you reckon that's possible?
Well, he said he flew the A380, which is the double-decker one.
Yeah.
It could be, but it's like, if your mind is not open to reality, then you're very blinkered on what you perceive. So it is possible.
You want to watch out, Chris. You don't want to be a 2D earther. That'll put you in a weird predicament. You'd be in with a lot of model afflicted people. I definitely wouldn't. We just go and take the yeah, Nathan says apparently Paige is saying that Nathan Oakley said he wasn't a pilot. Not Mr. Sensible is disagreeing with Nathan Oakley.
Well, the information that I gleaned from him, if he's not a pilot, then he's a one of these spotters, which goes really, really deep into everything. So he knew the correct terminology, and when I pointed out a couple of things.
Crew?
No, cabin crew. No.
They wouldn't know, would they not?
No.
I'm just
not
going. You know, like, could he be? Because he did know the price of the peanuts.
I didn't hear that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
No, it's like he said. He corrected me about vectors, which is correct, and also the beacon for the Class D airspace as well. So it's not the tower frequency; it's the beacon. Which
doesn't mean he's a pilot. and the other, hang on. The other thing is he might be a pilot, right? If he is, he's trolling us about all the other stuff. Like when you ask a pilot, how many engines are you rated for? And they say all of them. They're either not a pilot or they're trolling. So it's either or, right? He could be a pilot and he's trolling, or he's not a pilot. Now, which one would you go with?
Well, when RC Meisty asked me what helicopters I fly, I said piston engines that run on avgas. Because I know exactly what information he wanted. And I wasn't going to give him the information he wanted. So,
okay, well, my point is, ask RC how many engines he's rated for. What's his license rated for? And he's going to tell you, I'm rated for twin engine, turboprops, or whatever. He's not going to say all of them.
No, but RC Meisty is a big head. That's the difference.
No,
he wants to
you're talking about the people. I'm talking about knowing if they're a pilot or not by asking them questions. See, if you're rated for multi-engine jets, you don't say I'm rated for all of them. You say I'm rated for multi-engine jets, right? That means you can fly a Cessna, a twin-engine turbo, a single-engine, rocket plane, and a twin-engine or multi-engine jet. Usually a passenger plane.
Yeah.
No pilot is going to say all of them unless they're just trolling. Like I said, there's an out there for him. He has knowledge about piloting more than I do, right? I mean, of course, I'm not denying that, but anybody can get that knowledge. But where the pretzels are kept in the pilot's lounge, right? Not everybody can get that. You understand what I'm saying, right? There's certain questions you can ask him where pilots, all of them, they're so prideful, bro. They're not going to make fun of their profession or what they do, what they enjoy. And I told him I went flying that morning, which I did. Me and my brother got up really early, went and did some checkups, this, that, and the other. We had to do a 1-hour flight for some things. And we decided to do it at sunrise before work. So we went over there, went for a flight, saw the sunrise, came back, went to work. Well, now he's asking me blah, blah, blah. I said, well, yeah, I flew this morning, right? He didn't ask me nothing. Not what I flew, what we do, did we do any better, anything cool, what we see. He asked me, well, what did you measure? That's not a pilot, man. I mean, I'm just saying. These characters come on here, and it's just been my, what we've seen over the years. They're just characters. They make up something they want to be, and what they might enjoy being a pilot or wanted to be a pilot and hang out with, on forums with pilots trying to learn. So they get on YouTube and, I'll just be a pilot, right? No one will ever know. I mean, seriously. I know about vectors. I know about airports. I know about maps. I know about navigation because I hang out in the forums all the time. How are these dumbass, flat earthers going to know if I'm a pilot or not?
Well, actually,
to me, they're just characters.
He didn't know about the airspace, the Class D airspace, which is controlled. So, yeah.
But the other thing, Warden, though, is I noticed that too. When he was talking to you, I thought, okay, well, yeah, he does know some of the terminology. But he couldn't answer a simple, direct question like, are you a pilot? The answer he gave was, I have a YouTube channel. That is answering the question,
it's a bit of a
are
giveaway,
you a YouTuber?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's answering the question, are you a YouTuber? The answer would be, I have a YouTube channel. Like, That the question and the answer does not match at all. So he did something like that. He did something similar several times.
Well, I did say at the time I actually didn't hear the whole of the conversation because I was in and out. Because I leave my iPad in the front room, and I was in and out sorting my kids out and everything like that. So I only heard a little bit of the conversation. And should have did what I was going to say. Oh yeah, in the UK, it's not called a pilot's lounge. It's called a briefing room. And that's where all the pilots go, and they get all the weather. They don't even work out their own routes. With all these scheduled flights and everything, they don't work out their own routes. It's all down to a controller back at their base. And they work it all out for themselves. They work it all out, and then they send it all through. So they get all the vectors, all the frequencies they've got to contact, the routes. And so they don't work anything out. And if they actually miss their slot, then they radio back to their controller, and they work it out for them and put in a new flight plan for them. That's all the chartered ones and the scheduled ones. It's only...
one of my favorite things. You can ask any pilot, doesn't it suck having to pay for a rental car when you go into these small airports? And most of them will say that aren't pilots. They'll say, yeah, that's the sucky part of this. I have to come out, which is bullshit. Courtesy cars are provided. Like 99% of all airports have courtesy cars. The only time you have to pay for a rental is when they're out of courtesy cars for the pilots. There's things like that you should know as a pilot. The secured airspace, how it's, what it is and why it is. It's an easy one, right? They don't.
You're talking about the US, yeah.
Yeah, in the US.
Yeah, because the airport I flew out of, it was I don't know if you call it a municipal one. I can't remember the terminology of it now, but it didn't have a control tower. But I'm not going to say the name of the guy that run it because then well, I'll say it. Saluda, South Carolina, and it was named John Voight. Was actually owned it at the time, and if you wanted to go anywhere, he'd just give you the keys to a car and off you go. It was great. Mind you, you stopped in these little bloody, static homes. We call them over here. I don't know what you call them over there. Well, the mobile homes, but they're actually just put on breeze blocks and they're just there. So that's where you used to stop and you used to fly out. Do whatever you wanted to do, come back. And if you wanted a car, you just jump in a car and off you go.
Yeah, we have a lot of airports here that don't have towers.
Yeah. And the coffee was great. It was absolutely beautiful, the coffee was. And that was on tap all the time.
Yeah, when that occurs, you're just on frequency to the nearest airport, or that airport will have someone at their house or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The controller. And they'll just tell you, this runway is this, and this, if you're not familiar, and then you're basically flying visual. You're looking out.
Well, there's a 1-800 number. I can't remember exactly what it was now, but you used to phone them up and you used to put your flight plan in. Say I'm flying from X to Y, and depending on the weather conditions, they'd say, okay, you're flying VFR. Yep, you can go, no problem at all, and they'd log it. If the weather conditions were like it was foggy and anything like that, they go, no, we don't advise you to go. Okay, I'm not going to go. And that's how you actually established a flight plan, was by phoning this 1-800 number up, which is a free phone number, which is a piece of pish. Over in this country, over in the UK, it's so bloody controlled. It's ridiculous. You have to jump through so many hoops. Anyway, I think I bored you enough about flying, so sorry, carry on about the logic. My apologies.
No, keep going. No, seriously, don't. But that conversation, much more riveting than that. Whatever we just heard, then. I was making a brew, so thanks for that. Yeah, the paid NASA shill came in as well, didn't he? I think, or was he paid NASA shill in the chat when Fee Pilot was in here? I can't quite remember, but I can remember you walking through the four-sided triangle with him, and he went all the way with the triangle, and then realised it wasn't actually a triangle again, just like paid NASA shield did.
Well, if I had money to burn, I would bet $1 million paid NASA shield wasn't a pilot.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the way I would structure it between him, FE Pilot, and RC is I would say, okay, I bet $500,000 that RC Flat Earth Pilot, Flat Earth, whatever he calls himself, isn't a pilot. If I lost that one, I'd double down on paid NASA shield, because there's no way I'm losing that bet. And just so happens if they fool us or trick us or whatever, I would bet that RC was a pilot, right? Had his PPL. I can't lose. It's just, I'm not going to lose the first two bets in the first place. But I honestly do think RC is a pilot. I just think he's caught up in it. He's a low-level pilot. He flies low altitude. Yeah.
RC is a pilot, but he's only a PPL pilot. He's not He's not a commercial pilot. He might have his commercial license. I don't know, but he's not a commercial license, because all the aircraft that he says he flies are not.
No, I would just say he's a private. He has a PPL. Yeah. He hasn't flown for an airline.
No.
I mean, such an upgrade, right? Like, it's incredible the hours that you have to have and the training you go through. Now, he's knowledgeable. He's probably more knowledgeable out of the three of them. But for him as a pilot to not question more paid NASA shield makes me think that, they're together, right? They're working together for a common goal, because pilots are prideful people, right? They don't want anybody shitting on their, what they do.
RC mostly probably knew what the flaws were in his presentation, but there's no way he's going to say it. But he should have said it in the background and said, "Wait, come on, mate. What you're presenting is, dog shit. Please don't."
Since day one, they've gotten on the paid NASA shield. Even the people around him have called him an idiot. Even in the last video, even today, they were talking about it. Yes, he's terrible. He's one of the worst.
He's not even accepted at Gem Panda's troll squad, right? Even the trolls over at Gem Pandas won't accept paid NASA shill. They say he's a troll to them.
Right.
That's how bad paid NASA shill is. Just wandering
they separate
around.
themselves from it.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll have to Google that. Yeah. I'll have to Google that to find out why that is then. Because remember, that's
I heard it a year ago.
Sorry,
it was almost a year ago where paid NASA shield came in and said, "I had several degrees and 2 masters." And I was like, "You're a liar." You're just lying, dude. Why don't you just admit it?
Yeah, well, I
Correct, yeah. That reminds me of a time when I was stranded in the middle of Beverly Hills with nothing but my platinum card. I managed.
When my limo broke down, I had to walk 1 block. So outrageous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even get why someone. First of all, if you have the intellect to have several degrees and 2 masters, you're not going to be on a flat Earth forum bragging about it. I'm just sorry. It's just the way the stigma is. So as soon as you do, you label yourself as just a blatant liar.
You would not be in this forum at all.
No, just because of the stigma. Yeah, you wouldn't bother with it.
No. If you got that much intellect, you wouldn't be in Discord at all. It'd be beneath you, because you'd be actually. The arena you'd be in would be intellectual all the time, and you'd be, well, you know, you wouldn't be.
You wouldn't be calling people idiots and telling people to Google stuff when you didn't want to answer. I mean, your vocabulary would be higher. You know, the way you process questions and things would be faster and better, and you know, more dignified. It's just nothing adds up about his story. I call, right? The story don't add up. I call. Show your hand. He never wanted to show his hand. I said we put $10,000 in escrow with an attorney. No one had to know our names. No one had to know what the details of the bet was. I would put $10,000 in escrow with my attorney or his attorney, and we would bet that he's not a pilot. All he had to do was confidentially show the attorney at will that had the escrow account that he proved to him that he was a pilot, right? And he wouldn't do it for 10 grand.
I'll do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Question whether I'm a captain and put $10,000 on it in escrow in an attorney's account, and I'm flying there, bringing in my captain's license in person.
Give me your attorney's name. Come on, quick. I need that.
Yeah, I'm taking him out fishing. I'm taking that attorney fishing.
Is he coming back though after you've been fishing?
Oh yeah.
You'll be 10 grand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do people have to be so false? That's what I can't understand. Yeah, because I was brought up, you know, by my parents. Tell the truth. Okay, they lied to me about bloody Santa and all that sort of, but every parents does, you know. But they brought me up to, you know, just tell the truth. You know, who's it going to harm? It's going to harm nobody. Fucking say the truth. That's it. Done and dusted, and nobody can hold it against you. Because it's easy to remember the truth, but Jesus Christ, if you tell a lie, you've got to remember what frigging lie you told. And sorry, my brain doesn't work like that. I'm not intelligent enough to remember all the frigging lies I've told.
There should be no need to lie, though, really, should there? But most of the people are actors, I think. Or, I don't know. There's a severe misunderstanding, I think, of most things. I've got never really had a chance to talk to Chris about much, but he's seems he's been talking to Spot On. He's put in the chat, you don't fall off things that are level. Now, and I'm not too sure about whether that's a talking point or... Followed, that was the one that came before, that was that you don't fall off the surface of the earth. I don't know, strange arguments. Yeah, I don't know what the arguments are that are coming at us. I mean, like you were just talking about the pilots the other day. Well, the only proof that FE pilot had was an angle. That was it. It was all he had, one angle. Pretty much.
Artificial horizon.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the horizon, it was an artificial horizon as well. Yeah. Which is established above the horizon.
Yeah, and he was using a drop. But, I mean, it's not an angle measurement, is it?
No.
It's just really a drop, but it's not really a measurement. And you would have an angle, as we know. You can do fuck all with an angle, which no doubt Bob will be looking into that. He's got a logic man looking into the geometric fact that you can do. No, page positive. We are keeping positive with our claims, and it is you can do fuck all with an angle. Positive claim that the Adult Globe Earth Discord server will be reviewing. I think they've heard there's some rumours within the arena / community that need looking into, and that is the geometric fact that you can do fuck all with an angle. I repeat, you can do fuck all with an angle. Geometry, practical geometry 101. That is. Or as we called it a bit ago, right line geometry. The only geometry in reality that is provable. T-shirt logic available. Have you done a new True Level Bitch T-shirt? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, just finished that one. Just got it up on the store.
Nice.
Shout out Buster, True Level Bitch T-shirt.
Like that. That is good. World's famous Buster. World famous. I keep saying worlds. You may as well. T-shirt is coming out thick and fast. I like that. See, Paige wants one of them.
Well, 22% off till the end of the stream, Paige.
Mighty Mice is taking an angle. He's got an angle. Geometrically, he thinks he can do something. Oh, Babs, he's going to come in.
Yeah, oh, really?
Yeah. He's getting brave.
Believe that when I see it, Babs.
Yeah. He'll be asking you to go to Gems. You want to set up a thing? You want to... Were you looking for a debate as well, Babs? Sean Hawkins. I mean, we tried our hardest the other day when Mr. Sensible came round to try and work out some sort of a a debate with Right the Hand and Mr. Sensible over on Sean Hawkins' Debate Night channel. Sean Hawkins has sadly turned it down. He doesn't want to do that debate, apparently. He wants Right the Hand to pay him $100 before he will host that debate. I don't know why. It's a bit sad. Mr. Sensible. Oh, go on.
I was just about to say we could always do that debate over on Nips, and Emma could moderate. There is still chance for that debate to happen.
Be good. Yes.
We don't need Sean Hawkins for that. So the offer is still there.
Yeah. We Right the Hand. If you still were wanting to go ahead with that, we can see. I mean, we will give Sean Hawkins one more chance, just to see whether he really wants to do any debates on his channel at all. Because there's that one. Mr. Sensible was hoping, I was hoping to go over the Black Swan with Mr. Sensible, Mr. Logic, and Cheese. Hopefully we can set that one up soon, and we'll go over the Black Swan together as like a collab, and where we can all go over the points, and he can change his radius and do all of that sort of stuff. We'll just do it within the logical framework. Maybe we could get the new Logic man as well, the one that's taken over the reins of Mr. Logic and Cheese, to come and join us, and we'll do a three-way thing. We could do that over on Nips, or we could do it over here. We do it wherever. We could do it on the Debate Night channel with Sean Hawkins if he wants to get in touch with us. I mean, I know he doesn't normally talk to anybody within the community. Is he too busy playing his DayZ, I think, at the minute? But if anybody knows Sean Hawkins or can get in touch with him, Babs, if you want to do, I don't know, you were wanting to do some debates or something. Don't know, SE might be up for. Was Babs one of the ones that you were going to debate, SE? Was he? Or was that
he popped in one day when I was in Gems. So, whatever. I'm here, whatever he wants. Not a problem. He doesn't have much anyways, and all he has is like insults lately. So, I don't know what he could offer.
Yeah, for within the debate scenario, he's not really got that much.
Of course, and I'm still willing to debate. What was his name?
B-Ball.
B-Ball. That's
changed his name, hasn't he? Big E is life.
Yeah. So B-Ball, after having challenged me and then making excuses not to do the debate, maybe it's time you actually did do the debate.
Yeah, we could do it here, over at Nips, wherever he decides. Hopefully, debate night. I mean, there's a poor guy who was crying about not being part of the community. He set up a debate night, and we're trying to do our best to help him out to actually get some debates. And it seems like he's been paid by the Globe Earth community to go and play DayZ, to stop doing the debates. For reals, actually. This is a man that's seems to have been paid to not do the debates. It's a very good idea of Sean. I think that's what he's done. I think he's decided that if he changes his channel to debate night, nobody will want him to do it. So he will... Nobody wants him to actually do any debates, so they've given him some money and told him to set up a DayZ server. He'd be better off hidden away on a DayZ server. He might have another t-shirt sale there. Johnny wants a t-shirt. If you want a special one for your birthday, Johnny, he'll set it up and he'll do a design on the front, design on the back. Special birthday treat. Maybe even a bit of personalisation if you're lucky. DP does specials. Not
Just
for
let me know
everyone,
what you want.
mind, but
Just let me know what you want on it.
Chris, can you please not do that? I mean, we can't have him talking to people like that. Yeah. Thanks, Paige. That's not nice, Chris. Represent. Come on. That should be a little bit more grown up than that from now on, please.
Told you, that's all he has. Insult.
Yeah. Surely, like we're here. Like we say, and I'm trying to keep a balance in between two models, and obviously, people like Babs give a certain side a bad name. You'd never guess which side. I don't want to put sides to models or anything, so leave people to make their own minds up. We've got another one with another... The trolls are doing well. We hopefully if we get the Streamlabs sorted tomorrow, we might have a bit of a different setup for the mods and all of that within the Streamlabs. I think there's some different apps we can use. I think there's like a whiteboard type app for drawing and doing stuff. Is there anything anybody else wanted to go over? Hanging over to midnight. Is it getting late here, or is this a bit of a better time for people?
I have something to bring up, but it's not to do with the level as horizontal argument, but it does have something to do with you and professionalism. Just throwing this out there, Bev. Why the fuck aren't you a radio host?
What?
A radio host?
I don't know.
You know, a guy that just talks on the radio.
I never thought I was any good at doing that.
You are. You're
I've been
very
trained by
good.
people, haven't I? You guys have trained me to do it. Thank you. Blue, we haven't... I don't have a model. There's a globe model and a flat earth model. I just live in reality, right in the middle of those two. We've got the... See the text chat trolls have stepped up a notch again. The Rumpus and Blue Marble taking over on the next shift. Adult globe model boomer. Text chat trolls are taking over. Rumpus will do a bit of promoting for the t-shirt logic here. Watch this. DP, this is definite. Rumpus wants to sell you a few more t-shirts.
That's cool, because I'm just about to drop a link in the YouTube chat, so off you go, Rumpus. Promote away.
Well, I would just point out, t-shirt logic states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. Emphasis is on a few different words within the middle of that, but I mean, the logic stands as is. Now, Rumpus says to Blue Marble in the chat, troll on troll, addressing each other. I think this is Rumpus's first comment. And he says to Blue Marble, I don't think that Bev has even defined what he means by the plane of the horizon. Well, Rumpus, I would say it is the plane that is at the horizon. As in, i.e., the plane of the horizon. I don't know how much more of a definition it needs. I mean, we can go into the definitions of what horizontal is and how they define horizontal. But I don't think it needs my definition for that particular thing. I mean, none of this actual logic has got anything to do with my personal definitions of things. It's rather silly to be imagining that what one person, i.e. me, has got to do with the definition of something like the plane of the horizon. I certainly didn't have any definitions of anything like that. Any say in any of the definitions that are available for anybody else to look at. So I don't see why it should mean that. But thank you, I like that. A plane of Rumpus. A plane of the horizon. A very, I mean, I know you semantics and all of that, but the plane of the horizon is a very definite thing. You understand what a plane is, and you would imagine the horizon being the totality of the horizon around in a 360 degree turn round, and you would put a plane on that. I mean, you would only really need to put 3 points, 3 coplanar points on the horizon in different positions around you, and then you could cast the plane, and that would then be the plane of the horizon. It's very easy to establish a plane. I'm really finding it problematic that Rumpus, you do not know how to establish a plane. And I'm really wondering why the plane of the horizon is becoming a semantical argument to do with you. And I've seen this before. Rumpus has put if one means he's gone all. He's obviously heard Rakir and the Posh Man. If one means the plane of the horizon is the plane which contains the circle around the observer, and the plane is below the observer. A plane, so you know what a plane is. And the horizontal planes would be parallel to that. It's pretty easy to understand. Once again, T-shirt logic states, because you know how definitive T-shirt logic is. Always the final. It's not. It's up to you. You can do this on your own. It's up to you, whatever you want to imagine it. But all it does is the T-shirt logic states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's the if and the then part of it. But then we can go into the finalization of it and say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, because it's never been proved that there is a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon. Meaning, therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's very simple. Rumpus says, you don't understand, as he does. We've got another song. Rumpus, I don't understand, apparently, one, what the horizon is, and also what horizontal is. Well, luckily enough for you, Rumpus, somebody else from your side, I think, said there is no horizontal. That was Alan. Alan gave up horizontals. Yeah. So you don't have a horizontal. I do. It's a plane perpendicular to vertical. Established. Every vertical and every perpendicular to that plane, to the horizontal plane, would be vertical in reality. Provably so. Oh, Rumpus, are you trying to get sound bites or something? Rumpus quotes, right? This is Rumpus quoting. All horizontals are not parallel to the plane of the horizon. This is what Rumpus says. And he says then, you have just asserted this. I think that's what he means for me to read that out. So Rumpus, you have just asserted this, and you don't understand what the plane of the horizon is. I say all horizontals are parallel, Rumpus, because I know it's provable that they are. Rumpus, stop calling me a liar. Anybody listening in? The Rumpus, the Globe Defender hero, Rumpus says, you liar, you keep claiming horizontal is dependent on the horizon. No, I don't, Rumpus. We just state that there is some t-shirt logic that states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. They're not dependent on the horizon. The horizon is the horizon. A horizontal is a horizontal. It just so happens that they are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That might be because the plane of the horizon is the true horizon over water, would be a horizontal plane established like by the water again. So that may be why they're similar, the same, and in the same plane. That's maybe why all horizontals are parallel. So, Rumpus, I mean, it is geometrically provable. Only geometrically, well, just logically provable and geometrically provable and practically provable in reality. So that's what we've got, Rumpus. We've got a logical proof, geometric proof, and a practical proof in reality to match with you. And you've got a chance to ask me for a definition. This is a really bad showing for globe Earth. Flat Earth here aren't doing much better, but globe Earth tonight with the text chat trolls. They're probably, globe Earth is probably winning text chat trolls. But the Flat Earth, Chris, Berry and Travis, at least they came in to have a conversation with us. Rumpus, I know you keep saying that. Just find us a definition of horizontal somewhere. Go on, find us the surveying definition of horizontal. And then we'll be fine. In one of your books. Rumpus, just check one of your surveying books for the horizontal definition, please. Providing you can't do that, give us the definition of a horizontal from Merriam-Webster or something like that.
Why is Rumpus so triggered? What's up, Rumpus?
It's DP and his t-shirt logic.
Perhaps if we send them a t-shirt on the house. Paige. Paige is offering to buy him one. There it is.
Well, we could sort of go down to the Bedford Canal and sort of put it over there while he... Well, we could stand far enough away from it. He might come and get it then.
Well, you wouldn't want to be tackled by him. Apparently it took 3 rugby players to take him down in college. Or was it high school? I forget.
Kindergarten.
Somebody say kindergarten?
Oh my God.
It's nice to know that Rumpus doesn't even have to be in the server and have me muted for me to trigger him.
other people buying T-shirts is
Triggers
definitely
rumpus.
enough to trigger rumpus, yeah.
But I'd just like to report there's been another sale.
Oh, very
in the
nice. Just
store.
think of all of those people that will see those T-shirts, rumpus. Just think of them. Just think of all of those conversations that you won't be there to shout at people that tell them that they're morons while they're having that conversation about horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. It must be bad.
It's funny that sale happened just as Rumpus came into the YouTube chat, so maybe it was Rumpus that bought one.
Yeah. I can see why he would. He just needs to study it. It's better than writing it down, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Bevy. What's his name? Can't remember.
Beddy.
Should Beddy, that's it. Should be buying himself one to so it is written down for him.
Uh-huh. Well, I think he lives around there. I mean, like, the next time they go to Bedford Canal, when Rumpus goes to do his test, and we can go down there again, you know, when we go to do some more pictures of getting the sluice gate. I really want a nice zoom shot, a proper one.
Because we will be going back.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So when we go there, we might be able to see if Beddy wants to come and have a look at through an auto level and the cameras to show what it looks like.
And hopefully the Rumpus and Farmer's Toy will resist the temptation to go into a certain Discord server and threaten to chop us up with machetes and chuck us in the...
I don't think Beddy would be so violent like that, you know. Like,
No.
I think Beddy would definitely be able to control himself and not go into a rage and have to run away for fear of raging like a lunatic. I can just imagine him, actually. I can imagine now. It would have been pretty embarrassing watching Rumpus do a live Rumpus out, like whilst being all of those cameras there. I can see why he moved away. Beddy is gonna. Oh, so you did have that talk then?
Beddy is gonna. I'm not watching the YouTube.
Beddy
What's
said,
Beddy?
Rumpus has said Beddy is going to participate in Wrecked if he can.
Oh,
That's Wrecked meaning straight, isn't it, Rumpus? Beddy is going to participate in Wrecked if he can.
If he can.
Yeah.
If Rumpus ever does the test. Is probably what he means by that.
Who wouldn't want to be in on it? Right? You're going to have Robotham, that's not known around those parts anyway. Wallace, Uzi, that's what they said when we asked anybody. And then Rumpus. And everyone will not know who Rumpus is either. So he can join that illustrious list of people that are only known in this particular arena where we are at the minute. And Rumpus you're already known in it, Rumpus. In fact, I'm willing to bet that most of the people that are in this arena that we're in know more about you than they do about Robotham or Wallace. And the test that they did. Which was looking for the hump, actually, which it is. It's hump day. And the, I think I'm going to get the, we did have a new Where's Wally meme, and I used it today for the, Wally's getting good at making these memes and stuff, isn't he?
Definitely not.
Well, I mean, the actual subject matter he's
ridiculous.
well, yeah. I mean, look here. I don't know. This is the. He did this meme, and he did put red tube test, and that is the thing he was saying. You know, when we went over Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly on the bridge and going over the bridge, and just as they were setting it up, Jesse Kozlowski put the thing on the roof of his car, and then he put that stick, and then Mikey from the Bayou had these surveying pole with the plumbing level on top of it, and Jesse made a wisecrack about Bob the science guy not having his level with the bubble in it. Well, Wally told us that was something to do with the red tube test, and that's what this meme is. He's got red tube test. So no doubt Wally said he'd come and have a chat with us one day about why Jesse Kozlowski was laughing at Bob the science guy for not making his level in the red tube test. And it looks like the red tube test is some sort of a geometric thing. Have you ever heard of it? Has anyone ever heard of the red tube test?
I heard it yesterday for the first time.
From Where's Wally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But before that, obviously, it was something to do that just had happened as Jesse Kozlowski was driving over the bridge for Soundly and Walter, when Walter made his model for Jesse using some numbers with a straight line, and he made that big bendy bridge. And Where's Wally was saying something about the fact that that wasn't to scale the bend in the bridge. He'd messed about with all of this stuff or something. So that 28 meters, it appears, from what Wally was saying, from what I heard anyway, that they were all out of scale. So that 28.5 meters can't really be trusted now. Not that it could be anyway, because it's impossible. But Where's Wally has casted a bit of doubt on Jesse's and Walter's scaling issues of the bridge. He said it wasn't correct.
True.
Yeah, I know. But was it Hoymar was putting it on a vertical plane?
Are they getting ready to ditch Jesse and Soundly?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Hoymar's come back in to do that. Hopefully they're going to be coming back to do the
planing.
Yeah, look. Level Bastard's asking Rumpus. He was saying that Rumpus needed a few more men. He needs about 8 people, I think. That's what he said. We did it with 4-hour test. But obviously we'll get some more. I mean, it could have been done with 2 of us, really, but my lads come along for the ride.
Yeah, but you're not Rumpus. Rumpus needs an entourage.
Yeah, Rumpus has got some big poles to stick up in the air. I mean, when you see how big those poles are going to have to be, I mean, it is. He's going to need a few people to get that pole back up there. I'm telling you.
I think it's very brave of the Rumpus getting the local press involved.
Yeah. Well, actually, Level Bastard, if you want to go there, we do have a on the level annual meeting of the home of the level over there at the thing. We go to the pub and have dinner at the pub. Go to the bridge go to the other bridges at the other end and get our cameras out and just have a look down of it. Get nostalgic. We might even get dressed up with hats and stuff on for next time. That'd be good, wouldn't
we
it?
can
For a laugh.
definitely have on the level day out T-shirts.
Yeah. With hats. Who can have the tallest hat? Because that'd be you'd be the boss. You've got to get there with the big hat, and whoever has the biggest hat can be the spokesperson for everybody for the day.
Well, I'm heading down to Texas. I'm gonna get me one of them gallon hats.
Just a 1 gallon hat?
Is there more? I don't know. How many? How does it work?
I don't know. I think they colloquially call them 10 gallon hats.
Really?
I was thinking exactly the same thing. That would be a small hat if it was just a 1 gallon hat.
Okay, I'll take the biggest one.
Yeah, see, Rumpus is asking him. He does say, if you are a decent character, I would consider it. Rumpus, I just warn you, level bastard, Rumpus had to run away from, when I say run away, he couldn't come anywhere near us when we went there, because we were on the bridge with the pictures and the auto level and all of that, but Rumpus couldn't come anywhere near us because he would, he said he feared that he would go into some sort of an uncontrollable rage and start damaging people. So he didn't come over to have a look at the cameras or anything like that because...
or even look through an auto level for the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah, to see what it looks like through an auto level from the bridge.
Man, imagine Rumpus losing all control. It'd be like the bullshit in the China shop.
He didn't even think that Farmer's Boy could hold him back.
Yeah, Farmer's toy.
Didn't even trust it with Farmer's Boy there holding his hand.
3 rugby players. What's Farmers gonna do? One guy.
And that's not even to mention that Rumpus's mate introduced himself as, what was it? The enemy.
Yeah.
We don't have any enemies in
Cambridge
this.
Skeptic Society assumes that he was our enemy. Strange thing, I don't know what Rumpus had been telling him. Really strange.
Rumpus, you didn't hire a bodyguard or anything like that.
Very strange.
He would have had to hire him for you.
And this guy that introduced himself...
When he loses control. Yeah.
Yeah, his bodyguards hold him back.
This guy that introduced himself as the enemy, didn't he have a very cordial 20-minute or so conversation with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed he did. Yeah.
Yeah, he told us about all of the stuff that he hadn't really seen Rumpus doing.
It was, we're going to do this, maybe we'll do that. And we've had ideas for doing something else.
Yeah. And somebody somewhere will have a P1000 or something, you know.
And still nothing's been done.
Yeah. I can remember when he was looking through, I think he was looking through Spot On's camera. And Spot On showed him what it looked like and asked him, had he seen anything like that? And he said no. He said he'd never seen anything like that before. They got some pictures of the close pole or something, but I mean, they weren't very good. But Rumpus apparently is doing his. He's preparing a slideshow, and he's been telling people he's got some videos ready to be coming out soon. So I don't know whether he wants to put them out as an exclusive on his channel, or whether he wants to try and put them out somewhere. I don't know where he would go nowadays. Where do you reckon? Do you reckon? I think he might go to Jose? Do you reckon they'd be keen on hearing about Rumpus's testing at Jose's? Or maybe at Geo's?
Oh, you can go to Geo's, you can go to Blues. He has options.
Bob's? He could go to Bob's.
You can go to Bob's, yeah.
Well, he might have been smoozing with Betty to get a slot over there. Well, we're looking forward to it anyway, Rumpus. And we will be going down there as well. I told him about the benchmarks and all of that in the berm all the way across the top the other day. That's another conversation that we've got to put. I've got loads of videos, you know.
You can go to this channel called Try Thinking.
Anyway, back to Wally's meme that he did. I was just commenting to Wally in this thing here about Palindrome Mans, and that people over there are actually doxing me on his Discord server. And Wally decided to reply, "Here's the idea, guess how this turns out." I don't know why. It not really of a reply about how people are doxing me over at Bob the Science Guy's Discord server. But I mean, he puts this meme where this is something to do with RedTube. Like I say, the proof of, or whatever, some test where Jesse was taking the piss out of Bob for not getting his level, but Wally's going to tell us. But it's something to do with the I think this is, what's it called? Is it Didetic, or is this Robotham? But it's got the hump. It's got this RedTube test has got something to do with the hump. Here's the hump, and then this looks like it's level.
But isn't he going for the drop? The drop?
Rumpus is, yeah. So, where's Wally? Kindly, Rumpus. I mean, he's pointing out that there's a hump there, but you're looking for the drop, not the hump, Rumpus. So when Wally goes over this RedTube that Bob the Science Guy, which I've never even heard of up until now, well, yesterday, like SE said, whereas Wally brought up the fact that when Jesse Kozlowski was laughing at Bob for not getting his level, it's to do with this RedTube test, and I'm going to be having to look into it. Wonder if Bob's got any videos on it. Has anyone ever heard of the RedTube test that was apparently going on with Bob the Science Guy at about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, with the Jesse Kozlowski, when Jesse Kozlowski drove over Rakir's bridge and pretended after he gave Walter the data that there was a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Have we not got any? I see Bob the Science Guy isn't in the text trolling today. Maybe
my buddy Sean G is not gonna like that.
Yeah, maybe he may be when he's watching. I mean, that would be good, wouldn't it? If Bob the Science Guy did a test that was looking for the hump, whereas Rumpus has got in with George Nutsack and they're looking for the drop. Fantastic. As I said when Rumpus did his test for the first time, I said it was a bit a brilliant idea because Rowbotham and Wallace had already done the hump. And Rumpus was obviously looking for this new thing, like Ranty going up the hill. He's looking for the drop as well. No hump, just a drop.
Won't the hump be in his way whilst he's looking for the drop? I presume he's going to be on one end of the canal.
No, Rumpus is in the middle.
How far away is he going to be?
He's going to be in the middle.
Oh, he's going to be in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's the exact, but I mean, he's looking for the drop from the position he's at. Not.
Yeah, but what distance? Because I think he has an end point, no?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to. We know so little about what Rumpus is planning to do because Rumpus has told us so little.
How about some details there, Rumpus?
We'll be getting it. He has said. Uh-oh. He says, McToons, Fight the Flat Earth, and Conspiracy Cats have already agreed to do specials on his straight meaning.
Okay, so he has an outlet already. All right.
Yeah. That'll be good. Hopefully we'll be there to I'd say advise, but sort of document. How about that? That sounds good, doesn't it? We could document it. It's historic.
Well, this will go down in history if
historic. Yeah.
If he shows a drop, it's going to go down in history. Rowbotham and the Rumpus.
Yeah, a measured drop of the water level whilst being level.
Historic event.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone will be wanting to know how Rumpus has done it.
Okay, the Rumpus says we're going to be getting detailed info.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff, Rumpus.
Videos. Oh, and a website.
Yeah, well,
no
we got a taste of it the other
you've got
day.
a website.
Yeah.
Too. I hope he can sort us out some George paint drawings within your thing. I hope you're leaving a few spaces for George and the paint drawings. I've got a gif that George did. I'll try and find it. Here we go. There we go. This is George's one of George's drawings to show how he's in the planning stages of but I mean, we've got all of these type of, if anybody needs any of the background information of the geometry and the surveying methods that Rumpus will be employing, we have had many discussions with Rumpus's advisor on the surveying part of this. It would be the nutsack, George.
The George?
Yeah. RBD face. All of that is all of the methods that you'll ever need in order to measure the drop of the water level across a distance. All been precisely measured out. RBD face. And you can see where Rumpus gets his surveying skills from. George will have told him everything he knows. I'm sure he won't have missed anything. So Rumpus will be one of the most highly trained globe surveyors there are. And who else would you want to trust for measuring the drop of the water level over distance but Rumpus? Do you know how Rumpus is measuring the drop of the water level over distance?
Visually?
He's putting a big stick in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Waving a big bendy pole. And yeah, have we got... I'll see if I can find a picture of Rumpus's pole.
I'm sure he'll be able to, being the professional that he is, write his paper and present it to the local university after it's done. Or maybe the news will do it for him. It'll be such an event. Have the local professors comment on it.
Bev, you've been to the Bedford levels. What's the distance between the sluice gates? Is it 8 kilometres or something?
I think it's 6 miles in between those sluice gates.
Right, okay.
6.1.
Because I did hear a figure of 8 kilometres from somewhere, and that's only 5 miles. So I just want a clarification on that.
I've got this.
I'll look it up myself.
What I want to know is, how is he going to avoid the hump while he's looking for the drop?
Only Rumpus can answer that question. Well, I mean, like, he is putting a stick up in the air. He's got a big bendy pole that he puts in the air.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So that's how Rumpus is he's planning on doing it. That's how Rumpus chooses to show the drop of the water, by putting a pole in the air.
So level water in a canal from one point where he's at to another point is going to show a drop. It's going to be history in the making.
Oh, I've got a few. These are really old ones. And Rumpus here that he was talking to Sleeping Warrior at the time, so it must have been ages ago. And he says Euclid does not define an exclusive definition of perpendicular. Definition 10, book 1, is where they say is called perpendicular. I mean, that's the way it ends definition 10 of perpendicular. So I don't know whose Rumpus thinks he is of geometry, but talking about the geometry of this thing.
He's gonna explain the geometry of drop in this video.
The geometry of drop. Nice. That sounds good. He doesn't think Euclid defines perpendicular though, so I'm not too sure.
You never know. You could have missed something.
It says when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles if it makes the adjacent angles equal to each other, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. So that's definitely describing one of the lines in the relationship to the other as perpendicular. But Rumpus says Euclid does not define an exclusive definition of perpendicular. Well, that would mean right angles to it.
I think he's just trying to get you to do his homework for him.
Well,
hey, we're joined by Flat Earth Math.
Quite a bit ago.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry if my mic was on that whole time. Hello, folks. I just popped in just to say hi, and also I heard you talk about Bedford level, so it's an interesting little experiment.
It's not really an experiment, is it?
No,
or
no, no.
Class
It's
it
an
as
observation.
an experiment. Yeah.
It's an observation.
Yeah. Well, I call it a test, but an experiment would take it into the scientific means, wouldn't it?
Yeah, people use the word loosely. I mean, I use the word loosely on my channel, so.
And so
you know,
when you say you've studied it.
yeah, I was really curious as to what happened with was it Wallace, and when what they actually did with the surveying. I guess what we would call a surveyor's transit, with it was a telescope with a leveling mechanism, so they would give a hairline, and what people don't understand is that there's different places where they can aim the telescope. If you aim the telescope, quote unquote, level using the leveling hairline cursor, then everything in the far distance was below level. So, but then you could also point the telescope down.
Yeah, but you don't level it using the crosshairs.
Well, yeah, there's two ways of doing it. You could just use it as a telescope and ignore the crosshairs, or you can use it as a level. And they did it both ways.
Okay.
And the interesting thing is that they actually took the telescope, the whatever they call the instrument, I'll call it a telescope, and they carried it 6 miles to the other side, and they made observations from both ends.
Yeah.
You know, there's little drawings. I mean, if you Google it, you can find the little drawings, and the drawings are upside down because the telescope did not have correcting optics. Like if you just look through a straight telescope, it's gonna make, it's going to reverse up and down just because of the optics. And so when they made the sketch, they're literally drawing what they saw in the viewfinder, which is the world upside down.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty fascinating goal.
That's the way telescopes work. upside down.
Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't have any corrective optics.
It's not the way. Yeah, it's not the way theodolites or auto levels work.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
So
it's also pretty easy to fix an upside down picture.
Well, yeah, but these are just drawings. These are just drawings that were done upside
even they
down.
just turn it the other way. You just spin it.
They could have done. Yeah, but they didn't.
Yeah.
But when they did those drawings, did they have a hump or a drop? Like, where was the center one in relation to the other two?
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing. Is it when they shot the telescope level, with a crosshair, both the halfway point and the distance, like there was something at the 3 mile part, like it was like a pole with a circular disc, and the far target, which was like a banner with a black horizontal rectangle. Both of those things were below the hairline level. That would indicate the drop. Now, the second question was, where's the hump? Well, when they tilted the telescope down, I mean, you really don't need to tilt it down, but if you tilt it down so that you're now pointing at the far banner, the black rectangle banner that was hanging on the 6 Mile Bridge, and the disc, which was at the halfway point, was slightly above the eye line between the telescope and the far. So that illustrates the hump, and that was only like 4 feet. Like 6 feet was predicted, but it was like 4 feet up.
So there was a hump.
Yeah. So you could see it both ways. You could see the drop when you shoot level, or when you do an eye line to the far target, you see the hump, the disc being slightly above your eye line.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
What are you smoking?
Yeah. Like, you've seen this in drawings.
Yeah, I've read the account, and the thing is, obviously it's a historical account that possibly is corrupted. Maybe they made up the whole thing, but I've seen the drawings and I read the account, and I just wanted to share.
I've got one
that,
question for you, Charles. Charles,
Sir.
I've got one question for you. Have you ever done anything approaching this, what you have just explained?
No.
Yourself.
I have never had any access to any surveying equipment. All the observations.
Okay,
I've done has been
so basically you're relaying a story.
Yeah, but it's an interesting story that some people misunderstand pieces of, and like I said, you're welcome to not believe it. But like the part about the hump versus the drop, they literally did both, or
Well,
again.
I'm glad
not
it's bedtime here, because I have enjoyed your bedtime story.
Okay, that's great.
I wanted to come in and say hi, Charles.
Hello. I appreciate the hospitality.
Right, well, do you know that we have been there?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's much overgrown since it was, in the old days, and so it's really hard to get a straight, shot. Like, I don't know, like those I don't know what they called, some aquatic plant, those weeds and stuff on the sides. It's no longer a nice clean. Like, for example, it's no longer used for it was built as a canal, right? It's no longer used as a canal. Right now it's just a piece of standing water. So it's really tough to get a straight shot.
Nah.
I mean, I hope you understand my point, that back when with the quote unquote demonstration or test, as it were, when that was done, that was an actual navigable canal that was used by canal boats. So the thing was completely free of weeds and debris.
Yeah, the weeds and all of that won't alter the water level.
No. It won't alter the water level, but it does, like how the weeds are kind of encroaching in on the sides. It just makes it difficult to get a nice straight shot. I mean, it is possible, but it just makes things more hard.
Yeah.
I think you're misinformed as well, Charles, because there is a canal that actually runs parallel with this drainage ditch.
Okay. Is it Is it a
Old
6
river.
mile straight path?
The canal is one side, and the drainage ditch, which is where the observations will be made, is, I don't know,
Okay.
about 50, 60 foot
Yeah,
to one side of the canal.
I don't know whether he's aware of Rumpus, like, because he's talking about the old one. What is it that you're saying, that the difference between what it was and what it is now? Because you realise that it's still got water in it.
Yeah, no. All I'm saying is that you may have trouble with your sight lines. Is all I'm saying.
We don't. Have a look in the live chat. I mean, it's not us. It's not us. It's not us that are doing the test, but we've been there to go and have a look at it. Like we were saying, when Rumpus ran away, we were on the bridge filming the thing that's in there now, and you can see the bridge and the sluice gate 6 miles away quite easily. We've got equipment that can do that sort of stuff quite easily nowadays. Like, we're better. It's not even upside down. We don't even have to get anybody to make a drawing of it.
Yeah, you just take a photograph.
Yeah, we can take video of it actually.
But the thing that I think is so fascinating about the Bedford level test is that it wasn't just, does the boat go, disappear over the horizon or whatever. They put the post at the halfway point, and I really hope that if I don't know anything about the new test they're gonna do. This is the first I'm hearing about it, but it would be great if they could actually duplicate, a post or a pole or something at the halfway point, measured exactly the right, exactly above the water as the endpoints.
No, Rumpus is doing poles at the side, and he's putting them up in the air.
Okay.
At the side, on the bank at the side, he's not really doing anything with the water, I don't think.
Yeah, well, as long as they're measured, from the water level, so that
I don't know.
Those
You'll have
posts
to
are
ask.
all.
I'm not so sure whether he's doing that or not either.
Yeah, having that halfway point is so critical.
That's where you would envision the hump to be, I would imagine, Charles?
Yes, the Sagitta, yes.
Okay. And how high would you say it would be, like the halfway point? Let's say 6 miles.
Yeah, so the math is 2 inches per mile squared for the hump height. So if it's just off the top of my head, so if it's 6 miles, that would be 36.
2 inches per mile squared.
Yes, that's for the hump height.
For the hump height.
Yes. So 6 squared is 36, times 2 is 72. 72 inches, that's 6 feet. So now refraction, you're going to lose a little bit. So, like I said, when they did the Bedford level, it
hump in the middle.
It was about 4 feet.
So you would envision a 6 foot hump in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay, interesting.
But refraction is going to take some of that away. Refraction makes far things appear higher than they are. So, like I said, 4 feet, a 4 foot hump would be great. That's what the drawings showed. See, the thing about those drawings is that disc had a known diameter, like, I don't know if it was a 1 foot diameter. So when they sketched the little drawing through the telescope, you could see how much higher that disc was from your sight line. You could just sort of mentally say, oh, it's like 4 discs up or something. So you can kind of guesstimate how high that disc was, and like I said, it was about 4 feet according to their drawings.
Right. So if I was to tell you somebody would be looking for a drop here, what would you say? Would you say that's possible?
Yeah, drop is a lot harder because you're shooting an imaginary horizontal line that, like, you can't like measure something from, because what you're doing is you're looking at something that's 6 miles away, and it's below your quote unquote eye line. It's below your level, your level line, because your level line is an imaginary
the horizontal.
A horizontal from where you stand, from where your instrument is.
Yeah, he's supposedly, Rumpus I'm talking about now, is supposedly meant to be getting an auto level, although he's never looked at it. So is that what you were imagining as the level would be the crosshairs of an auto level?
Yes. And I've never put my hands on one, so it's like I'm not speaking from experience. So you're welcome to discount what I'm saying, but my understanding is that the telescopes is really it's the limiting factor. I think the auto levels I was looking at were like 32 times magnification, which isn't that great for something 6 miles away.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Very true.
Mike? And just
But Rumpus has only got a 24 times scope. I think that's what he said he's got.
Yeah.
So that's not even 32, right?
Yeah, which is not that great. I mean, 6 miles is a long distance.
And he's never looked. He's never looked through it either.
Hello?
So he doesn't know what he's going to expect.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, hang on. I'll be back.
Okay. So it's interesting that.
How about now?
Math. Check your DMs. Rumpus is making sure you're not going to say anything that you shouldn't be saying.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm currently reading the telegrams from my minders.
He's calling you Jesus, so it must be important. Is he when he's typing it? He's typing Jesus, so that means you shouldn't be saying something, and he sent you a DM. So
the thing is, I have no idea how. Well, I have 1% idea how Discord works. So just for me to get on the mic.
Yeah, I think Rumpus doesn't want you to say something. So go ahead, Rob, and while Flat Earth Math is trying to find
Can I just
DM.
ask about optical compression at a distance? How much do we factor that in to these long distance observations?
Well, optical compression, that term, as I understand it, refers to what you'd call z-axis compression, meaning draw a line from your eye to a far target. That's your z-axis, and the optical compression causes things to appear to be squashed on that z-axis.
Yeah, that's vertical attenuation.
No geometry involved in that.
Yeah, can I just ask though, Rob, you've just asked Flat Earth Math that question. Flat Earth Math, are you an optics expert?
No, but I'm a photographer. I used to be a photojournalist.
Okay.
And when you use a zoom, just for a second. When you use a zoom lens, when you zoom into something that is really far away, like a car, if you zoom into a car, that car looks like it's been put into a compactor. Like it looks almost cartoonishly flat. Because something at a far distance, you lose all sense of perspective.
What's causing that compression, sir?
Sorry?
What is the cause of that compression?
Because the sight lines to the car are nearly parallel. And so it causes, especially if the car is at an angle, if you zoom in on a patch of street where the cars are driving on a diagonal street, the cars literally look like they're skating sideways, because you lose all perspective. All the lines appear to be parallel. So it's almost like you have an orthographic view of it. And so that's not the way the human eye works, because normally we look at things and we have perspective, we have depth perception. But when you're looking through a telescope or a really super zoom lens, it squashes the z-axis and it makes things look almost cartoonish.
Yeah, because you know that a single lens has no depth perception, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you just close one eye, you don't have depth perception, but you still have perspective. You still can see things that are closer to you are bigger, things that are further away are smaller. But if you're looking at something that is a mile away, you could have things that are 50 feet apart and they look like they're right next to each other.
So what you're saying is, when you're looking at this image, and you know it's compacted, therefore it's not a real image, it's what you can see, but it's not a true image. So therefore, how can you determine anything from that image.
No, so that's a misunderstanding. It is a true image. It's just that it's a zoomed in. For example, if you took a camera with a wide angle lens and you snapped a photo, then you
stay away from wide angle lenses. No, stay away from wide angle lenses.
Let me finish. Let me finish. If you had a let's say the P900 or the P1000 with a zoom, so you snap a photo with the wide angle setting, and the target is in the dead center of your frame. You zoom in a little bit, take another picture. Zoom in a little bit, take another picture. When you get to the full zoom, and if you look at that little teeny postage stamp size picture and compare it to your original, you'll see it matches it perfectly, like pixel for pixel. So that zoomed in image is a true image.
How can it match? You say it's compacted.
Because when you're looking at a wide angle photo, you're not examining with a microscope what a car looks like in the middle of the frame.
Through a telescope, are you looking at a wide angle?
Mile away.
When you're looking through a telescope, are you looking at a wide angle lens?
No, but what I'm saying is that the telescope simply is a subset. It's simply a sample of what the wide angle lens is capturing. The wide angle lens doesn't look visually compacted because you don't. If you take a wide angle picture of something, you're not looking carefully at something a half mile away, right? But if you did, that would be visually, or it would be compacted. It would be the depth would be compacted.
Is a telescope a wide angle lens?
No. A telescope is simply a subset of what a wide angle lens would see.
So why are you trying to do the comparison then?
All I'm saying is the concept of a telephoto lens, or
not the concept. Why are you comparing a telescope to a wide angle lens?
The question that was posed to me, as I understood it, was it's distorting reality, or it's not showing reality. This telephoto image with this compaction, this depth compaction, and my argument is no, it is reflecting real life. There's no distortion whatsoever, because if you were to take a wide angle photo of that same spot,
we're not taking a wide angle. We're not taking a wide angle lens. We're looking through a telescope.
Yes.
Forget about the wide angled lens.
No, but the point that I'm trying to make. All right, then
the point you're trying to make is distraction, aren't you?
Are you familiar with?
You said it. You said it flattened it first, Matt. That you said that.
Yeah. No, because you're zoomed in. But you'll see the exact flattening in any other lens. It's just that nobody holds.
It comes on a picture. It's a 2D picture once you've finished it. I mean, like, how flat do you want? That's what a camera does. It puts it on an image that's 2D.
No, we're not talking about that kind of flattening.
How can you zoom in?
Is there any other kind of flat?
So if you're standing next to a car,
how can you zoom in on a telescope? Excuse me. How can you zoom in on a telescope?
So let me finish the thought, and I'll answer your question. If you're standing next to a car and you snap a photo, and you snap a photo of it, the front of the car is going to look bigger than the back of the car, and the car is going to look like a normal car, because obviously
can you see the back of the car from the front of the car?
Is 12 feet away from you. The front of the car is right next to you, so the back of the car looks smaller. So you say, oh, yeah, it's in perspective. Okay? But if you take a photo of that exact same car from 100 yards away, you're going to get this visual compaction effect where the car won't look like it's in perspective anymore. It'll look flatter. Same car, but you're.
Can you see the back of the car when you're standing in front of the car, Matt?
I'm talking about something with windows, like a sedan, where you can kind of see the back hood through the glass.
But you can see through the car, but you can't see the back of the car.
No. I'm talking about standing such that you're looking through the windshield and you could see through the back window and you could see the trunk. You're standing literally next to the car and maybe in front of the one of the headlights. Okay? Clearly,
so
the back
you won't
of the car
be
is
able to
smaller.
see the back of the car from standing in front of the car, Matt, is what you're trying to say.
Oh.
Yeah, Matthew, you want to check out what Rumpus is saying. He's saying you've got the IQ of a root vegetable. He's always saying stuff like that, but don't worry about it.
Before we get off of this perspective and refraction stuff, I've just got a quick question for you, Matt. You were saying about optical compression works in the vertical plane.
No.
Do you think it's possible to get compression or even stretching in the horizontal plane due to optical effects?
Well, there's refraction that can change the height of things. Like, you've all seen
Is
the
that what I
refraction
asked you? We're all well aware of that, but that is not the question I asked you.
Okay, so
I'm talking about the horizontal plane.
So when you say horizontal plane, you mean like the plane that would be parallel to the surface of water? Is that what you mean, Matt?
How many horizontal planes do you?
I'm asking
No,
for
well-
clarification, so try to treat the question.
I am talking about. I'm trying to clarify what you're talking about. I am talking about the vertical plane that is perpendicular to the horizontal plane that you have stated optical compression is observed in.
Right. So the vertical plane, is that between you and the object, or is it at a plane like you're looking at a movie theater screen?
Oh my goodness, Math!
is it-
How difficult do you want to make this?
Oh, okay. So the thing is, words can mean various things. There are several vertical planes. There's the XY plane, then there's the YZ plane, and I'm trying to figure out which you're talking about.
Ad homing.
The XY plane is a horizontal plane, isn't it?
No,
Yes, it is. The XY is a
plane
horizontal.
is the horizontal plane. But just
What
just
you
so
have?
we're all
You
on the
have?
same page.
Sorry, you have an XZ on the floor, do you?
No, just so we're all in the same. And
Yeah,
the
that's
thing
what
is,
we're
I
trying to
always try
suss out right now, Math, that we are on the same plane, right? So X and Y we have as the horizontal, and we have Z as the vertical height from that horizontal plane, the XY.
Okay,
Is that what you're talking about?
That's not what I'm talking about. So if you were like looking down at the floor and you were to have a sheet of graph paper, you have the X and Y plane is on the floor.
Yes.
And the
that's
Z
what
is
we
coming
said.
out of the floor.
Upwards as a vertical from the XY plane. So the XY plane is the horizontal plane and the Z is the vertical.
Okay. All I'm trying to say, and the thing is...
Math, can we get a clarification on that? The XY plane is the horizontal and the Z is perpendicular to the XY plane.
I understand what you are saying,
Yes,
but that's not the
that's
standard
not what you
that
say.
most people
Okay.
use.
What?
They talk
Please
about X, Y, and Z.
explain what your plane is. Please.
Well, no. The thing is, you
Math,
define
please.
X, Y, and Z.
Well, I've just defined ours. XY, horizontal plane.
Yes, I get
Z
that.
is perpendicular. Now, please, you describe yours that you are talking about, please.
Okay, which is the standard that everyone else uses. XY is like your computer monitor. X is across the bottom of the monitor. Y is up the left-hand side of the monitor. And then Z is coming out of the monitor towards your face. Okay, normally that's the way it's done because XY is normally on a sheet of paper that you're looking at a piece of paper. It's fine to define X, Y, and Z in other ways. And so I just wanted clarification when you said horizontal plane. I just wanted clarification what you meant. Or specifically when the guy said vertical plane. There's multiple vertical planes. Yes, sir.
Was I taking a picture of a computer screen? No.
I'm just trying to.
I was
the
out
thing is,
outside
we're using words
taking
to try
a
to
picture.
communicate.
Well, Matt, I wasn't talking about taking a picture of a computer screen, was I?
Okay. So when I'm trying to clarify,
I'm bored
and
of
you
your
try to make
obfuscation.
a point,
Can you please answer the question? Is optical compression... Oh, can you get optical compression in the horizontal plane?
I would say no. I would say optical compression is only along the axis between your eye and a far target, whatever you call that axis. I call it Z. It sounds like you guys are calling it Y.
Okay, so you are saying that you could never get optical compression, and by default, I would say that you are also saying that stretching is not possible in the horizontal plane when you are dealing with optics and taking photographs and
so
refraction is involved.
Right. So as long as we're not talking about mirage effects, right? You're not talking about mirage effects. You're just talking about something with straight optics. Just to clarify, is that right?
Why are you obfuscating?
Well, I'm talking about refraction.
Okay. Oh, so now if we're talking about refraction, you can
How
get mirage
refraction
effects that can
affects
change
the
the height of
horizontal
things, not the
plane.
width. Right?
Okay, so what you are saying, it is not possible for things to be optically moved, shall we say, from their true position in the horizontal plane.
So as long as as long as I understand you, all I'm saying is height, whatever you want to call height. I think you were if Bev
Is height on the
That's
horizontal
on the
plane,
Z.
Math?
So I'm really trying to understand what it is that you're asking, so that when I give you your answer.
Excuse me, can I just stop you here? Can I ask everybody else in the room, are you having problem understanding what I'm trying to communicate to Math?
Absolutely not.
No, not at all. He's obfuscating.
But when you say compression in a horizontal plane, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what a horizontal plane is?
So the plane that is parallel to, say, a surface of flat water.
Did you say you don't know what a horizontal plane is?
Did you hear what I just asked? Is it the plane that is parallel to the surface
to
of
the
flat water?
horizon? Let's say the plane that is parallel to the horizon.
Okay. So when you say compression in the horizontal plane, not left to right. You're not going to get compression left to right. You are going to get compression up and down, which is why it was
on the
important that we
vertical
talk
then,
about
right?
axes. So refraction effects can change the height, the visual height
The
of
vertical.
Things. I don't like to use the word plane because it's really on an axis. It's on the vertical axis. So Bev was
So
saying
it's
that's
not on the
z-axis.
horizontal then. All he's asking is there compression in the horizontal? And you should just be able to say, quite simply, no, only in the vertical. That's very simple. Like, what's all of the obfuscation for, Math?
No, it's not obfuscation if I'm asking for clarification. So that's a
Well, he said horizontal, and you should just be able to say no, it's vertical. Or is there Math? Is there compression in the horizontal?
I don't understand that question.
Oh.
Okay. So that's why I just
gone through it all. You still don't understand. You're kidding
But
me.
that's
Dude,
why-
this is silly.
That's
horizontal. You know what orientation horizontal is. If you want to call it front to back, fine. They're asking, does it happen front to back in that horizontal plane?
So front to back is optical compression. Up to bottom can be due to refraction. Left to right does not happen.
In the horizontal plane.
I lost you?
The left to right compression and thereby stretching doesn't happen.
I've never seen it.
Okay. Was that so difficult? No.
It was. That's why I try to clarify. And when someone says horizontal plane, you just don't really understand what that means. That's why I talk about in terms of axes. If all three of us, or
you don't
all of us
understand what a horizontal
understand
plane
axes.
is, Math. You don't understand what a horizontal plane is.
I understand what a horizontal
Why
plane is.
are you
I don't
here?
I don't understand what compression in a horizontal plane means if that compression can only happen front to back optically, up to bottom due to refraction, and left to right never. So that's all I'm saying. Compression happens on axes. It doesn't happen in planes. That's why I didn't understand the question.
Okay, so would you be surprised to say if I told you... Well, no, I won't even go there.
No.
No.
Oh, but if I could just take a step back for a second. One of the biggest problems between globe Earth folks and flat Earth folks...
Leave your model at the door. Leave your model at the door.
Yeah, let him... He's talking about the two models. We're not bothered about the models. We're just bothered about reality, so...
Right, but could I
Okay, yeah, carry on talking about the models, yeah?
No, I'm not talking
Please
about the model.
finish.
I'm talking about one of the biggest problems in communication between these groups is when people use the same words, but one person is imagining the word meaning one thing and the other person is a different definition. And so the two people are talking past each other. And that's why I really tried it for clarification. That's why it was a little frustrating.
Math.
My attempts at clarification were labeled obfuscation. So
That is why I stopped you mid-sentence and asked everybody else in the room if they were following along with what I was saying and if they understood and I was being clear with what I was saying. Everybody else in the room understood apart from you. The problem isn't with us. The problem is with you.
Oh, well, compression in a horizontal plane literally makes no sense to me. So that's why I wanted to clarify. Are you talking about the vertical axis, the horizontal, the left to right axis?
So
or
you've
the front
never
to back
seen
axis?
any compression within the horizontal?
I don't know what that means.
I know, you keep saying that. All right, so you've never seen any then, right? Let's just go with that.
I've seen vertical compression due to refraction. I've seen front to back refraction or front to back compression due to a telephoto lens.
So that would be on the horizontal then, not vertical. Must be horizontal.
Well, but here's the problem. The horizontal goes in two directions.
It does. It's a plane. You're dead right.
It can be either, just on that plane, either way.
Yeah, but that's why I'm clarifying. If you say the horizontal plane, in my mind, that plane goes left to right and it goes front to back.
Yes, it does.
Compression only happens in one of those two axes.
Right, so it does happen in the horizontal plane then, but only front to back. Yeah.
Front to back.
That was easy then.
But that's why the question didn't make sense. It's because compression doesn't
But
happen
that was
in
that.
planes. It happens along axes.
Would you agree, Math, that we've just done active listening and we've managed to work through that? Was anybody else here? I mean, was that good then? Was that a good example of active listening? We worked through a problem and now we've come to the conclusion.
Yeah.
So
understanding is abound.
In that, then, as you're looking at something, would you say it would look closer or further away when the compression? Well, compression must make it look closer than it is. Would you agree with that?
I would say it makes it look flatter than it is. Optical compression.
It would end up on a two-dimensional picture. So that's pretty flat. So is that what you're calling optical compression on the horizontal front to back?
No,
the way
not
it comes back with a
image.
flat picture.
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
If you can imagine a picture,
a camera is the equivalent of only having one eye anyway, so you don't get any depth of field. You don't get any of that. So that is a flat image to begin with.
Yes, and I'm not talking about that. So I know you guys didn't like my car example.
Perspective compression, Rumpus is calling this. Front to back. That's which is along the horizontal. The perspective compression, Math. Is that's what Rumpus is calling it.
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't been reading the messages.
Magnifies. How would that magnify a slight curve? That compression. That must be a camera trick in order to magnify a slight curve.
We're not talking about a curve. But if I could... You guys didn't like my car example. What about a greenhouse? Where the walls were transparent.
Please don't. Because what we know is... Perspective compression magnifies a slight curve, as said by Mick West. I mean, you've heard of Mick West.
Yes, I know exactly who
Okay,
Mick
well,
West is.
When he says that, and then Rumpus says perspective compression happens along the horizontal, then you add that to what Mick West said. Perspective compression magnifies a slight curve. So does that mean that whenever you're looking at everything, that any slight curve will always be magnified within that perspective compression that Rumpus is talking about.
I think I know what Mick West was referring to when he said magnifies a curve. It's like what you do with a pool cue.
Curve.
Do you guys do you shoot pool, or do they call it snooker or
yeah,
something?
you roll the pool cue on the table. Yeah.
That's one way of doing it. But what's the other way of doing it?
The more accurate way is to roll it along or across the table.
Yes. But what's the other way of doing it?
You can do it however the hell you want, but the right way to do it is exactly what DP said.
Okay, I get that. I'm 100% with you.
So sometimes you can just hold it if you're any good at knowing what pool is. You grab hold of the pool cue and go, this one's off.
I've seen some people even run it through their fingers, and they can feel if the cue is bowed or not.
You can roll it. You can.
The question that I was trying to make.
Can I give him the answer he wants? Hang on. Can I give him the answer he wants?
Don't give him the answer he wants, Rob.
Okay.
So, we're all
because
in agreement.
we've demonstrated there are many ways.
We're all in agreement that the best way of testing a pool cue is to roll it on the table. But another way is to hold it up against your eye, and so that you're looking along the length of the pool cue, and then if there is a very slight bow in the pool cue that you can't really see just by holding it, if you look along the length of it, you can it quote unquote magnifies the curve.
Yep.
Why are you telling us this as though you're teaching it to us?
Also, remember,
it seemed like
you look at it and you roll it on the damn table.
Yes, you roll it on the damn table.
Rolling it on
Mick West was talking about, with what optical compression magnifying a curve.
What Mick West was talking about was the big play that everyone decided they would do, which is exactly what you've just done, to say looking down the lumber. It's a magic trick. We pointed it out the other day, and it's got nothing to do with perspective compression at all. It's a magic trick that you're looking down a piece of wood. That's got nothing to do with a camera and this technique that you do. It's got absolutely nothing to do with it at all. Stop trying to trick people. Talk about what we're talking about. Perspective compression through a camera lens is what we're talking about.
Picture that the pool table is the water level, right? Like the pool table works so good for finding a wobbly pool cue because the pool table is a standard, and you physically compare the pool stick to the table physically. They interact physically. When you just look down, right, there is no physical interaction. So it could be like, it looks straight, but then when it physically interacts and there's an inconsistency, it will show up. This is why the physical thing, the water level, the rolling it, is so much more accurate than the looking or the theodolite.
And this is why you need a horizontal baseline for everything.
A pool table and a snooker table are slate beds. They are manufactured level and flat. So when they're put together, it creates one horizontal plane.
True that.
So somebody had posted, I guess Raven's Eye posted the XYZ coordinate system. It seems like this is for computer graphics. Like somebody who's like going to be doing 3D modeling.
Do we live in a computer world or do we live in reality?
They use the XYZ coordinate system. Jesse Kozlowski used it the other day. That's what he said. He mapped all of the coordinates and everything from. So yeah, the Cartesian coordinate system.
So one thing I try to do is I just strive for clarification. If it looks like two people are talking past each other, I just strive for clarification. So
from my point of view, the only person who's clouded the waters here is you.
Yeah. I'm sorry you got that impression, but I do try to ask questions to make sure I understand.
Active listening,
you
that's
guys
what
are
we're
talking
all about.
Like, for example, just a few moments ago, somebody asked me if I'd heard of Mick West, and that Mick West was quoted as saying something like optical compression magnifies a curve.
Yeah,
Okay?
perspective
so I'm thinking
compression
to myself,
magnifies
what could
a
Mick
slight
West
curve.
mean by that? The only
It's
thing
when
I
he
could
was
think
talking
of
about his
was sighting along a pool cue.
No, he was talking about the pylons and using a pool cue as an example, much like you did. But that's what Jesse Kozlowski did it 3 times in one video when he had Soundly talking about the bridge.
So when you guys quoted Mick West, no one said anything about pylons or bridges. They just said the phrase.
Yeah,
optical
Mick West.
Compression magnifies a curve. So
Perspective
that's
compression.
what I was responding to.
Perspective compression magnifies a slight
Perspective
curve.
compression. Okay. But, the thing that I'm a little disappointed at is that I wasn't talking about being a pool player the best way. I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about what I thought Mick West meant when he said that phrase. If you guys are quoting him, and the thing that came to mind was sighting along a pool cue. And then I was yelled at about how that was a horrible way of testing a pool cue and all this kind of stuff.
Nobody
it's like,
yelled
I'm just
at
trying to
you, Matt.
understand what the words were.
Math. Nobody yelled at you, did they?
Oh, well, I'm exaggerating. I apologize. Yeah. And the thing with XYZ, say somebody posted the video, and it looks like it's a computer graphics tutorial. In which case, if you're doing 3D modeling, probably X and Y are going to be on the flat surface like a tabletop, X and Y, and then Z is going to be coming out of the tabletop.
But even I know for surveying as well.
Even when you're computer modeling, they present a plane inside the computer modeling, and the XYZ axis are always related to that plane.
So X and
Y being across the plane in both directions, and the Z coming off of that plane.
Yeah,
so even your analogy of one of the axes coming out of the frame, out of the computer screen towards the viewer, is incorrect, because the plane is presented to you in the modeling program inside the computer screen in a plane.
Yeah, well, I
perpendicular.
But right. So the thing is, I've been a math teacher for many, many years, and the very first introduction to numbers, the number line is a horizontal line, and we call that the number line. And it's posted up in elementary school classrooms, and we call that the number line. Well, then
horizontal.
Then when you learn about the y-axis, and again, we're talking about a sheet of paper, but when you learn about the y-axis goes vertically, and the x-axis is horizontal.
Yeah. And then when you go into reality, you lay that down on the floor, and
you can lay it down on the floor.
Well, you add the z-axis to it.
Monitor, right?
No, in reality, always z is always the vertical axis. In reality, on a graph paper, x and y are the school terms, but when you make it into 3D, you lay that plane down onto the floor and then develop the perpendicular to that plane, as in the vertical. Yeah, that's what we do.
But you could do it another way. You could be on the chalkboard, right? Where the x-axis is horizontal, the y-axis is vertical, and the z-axis comes out of the chalkboard. Like that's one way of doing it. I'm not saying it's the only way.
That would be confusing people.
But I mean, that's the way it's taught by math teachers the world over.
Yeah, that would be
on paper.
Well, like when they're standing at the chalkboard and they're instructing their class.
Do you ever see that axis represented in a bar graph, though, Matt?
Well, sure, you could do 3D bar graphs, of course.
No, on the chalkboard. We're talking about on the chalkboard, remember?
No, it's very difficult to draw a 3D bar graph.
So again, your analogy
to it
is wrong.
all I'm saying is it's important to clarify when two people are talking about X, Y, and
This
Z
is exactly
actions.
what I'm doing. I'm clarifying that your analogy is wrong.
We can no wait a minute. Nobody's saying you're wrong, Math. But what you're saying is you're trying to say that other people do things differently. Yes, anyone can do anything differently. They can call it ABC if they want, right? But the purpose is we were just trying to say for clarity when DP was saying in the horizontal plane, we were just trying to explain to you which the plane is. We were saying XY is the horizontal plane. That's just what we do. Now, you don't have that, so you have XZ, right, as your horizontal plane.
As long as we understand each other.
That's all we wanted to do.
That's the only thing I wanted.
Yeah.
Was
You
for us
have
to understand each other.
You have Y that stays as a vertical. I'll try and remember that for next time. You're a maths teacher, right?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Well, that'll be Y, I think, because you're used to having that vertical graph and the X and Y.
Right, but
everybody makes the same mistake, right? I've seen loads of people do the same thing, and they get confused.
As long as the people who are talking to each other, and this is really why I wanted clarification, as long as you are agreeing on your terms. So, if you say X and Y are define the tabletop, and then Z comes out of the tabletop like a flagpole, okay, let's talk about that. But
did I not say a plane?
Different.
Did I not say a plane parallel to the horizon?
Yes, you did. But
well, that should have clarified the matter, should it not?
Right, and the problem with that question.
Right, exactly. So why did you go on obfuscating?
Right. Have you noticed how often you interrupt me when I'm like 3 words into a sentence? Right?
Well, you just carry on obfuscating, Math, and it's boring. We've heard it all before.
So the original question about the horizontal plane that you presented to me was compression in the horizontal plane, and that question does not make sense because you only get compression along the axis.
If it doesn't make sense, let's forget about it. There's no need for us to go over something that doesn't make sense to you. And we've all gone over it, and we think we tried to understand it. We understood the different axis that you were using, and then you would establish it's only in the like the foreshortening type thing.
The short
Rumpus called it perspective compression. I mean, that's different. Mick West called it something else. You said it wasn't that. It was just the way it looked like it was a 2D image, but I mean, that's what a picture is anyway. I mean, it's really confusing.
Yeah.
And once again, we've got away from anything that we were talking about to talk about a picture.
That's interesting. Bozo has posted something probably from medical for medical usage when you're probably imaging a body like in a CAT scan. You have different names for the planes, and it's interesting. Notice the optical axis is towards the camera. I'm assuming the optical axis. That's what that means. It's interesting.
But are they still planes, though?
Yeah, it's just a matter of how you label them, and that's why I just wanted clarification on terms. So.
Right. So, are you okay if you were to call one of those a horizontal plane? Do you actually still hold a horizontal plane as being a horizontal plane?
Yes, I still hold a horizontal plane, but there's a horizontal plane. I just was confused by the compression question.
The horizontal plane, we've had 2 people today give up horizontals and horizontal planes for the model, I think. They sort of handed them over. So I relinquish this to my model.
A model is just a proxy for helping people talk about something.
Mm-hmm.
I used to work at a school that was grooming future architects. It was called Charter High School for Architecture and Design, and they had contacts in some of the big architecture firms in Philadelphia, and so we got these big, literally $100,000 architectural models of $100 million buildings. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Philadelphia skyline, but two of the tallest buildings in Philadelphia are the two Comcast towers. Comcast is a big cable company here in the United States. And so there was a model that was literally 6 feet tall, it was like 10 feet wide, and it had so much detail. It must have taken 6 months to build this model.
Scale model.
It was a scale model of like the lobby of this building. I mean, it's going to be $100 million building, and like they want to sell the building to the future tenants, and so they would build these models as part of the visualization process. So just a proxy, the model is not the building, but it's it's fun to look at the model and to kind of see what the sight lines are, and you could shine a light on it and say, oh well, the sun's going to come in at this angle, and so models are just proxies.
Scale models, yeah, very useful.
Yes, I would 100% agree with that. And I've heard the phrase, the map is not the territory.
Have you heard of the t-shirt logic?
Yeah, I've heard t-shirt logic, and I don't know what that phrase means. Is that when there's something that's oversimplified? Is that what that kind of means?
The logic of the t-shirt.
Yeah, we just made a t-shirt and made a design with some logic on it.
I'm curious as to what's on the shirt.
Oh,
you can buy yourself a t-shirt if you like, man.
It's causing a bit of a stir. Sure you've not heard of it, right? I'll go over the logic for you. Have you heard of modus tollens?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll grab the t-shirt. Bev.
Yeah.
You have an image of it you can put in the chat?
Yeah, I'm just grabbing you one. Don't worry.
Okay, so there was a couple of bits of us messing about into.
That's funny. Do not read. If you are model afflicted, oh my goodness. It's fantastic. I never learned symbolic logic.
It's not. So, we made it up.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
It looks good though, doesn't it? People have to ask you what it means because you're the only one that can interpret it because it looks like a foreign language. That's the point of it.
Looks good on a t-shirt, doesn't it, Matt?
Looks great.
Logic's a long lost thing.
I'm model afflicted, so I.
Do you want to hear it then? Do you think?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Go on, Bev. Go on.
Right. A parallel to B.
Okay.
You're right. So the double line is parallel to mathematical.
Okay.
The backwards C is a logic symbol. It states an if then statement, okay. And the upside down V is and. Right. So it states if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. Meaning that A and B being lines, just being parallel to each other, they are parallel. It's just to get you into the idea that if two straight lines are parallel to the same straight line, then we'll be parallel to each other.
Okay.
Yeah. Within the mathematical statements of, then it builds on to the next part is the three lines. Any idea what they are? That's mathematical.
No, because congruent would be the two lines and then a wavy line on top. So so hit me. What's the three lines?
Horizontal.
That just means horizontal.
Yeah. So and then parallel to. So and then the if then, right? So this one is a bit simpler. It's this one states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon,
okay,
then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Oh.
It's causing a bit of a stir at the minute. Just t-shirt logic, but
that's great.
You know,
that's great. My hat's off to you. That's
gets
that's
people
fantastic.
thinking about the logic, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But, so of course, somebody who's model afflicted, such as myself, and we've had this conversation before about I don't believe there is a plane of the horizon. So, no, that's fantastic.
Is that how you would get out of that then?
Yeah, well, that would be where I would point out the flaw in the logic.
Have you ever looked at the definition of a horizontal?
Sure, and you could say very similar definitions, like definition 1, 2, and 3. There's the theoretical horizontal, and then there's the in the real world horizontal. We've had this conversation before, so we don't need to tread that ground again.
Yeah.
Because I've told you that everyone's horizontal is local to them.
Yeah.
Because I'm model afflicted, so.
Yeah, but I mean, would you, in order to get this, I mean, you've got rid of the plane of the horizon, but
Yes.
if horizontal is always parallel to the plane of the horizon, then, I mean, you getting rid of the plane of the horizon doesn't stop the horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, does it?
Yeah, the last part still holds about horizontals being parallel to each other, and it's like, but as long as you're restricting yourself to Cartesian 3D space, not in reality.
You don't think Cartesian 3D space is in reality?
Oh, no. I'm just saying in Cartesian 3D space, when you define something as horizontal, that's a very fixed definition. It doesn't matter where you're standing because it's just a theoretical thing on a sheet of paper. But when you go out into reality, you use the word horizontal, it now has a different meaning.
No, it
different
doesn't.
people standing in
You said
different
it
places.
doesn't matter where you're standing; it's going to be horizontal.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Cartesian,
It's been 3D space.
Yeah, in reality, you use a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. I mean, is there a difference to you between the horizontal plane within Cartesian coordinates and the horizontal plane in reality? Are they different?
I don't think there is a horizontal plane in reality.
Yeah, okay. So you've given
it's
up
only
the
for-
horizontal plane in reality then? Like I
No, I
said,
mean, it's-
originally,
it's a
would you be
theoretical
willing
construct.
to give it up?
But it's a theoretical construct from where
You
you're
have.
standing. It's not horizontal to anybody else.
Well,
but you
it
have to go
is
60
because
miles
it's
away
a
for
horizontal plane.
anyone
You
to
know what a
notice.
horizontal plane is?
Yeah,
Or
in
is that
reality,
why you?
it's defined where you are.
It's a horizontal plane, though, defined as a horizontal plane is defined.
Yeah, but it's local. It's defined to be where
How?
you
What do you
stand.
mean local?
Meaning you set up a theodolite, you set up a level, an auto level, whatever, and you can establish a horizontal plane where you stand. Now, if you move that theodolite 60 miles away, that horizontal plane will be 1 degree off of yours. They will no longer be parallel.
What?
Be 1 degree.
You do
skew.
realise that when you set up a theodolite or an auto level, preferably let's keep it on an auto level, that you take measurements a distance away from that. Right? You
Yeah, if
do
you're talking about
not
construction
take
site.
measurements exactly where you are. So how large is the horizontal plane that's established by the tool that establishes a horizontal plane in your... Because you said that horizontal plane isn't there, right? But it is because there's a tool that establishes it.
It's a very useful tool, and if you're on a construction site, no one's going to notice any difference, within 100 yards. So you could set it up in one corner of your site and then site out all your lines and surveying stakes and all that kind of stuff, and that's what they call plane surveying.
Yeah, I know what. Yeah, I know what they call plane surveying.
The Earth
I've
as a
done
plane,
it.
and no one
No,
cares.
it
right?
doesn't treat the Earth as a plane. That's not what it does.
Okay. Tell me what you think it does.
You've done mathematics?
Yes.
So do you know what a plane is?
Yes.
Right. Well, that plane you would call horizontal, and you would use that plane in order to measure and take measurements from. All perpendiculars to the plane are parallel.
Yes.
Plane surveying.
With plane surveying, plane, plane surveying. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can spell as well.
So we
Matt.
don't assume that the Earth is a plane, because we use the plane to measure the heights of elevation differences from that plane.
Right. On a construction site, or like you're putting something on the side of a hill.
It's the tool called a level that establishes a plane.
Absolutely.
Not the Earth. It doesn't make the Earth a plane
agreement.
at all.
You and I are in complete agreement.
He's trying to minimize it by saying it's if you're on a construction site.
Yeah, I know what he's saying. But
and you also had a go at me for over talking you, Math. So please try and avoid doing the same to Bev.
So I'm sorry, and thank you for calling me out on that. But if you go 60 miles away, this is the point. If you go 60 miles away, which is longer than your average construction site, the horizontal plane will be skew from the original horizontal plane by 1 degree.
What you'll do is if you go with a horizontal plane 100 yards, and then another 100 yards, and another one, and another, and keep going, they're all planes.
Yes.
Right, now, will the horizontals intersect?
Yes. Yes, the horizontals will intersect, and you'll end up with the
Can
bridge
you measure
Lake Pontchartrain?
Can you measure that intersection of a horizontal?
Well, it depends on how long they are. I mean, on the short distance, it's going to be so small that you won't be able to detect it.
Mm-hmm.
If you go, far enough, then it's going to diverge. For example,
do you think
Lake Pontchartrain.
Do you think you could make a method in order to do that? And using your calculations, do you think you could come up with some numbers and some distances and a method for you to be able to prove what you've just claimed? Or do you think somebody else has already done what you've just claimed can be done?
Well, there's a lot of ways of doing it using, like, for example, geodetic surveying. They very carefully measure. I don't know if you're familiar with reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, where did you hear about that reciprocal zenith angles from?
That's a term from geodetic surveying.
From who?
Yeah, hang on.
No, Rob. Rob, please.
Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it.
Rob, who did you hear that from?
I'm gonna say a name, and you guys are gonna flip out. So
no, I'm not gonna flip out. I just want to check because go on.
So does it matter who I learned this from? I mean, you could look.
No, it doesn't matter. No, please let us know who you've learned this from.
No, I actually saw it also on a YouTube video, but I'm actually friends with Jesse Kozlowski.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else have you ever heard of doing this?
Yeah, I mean you could look it up. He's the first person I heard it from.
And who else?
It's well represented on the web. Can't name any people.
Do you know what this particular technique is used for?
A reciprocal zenith angle?
Yeah.
One thing you can use it for is to measure the curve of the Earth, but I don't know what it's actually used for in practical aspects.
Nice. Would you be surprised to hear it's not actually used in surveying at all?
Well, most surveying is plane surveying, plane, right?
Yeah.
Plane surveying.
Yeah.
Again, we can spell Math. You don't need to keep reiterating.
No,
yeah,
keep,
but we
keep
all know
on the
which
fact.
plane
Please.
you're talking about.
Math, please, can you keep on the fact that you've seen somebody on a YouTube video teaching you something with a surveying technique that you claim measures the curve of the earth. Right? Now, surveyors measure elevation changes of the land. Right? So that's not curve, is it? That's not what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about much greater distances.
So what
than
is
just
the
elevation
curve
changes.
that you are talking about? Because it's not like a mountain curve, is it?
No, we're not talking about
so,
just elevation
So
changes.
you're talking about a surveying technique that you've only ever seen on YouTube. You have, right? Now you're obviously an expert in mathematics and all of that. So you've got a guy. Whoa! You've got a guy that's measured 2 angles. Right? Now, what does that tell you? Right? How do you manufacture 2 angles took at 2 different places into a curve? How, explain that mathematical process of how that occurs, that you say that particular surveying technique measures the curve of the earth.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the fact that you have to explain the definitions of exactly what it is you're talking about.
Okay. So when I said the curve of the earth, technically what I meant was the divergence of 2 verticals. Okay? But, it's a lot easier to say the curve of the earth than divergence of 2 verticals. So, but technically that's what I meant, when I said the reciprocal zenith angles, If you have
can
2
you say
flagpoles,
what
the flagpoles are
also-
going to diverge.
Real quick, also, can you explain what you mean by a zenith angle and how that's measured?
Yeah, well, specifically reciprocal zenith angles. So you establish a plumb.
A zenith angle. Can you start with 1 zenith angle?
Well, yeah, but it starts with measuring from the vertical, or what you'd call plumb. You shoot a sight line. So you've got a vertical, and you could establish it with a theodolite. Then you have a sight line, and you measure the angle to a far target. Then you put your theodolite at that far target, and you sight back reciprocally.
So you
do
take
the same thing. You have a new plumb, and you sight back.
So you take that theodolite to your target, and then you sight back.
Yes, that's where the term reciprocal comes.
With one theodolite.
We could do it with 2 with a partner, if both are high calibrated instruments, high precision instruments, and then you measure those 2 angles, and those 2 angles are going to be nearly 90 degrees. Actually, if you measure them really precisely, they'll be like 90.001 degree. But
2 foresights.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So you're doing 2 foresights, not a foresight and a backsight.
I'm not familiar with that terminology. I'm not a surveyor, so I'm just using layman's terms. So
yeah,
I don't know what foresight versus backsight means.
You also just said if you measure them really, really accurately, how else would you measure such a small degree change?
Yeah, all I'm saying is if you have 2 theodolites and one of them is lacking calibration, then that could mess things up. Which is why if you took 1 theodolite, it's got the same calibration than if you make the measurement twice with the same instrument. That was my only point.
Brilliant. Now, so if we can imagine this on a board, what purpose do you think this is? What would the purpose of doing this particular thing be for?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what geodetic surveyors actually do other than like huge construction projects like tunnels.
You can understand the geometric principles because you're a math teacher.
Yes.
Right.
I understand the principles of...
Yeah, now put the idea into your head. What possibly could we do with this?
Well, if you're boring a tunnel, you need to follow the curvature of the earth to match up on the other side. So that would be one reason why you'd want to have this type of surveying and knowing the curvature of the earth, so that your boring tunnels are going to meet in the middle underneath the English Channel.
Buster would be biting his lip right now if he was here.
You've already established you don't measure the curve of the Earth, so why have you gone back to stating that that's exactly what these people are trying to do, or this method is trying to establish?
But they're geometrically congruent or synonymous.
How can you get a curve from an angle, Matt?
Well, if you have a flagpole and then you have another flagpole, and those two flagpoles are leaning away from each other, but yet they're both vertical. You know, they're both flagpoles are pointing.
Please
towards
demonstrate
the center of
that
the
to me. Please demonstrate that to me.
Maybe the pole has nothing to do with the orientation of the ground. Or
that's all I'm saying about plumb.
Maybe
you're looking reciprocal
at it.
zenith angles. You have a plumb.
Please demonstrate that to me as well. Please demonstrate to me two plumbs that are vertical and yet not parallel. Could you do that?
If you measured the zenith angles, they would add up
No,
to greater than 180.
Just demonstrate to me two plumb lines that are in the vertical position and yet not parallel to each other. Please, can you do that?
It's the whole point of the reciprocal zenith angle measurement. It measures exactly
But does a plumb line measure reciprocal zenith angles?
Oh, you establish a vertical with a plumb line.
A vertical, yes, exactly.
Yes,
A plumb line establishes a vertical. If I put one plumb line up here and I leave it there and I go to the other side of my room, put another plumb line, they're going to be vertical. They're going to be parallel.
You said your room. Right? You're not going to measure the curvature of the Earth in your room.
Yeah, well, you're not going to measure anything. You're not going to measure the curvature. You are not going to measure the curvature of anything with two plumb lines.
The curve of the ground
is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, well, that
would have nothing to do with the plumb line hanging down. So if you had a hill, okay, picture a curved hill, just like or picture a half dome, just like you're picturing the Earth, right? Hang plumb lines over that half dome. They're all plumb. The ground is not going to influence them. They're hanging.
I never said the ground's going to influence the plumb line.
Okay, so what's going to influence it?
The gravity.
Which comes from
the center of the Earth.
Where does gravity don't you need ground or matter for gravity? Right? That's so you're saying.
Hang on, we're going back off into the weeds about gravity and.
Don't worry about.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about gravity.
Let's stick to the geometry.
The plums have nothing to do with the ground. Like the ground could be lumpy. The plums are hanging plumb. The plums and the ground are not connected at all. That's why that's the whole point of the plumb. So if you're going to say the ground is going to make the plumb hang horizontally 300 miles away from me.
No one said that.
But you're saying that.
Oh, I didn't. You misunderstood.
Okay, so the ground and whatever you think has no impact on a plumb, so plums will only hang plumb or vertical.
Where you are.
Okay, so move, what's
changing over distance?
What changes when I move?
Your location relative to the center of the Earth.
So the ground. The same thing you said doesn't impact the same thing you said doesn't impact the vertical is what you're now impacting the vertical when I move. Huh? That's weird.
It doesn't. You don't have to have any ground. It could be sand. It could be gravel. It could be water. It doesn't have anything to do with the ground.
If you remove the Earth. Is the plumb line? It's going to still be plumb then, right? Because the ground is not
the Earth. You're in space. Here's the point. If you have two theodolites and you put them a mile apart from each other,
don't make theodolites look at each other.
What did he measure to?
Sad.
Each other. You measure one theodolite pointed towards the other theodolite, and you get a zenith angle. So you have a plumb, and you're measuring an angle. That angle will be.
You don't have a plumb.
Right?
You don't have a plumb with a theodolite.
No, I mean a theodolite has a leveling mechanism inside of it.
How do you know?
It has a little weight that
what do you mean?
Causes a crosshair.
What do you mean? No, what are you talking about? It has a little weight that causes a crosshair. You obviously haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Math.
Okay, so
who told you that?
You mentioned auto level, right?
Yeah, I did. Right, Math, before we go, like, before we talk about the tools that you don't know what we're talking about, can we get the geometry, right? Can we establish a vertical is a straight line, right?
Yes.
Perpendicular to a vertical is a horizontal.
Where you are, yes.
Okay. Now, if geometrically your verticals diverge, then because of the perpendicularity of the horizontals, what you're implying is the horizontals will intersect.
Yes.
Right. Now,
if you're far enough away from each other, yes.
Right. So the actual question that you should be asking is horizontal a straight line? Because we know vertical is a straight line, don't we?
Horizontal is a straight line where you are.
What do you mean where you are? Because if you have them intersecting, right? If all verticals, stop it. If all verticals are diverging from each other and the perpendicular to those lines are changing whenever you move, the only place a horizontal is actually perpendicular is along that vertical. And as you move with the verticals, you trace a circle, which makes the horizontal a circle, which it isn't actually a circle, but we think it is, or you do. Now, the only question now seems to be, is a horizontal a straight line? Not like just a straight line where the vertical is, but like a straight line all the way along it, right?
Yeah, but
so if we can establish that horizontal is a straight line and level is a straight line, then all perpendiculars to that level will be parallel. If we can establish that horizontal is in fact a straight line. Would you agree to that?
Well, but the problem is the horizontal, we can only use the word horizontal right where you stand. You could extend it infinitely in both directions, but it's not horizontal to anybody else. It's only horizontal to you.
It's a horizontal plane as understood within Euclidean geometry, isn't it? Or you're not going to say that a horizontal plane or a plane doesn't apply in reality, are you? Because Brenda did that earlier.
I'm just saying the word horizontal in reality is a local concept, just like the word vertical is a local concept. Because all verticals
they exist
diverge.
in reality in their straight lines and planes.
All right, so
in
that's
reality.
what you believe. That's what you believe, Matt, about the word horizontal. But what about the geometric principles of a plane?
Yeah, I get that, but one's like theoretical Euclidean, and the other one is where you stand.
So what would you have in reality to describe things?
Well, I just, because the argument is over the shape of the Earth.
What? No.
Then,
we don't have an argument about the shape of the Earth. That's you and the two models that you've generated, and we've asked you to not bring in here. We're talking about reality. There's no argument.
Right, but if you're just going to be talking about, say, a construction site, then all
stop talking about a construction site.
Vertical lines
Let's
are
say
parallel.
we're talking about anywhere, like you as well. We're going to try and establish whether a horizontal is actually a straight line.
How about talking about surveying the whole of the UK?
Yeah, well, but when you use geodetic surveying, then they measure the curve of the Earth. I mean, they do it with triangles, so they do it with straight lines. But you know,
when you say measure, what do you mean?
Back in the 1700s.
What do you mean? Math? When you say measure, they measure the curve of the Earth. What do you mean, please? Explain that.
Well, they
mathematically.
Using geodetic surveying techniques, they measure, and
what's a
reciprocal
geodetic?
zenith angle is 1, but they
What?
measure the divergence of the vertical. That all verticals diverge.
Math, do you know what this shape? Do you know what this shape is that I've just posted in the chat? Can you see that?
Yes. So it
Do you
looks
know-
like some
do you
kind
know
of a geo's something dome or something. They call
A
it is that a
geodetic.
Is it
A
a geodetic dome?
dome. Absolutely is.
Okay. A geodetic, it could be a adjective to apply several different things.
The geodetic refers to the straight lines.
I don't know what geodetic means in terms of geodetic dome. I do know
So,
that geodetic
is a straight
terms
line.
of surveying means
You must know that
going-
a geodetic is a straight line, Matt.
I do not know that.
Well, may I suggest that you stop talking about geodetic surveying then?
All I'm trying
Because
to say is
you don't
the
understand what the
phrase-
first part of the word means.
Yeah, but again, for clarification's sake, that's why I kept talking about plane surveying, where you treat your construction site as if it were 100% flat, level, whatever, versus geodetic surveying.
Dude,
which
Math,
goes hundreds of miles away.
Math, please stop talking about shit that you don't know. You do not treat your workplace as a plane. That's not what plane surveying is. PLNANE. Plane. That's not what we do. It's just horizontal. They use horizontals that are actually horizontal planes. They don't attempt to bend a horizontal like you've done.
No, I never.
You
I never
have.
suggested
Yes,
that
you
they're
have.
bending
The
horizontal.
moment you diverge verticals, you bend a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but you have to go 60 miles away to do that.
No. You never
You have to go
bend
60
a
miles away to
horizontal.
do it
No, you
appreciably.
cannot bend a horizontal even over 60 miles. It's a straight line on a
Right,
plane.
No, but if you have another horizontal 60 miles away, those two horizontals will be at a 1
Horizontals
degree
do
skew.
not diverge or
And they certainly
intersect.
do not intersect.
So
they're parallel.
Yeah, but
here we go with a totally another different example. He's going to try and shoot out.
oh, no, all I'm saying is that, and the thing is, you and I have wonderful
Math.
conversations.
Are you a mathematic teacher?
Yes, I am a math
Right, so
teacher,
do
yes.
you understand that a horizontal plane within geometry is a plane that's parallel?
Well, all horizontal planes are parallel in the Cartesian coordinate system. Sure.
Right, well, do you know that we use Cartesian coordinate systems in plane surveying?
Yes, that's why they call it plane surveying.
Right, so if we say we're using in plane surveying, why do you think the verticals diverge?
They don't diverge appreciably.
They don't diverge at all. Wait, why
Yeah, that's
do
why-
you
that's
think
what
they
you have to go
are if
6
you were
miles away to
using
get 1
plane
degree.
math? If we're using plane surveying, why are they diverging if they are perpendicular to the plane that we are using plane surveying? How do they diverge?
You won't notice any divergence.
Yeah, because
So
all
you- you're
perpendiculars to the plane are parallel.
Yeah, I totally get that.
Geometrically.
I
Yeah, you totally get that. The geometrically, they are parallel, but
So-
you're making some sort of an allowance for something, right?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
not like on a construction site.
This is the
plane surveying.
Yeah, boom, reverse, right
So-
back to construction site. Have you
No,
ever
no,
been
all
on
I'm
a
saying is
construction site, Math?
you're talking about
Math,
practicality.
please. Have you ever been on a construction site?
Yes, plenty.
Right.
Okay.
Have you ever done any surveying on a construction site?
I have not done surveying.
How big was the construction site that you were on?
Oh, it was, I don't know, an acre in size.
Okay, so all you're talking about, the only construction site that you know is 1 acre.
No, that I've set foot on. I mean, most
Okay.
construction sites are, you have to be, wearing a hard hat and you have to be on this list of crew and, there's a fence
Just
around
say
it.
yes.
So,
Yeah, Matt, I'll just tell you, one of the largest construction sites I've ever worked on was the equivalent size of 53 football pitches.
Okay.
And that was all surveyed using planar surveying techniques.
I agree.
And if it's a construction site, only 1 acre, you still have to follow the same rules as a 53 football pitch.
Right. But the 53 football.
Did you wear a hard hat?
The 53 football pitches.
Did you have a yellow vision jacket?
Does not have one concrete pour for the basement. So you're going to have seams. You're going to have
surveying is planar.
Okay.
They set all their depths off of the horizontal planes, man.
Yes, and they reestablished horizontal planes probably every 100 yards.
All their verticals were parallel to those planes.
Now I'm talking about laying concrete.
Yeah.
Verticals were perpendicular to those planes.
So the thing that I think you guys were misunderstanding, because I'm not a construction guy.
We're not misunderstanding. Don't try and think that we're misunderstanding.
Yeah,
just carry on.
The thing I think you guys don't understand is the whole point about
why are you telling us what we don't understand? I think you don't understand that we've told you to not tell us what we don't understand.
Well, yeah,
that would be a bit presumptuous on your part. You're talking about reciprocal zenith angles again. We've told you the only person you've ever heard or seen do that is one Jesse Kozlowski.
So that's a genetic fallacy.
What is?
Genetic fallacy.
What do you mean a genetic fallacy? Because the only person you've ever seen do it is Jesse Kozlowski. Or, well, wait a minute. Might be the main surveyor as well, because Jesse Kozlowski taught him to do it. So who else has done it?
Plenty of references on the internet. Okay. Plenty of references on the internet.
Have you ever asked anyone?
So I don't talk to surveyors.
Just ask any surveyor next time. I guarantee you. Ask them when was the last time they measured where verticals diverged from each other, or where horizontals intersected.
Aren't 99% of surveyors plane surveyors?
There seems to be only 2 geodetic surveyors, and they are on YouTube.
Okay. Well, the point that I was trying to make is that if you add the reciprocal zenith angles,
if you keep talking about Jesse Kozlowski,
180 degrees.
Have you seen Jesse Kozlowski measuring the drop of a lake over it? He inspired Bob the Science Guy to put sticky tape on it and lie about doing the same thing himself.
Oh, I don't vouch for that guy.
No, I don't. I wouldn't vouch for Jesse either.
Yeah,
this is a charade. You should know that, being a mathematics teacher.
So I don't know. Is Rakia Life? Is he one of the people speaking?
No.
Why are you obfuscating?
No, he's not.
Okay, because he sent me a message in the chat about how that I'm just telling stories and blah blah blah. The thing is,
you've never done it. Like he's used the tools. I have used the tools also. We've established that you haven't.
But that's not why I know the Earth is a globe.
That's not what we're asking you to do about the fucking globe, you dickhead. We're telling you about real life stuff. You're the one that's bringing a model to tell us that you've seen some guy who's lying about shit on the internet to tell us that what we're telling you about reality doesn't actually happen because you don't know fuck all about it and you've seen some dickhead on YouTube.
So you do realize I was very resistant to even saying the guy's name because I knew it would have this very bad reaction.
No, it's not that. It's the fact that he is the only one that's ever done it. You've never bothered going to any other surveying company and ask them what they do, how they do it, when they can measure it, could they measure it? You've never asked anyone. You've just left Jesse Kozlowski to wizard you because he's never actually done what he's claimed.
So what I've seen him do aligns with what I've done.
What did you see him do? Because
No, I mean,
we went over a video the other day where he said he hasn't actually calculated this himself. Right? He said he hadn't done it.
I don't know what that was referring to.
It was on about he said he measured some angles, and then on the plane he calculated stuff, but then he didn't actually calculate it himself. And then somebody said, well, what should it have said? And he went, oh, I don't even know that.
Yeah, I don't know that reference.
It's a joke.
I can't speak to that. All I know is that the field experiments that I've done, everything that I've done.
So you can't now. You're not speaking for anything that Jesse Kozlowski has actually done.
Oh, but what he's done is aligned with the results that I've gotten from my own personal experience.
You've done reciprocal zenith angles.
Hang on. Your results aligned with what he did.
No, I was before I even met him.
You designed a reciprocal zenith angle test.
I learned that from him, but I knew.
Well, what did you do beforehand then?
Well, I studied the motion of the sun, and the moon and the stars, and
with reciprocal zenith angles.
No, I learned reciprocal zenith from Jesse. So I learned about what you call reality.
There's another one, right? So mark that down on the board. Anybody that mentions reciprocal zenith angles, ask them where they've learnt that from.
So I'm fine to just never mention that again. I'm just saying that it's a very interesting.
I wasn't
way
talking
of
to you, Math. I was talking to everybody else to listen. Yeah. Anybody else that's listening right now, if anybody ever says reciprocal zenith angles in an argument, one, ask them who they heard that from, and two, ask them what is the purpose of them doing that test. Why would surveyors do that at all?
So, Flat Earth Maths, what is your actual experience in the real world? You say you're a maths teacher.
Yes.
But what have you actually done in the real world outside of the classroom?
So, and I don't know if you're familiar with my channel, but I build apparatus to measure, very carefully measure, mostly the sun. So the angle of the sun in the sky, the speed that it travels across the sky, its angular size, and then specifically the shape of the path that the sun takes across the sky. I did that with a sundial, and I specifically I did it on a bunch of these things on the equinox. So the equinox gives you a lot of interesting data. So I've done lots of explorations on my own, mostly of my own design.
You said explorations?
Meaning I measured things, and it kind of like a test, kind of like you were talking about the Bedford level test. It wasn't really an experiment. So it was just, hey, what can I measure?
So practically, in the real world, you've done absolutely jack shit.
That's very kind.
No, it's accurate. No, because all he's done is math.
And that's very kind.
You've done maths problems, haven't you?
He's done the sun stuff. He's
you're
done
welcome
that.
to insult me.
Yeah, you've done maths problems. That's all you've done. So anything else, practically? Come on.
Oh, all right. So if you want to talk about my practical experience, so I've been a photojournalist. I've put out petroleum fires made of jet fuel. I've refueled F-16s. I've refueled helicopters. I've guided helicopters into landing zones. I've set up 20,000-gallon fuel bladders. I've was an engineering student for a time. I got a degree in science. What else? I've traveled to 6 countries. I'm a pyrotechnician. I've shot fireworks shows in 7 states. I've won pyrotechnic competitions. What else? I've run a black and white dark room with chemical developing. So I used to be a black and white film photographer. And I don't know. Do you want me to keep going? So
That's
does
all
that
very
count?
nice. That's all very nice,
You know?
Maths. But what have you actually practically done to measure what it is you're standing on?
I already told you. I very, very carefully studied sun, moon, and stars, and they will reveal.
That's not measuring what you're standing on. That's looking up in the sky.
That's your misunderstanding. That's a very common misunderstanding.
How is that measurement? How are you taking measurements by looking up in the sky?
Yes, well, it's through observing the motions of the things in the sky that you can tell what we're standing on.
That's absolute horse shite.
Because you don't understand it. That's all right.
DP, can I just say something, please? Can I just say something? Flat Earth, you've done very well for yourself, and I congratulate you on trying to educate yourself, and fair play to you. But unfortunately, practically in this world, you've gone the wrong way, mate. Because we live in reality, and you've gone into theory. You're looking at the stars, the moon. They don't tell you what we live on.
Be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised
if you actually study.
Looking up at the stars, looking up at the sky, doesn't tell you what we're living on. I don't know. Wait a minute. I'm sitting in my room. I'm looking up at the ceiling. Oh yeah, my ceiling's flat. I look down. My floor's flat.
That's a misunderstanding.
Shit.
That's a total misunderstanding. The shape of the sky is it looks like a dome, no matter what no matter what the floor is. It always looks like a dome. So we're not talking about the shape of the sky.
How do you know it looks like a dome?
Common misunderstanding.
I never see a dome when I look up in the sky.
Yeah.
Well,
how do you know it's a dome?
When I say dome, I mean you've got 360 degrees of azimuth, meaning north, south, east, west, right? And you've got 180 degrees overhead. Due north, straight overhead to due south, or due east, straight overhead to due west. So it's 180 degrees overhead, 360 degrees in a circle. That's a dome. That's a hemisphere. Okay? It doesn't have to be an actual
celestial sphere.
That's what we see.
And could that not also sorry, Warden, could that not also be parallel planes?
Absolutely. I'm just saying what you can see.
So why have
where
you constructed a dome in your head?
Yeah, no, it's a construct of what you can see from where you stand. Right?
It's your construct.
You could point to anything in the sky from where you stand, and it makes a virtual dome. Okay.
So you're talking about taking visual measurements of what you're standing on, then?
No, I'm not measuring what I'm standing on. I'm measuring stuff in the sky, and the motions of the things in the sky tell me what the ground beneath my feet is doing.
Which you're assuming is a dome but you've also agreed could be a plane parallel to the one that you're standing on.
Well, okay, so if you're talking about like the stars, if you look at the constellations, they form a celestial sphere. And Rakielef predicted I would say that.
I mean, here's the thing. You're taking that. You can't deal with your own model because the stars and shit are so fucking far apart that you've got to bring them all together in one pretty little sphere so you can do anything with it. So you're, even right then and there, you're kind of contradicting your own model.
No, I'm not. So if you map out the constellations, they map out onto the surface of an imaginary celestial sphere. Not a real celestial sphere. It's just a map.
No, I get it, and I hope Wally hears this too, because you just said it's an imaginary celestial sphere.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's just a map. So because, like you said, the stars are so far away. I mean, so if you look at a celestial sphere, it looks like a ball with a bunch of dots, drawn on it.
You're just going to repeat what I said.
Yeah.
That's cool. Keep going.
No. I'm just trying to clarify that the celestial sphere is imaginary. It's just a map of where we can see the stars from our vantage point on Earth.
How does that show you what ground is?
I'm sorry?
How does that show you what ground?
No, that is exactly right. Is this page?
Yeah.
You're exactly correct. It does not tell you what we're standing on, but it does tell us that this celestial sphere moves around the Earth, or you could say the Earth rotates underneath it. So I mean, it's either one or the other.
Well, if the Earth, okay, so do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he said that the football went through the goal because the Earth turned and moved the goals a little bit?
No, I think he's full of hot air. I don't listen to 99% of what he says. I can't stand that guy.
Okay, so what's Coriolis for you?
Oh, all right. We're now changing the subject.
No, because you're saying the things, you watch the things in the sky move across the sky.
Not because of Coriolis. So that's another topic. I've never measured Coriolis. I've never studied. I mean, I have studied it, but
So the Earth is standing still then?
So here's just one concrete example.
No, hold on.
If you could just
You said you never measured Coriolis. So is the Earth standing still then?
I don't believe so, because of what we see. Basically, everything is moving in synchronization in the sky. So either everything is remarkably synchronized or we're rotating.
Math. I've got something for you, right? So you're saying, if I read this rightly, and I'm kind of extending what you're saying,
okay,
that things appear on the horizon, and they come up to an azimuth, and then appear to drop away to the opposite horizon, and you are putting this in an imaginary dome, correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Again, I'm just about to post something in the chat. If you extend these lights to the horizon and then mirror the image the opposite way, could the same be said for these lights?
Yeah, but with the exception that they're getting smaller as they get further away. We never ever see that with sun, moon, stars, or constellations. So if you see a constellation like Orion is the winter constellation. So you could see Orion rising. So when you see Orion, he's right above the horizon. You could measure with your hand distance between this star and that star. You can make a drawing.
That's
then you
fair
can do
enough
it overhead, and it's going to be exactly the same.
Fair
either
enough
side.
point.
So,
is there more refraction as you get to the horizon, and could that refraction magnify whatever it is you are seeing?
I've heard that would be a remarkable magic trick, to have something that is actually getting
But having a imaginary celestial dome over your head isn't a remarkable magic trick when it could equally be a plane parallel.
Yeah, well,
and
but
totally not
here's,
natural.
So what we're saying is that, like the image you just posted.
This isn't. Hang on. Let me correct you. This isn't what we're saying. This is what you are saying.
No. What you were talking about, the parallel planes. If you look at those those street lights, they're getting closer together as they get further away. We don't see that with any constellation. We don't see that with the sun or with the moon. Now, I've heard the argument that
They are not getting close together.
Causes things to be magnified.
They are not getting close together. They are still the same distance apart.
No, closer together.
Warden.
Angular size.
Thank you, Warden.
Visually closer.
Yeah, so when does perspective convergence not happen?
What do you mean by perspective convergence?
Just exactly what you're looking at in the streetlights. That's perspective convergence.
Okay, so but now imagine the two streetlights closest to you are two stars in Orion, and it's highest in the sky. Meaning, if the Earth or if the stars were in a plane closest to you, then
right.
Orion sets.
Now imagine those two same stars are the ones at the very end.
Yes, but unfortunately in the real world they're still the same distance apart in Orion.
Yeah, exactly. So they are super far away according to you, right?
Right, but essentially
so how do you
far
know
away.
where they actually are? Because they're probably not directly in front of you, right?
Right, but if they're on the horizon versus at the crossing the meridian, which is the other horizon, they're only still essentially the same distance away from you.
They're only going to appear that they're coming more towards the center of you or more in front of you, right?
Well, more like riding up this one side of the dome and then riding down the other side of the dome, almost like the dome was a physical object with stars painted on the inside of it.
So perspective convergence, you're saying, does not have any effect on that?
Well, no, the stars are so far away that they're not closer to you or further from you. So they're always the same, extremely far distance away. Same thing with the sun,
So
same
that
thing with the moon.
they have not been already included in the perspective convergence that you're already saying?
Well, no, I mean, if two stars, if like, for example, the stars in Orion's belt, the 3 stars in Orion's belt, they're really, really far away from you. If you hold up your fist, you could say, oh, the 3 stars, it's the width of my fist. Okay? I don't know how far they are exactly from you. I don't know how far.
So how do you know where? That's my point. Is how do you know when or where they are along those lines of convergence?
I'm not really sure what you mean by lines of convergence.
The
All I
perspective
know
convergence
is, and I
Right,
forget who.
hang on. Let me try and clarify this. If you go back to the street light, I think what Sugar Cookie's trying to say is that you can't see the whole of the length of the plane of the street lights, and all you're seeing is the movement between the 2 street lights closest to you, and the convergence optically of the street lights between those 2 planes is very, very minimal.
Yeah, but what if I understand you correctly, and I know you guys don't like to talk about models, but if the stars were seen as being on a plane, above our heads.
Yeah, you don't need to spell it for us again.
Then Orion, when he's on the horizon, by definition has to be further from the viewer, significantly further from the viewer than when Orion, say, crosses the meridian, which is the highest in your sky. Okay? And Orion does not change size. The distance between the stars, it doesn't change by a pixel. And I think that would be a remarkable magic trick to say, well, refraction causes it to be magnified on the horizon. It's like,
stop talking about magic tricks.
Right? So that's one of the reasons why I know that the stars cannot be on a plane. They're on the inside of a virtual celestial sphere. Again, the celestial sphere is just a map.
So you're the one with the dome in the sky then?
Well, it's a virtual dome. I mean, I've got a whole video of the sky is a dome on my channel. And if you let me post links in the chat, but the sky is a dome. It's just a matter of how we refer to things, how we can on our visual field.
So you do have a dome there, right?
No. It's a virtual dome.
Yeah.
The point is that the stars comprise a hemisphere. And that can't be possible unless we know the shape of the ground underneath our feet. But that's me being model afflicted.
That's ridiculous.
Well, the thing is, you can look up at the stars and see a hemisphere of stars. You can see a hemisphere.
I see lights in the sky.
That's if you don't study them, sure.
You say we see a hemisphere, so who's this we see a hemisphere?
No. Any observer with
No.
horizons and clear
Who's
skies.
this
Any
we
observer.
see a hemisphere?
Anybody, you. Me,
No. Why are you talking for me? I don't see a hemisphere. Why are you talking for me?
So, all I'm saying is azimuth. You have 360 degrees of azimuth. You have 180 degrees.
I asked you a question.
North to
Are
south,
you going
east
to
to
answer
west.
it? Who is we see a hemisphere?
Human
Please
beings.
answer the question.
Human beings. All human beings.
All.
Up
So
clear.
you're talking to me. You're talking for me as well.
Yes, I'm hoping you're a human being. Yes.
So I'll give you permission to talk for me.
No. I'm just saying it's the visual field. That's all I'm talking about. It's the visual field.
No.
We've got 360
When
degrees
you
of azimuth,
say
180 overhead.
we talk for all people, please explain it to me. How do you speak for me?
Right. It's just the visual field. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about your opinion. I'm just saying the visual field is a hemisphere. 360 degrees around us, 180 degrees overhead. That's all I'm saying.
I don't see a hemisphere. Warden doesn't see a hemisphere. Does anybody else on this server see a hemisphere apart from Matt?
How many degrees of azimuth do you guys have? Because I have 360.
You still haven't answered my question. Please answer my question.
What's the question?
I only asked it 3 seconds ago. How can you speak for me? How can you say
It's
that
just a
I see a
visual
hemisphere?
field. It's a visual field. You have 360 degrees of azimuth around you. If you have
Math,
clear skies,
Math,
clear horizon.
talk for yourself and stop talking for other people, for
I'm
fuck's
just
sake.
talking about reality.
No, you're talking
reality,
about
there are
him.
360 degrees of
You
azimuth.
talk about yourself. Try it.
So okay.
You think it's
so
funny?
In my reality, there are 360 degrees
There
of
we
azimuth.
go.
In
Speak
your
of
reality,
yourself.
You might have a different number of degrees. Is that better?
No, that's not correct, and that is a really, really poor thing to say.
That's why I'm
because
saying
there
it's a
are
visual field.
360 degrees.
It's not a
Math,
me thing.
you've stated there's 360 degrees. Could that 360 degrees be a circle set in a plane?
It has to be a circle set in a plane. That's what 360
Because that's the
is.
only place you can put a circle is in a plane.
Well, no, it's you standing in the middle. It's what you can see. You can see north. You can
Math,
see east.
we've gone
you can see
back
south
to
and
geometry.
west. You see
You've
360
stated
degrees.
there are 360 degrees around you, which forms a circle. A circle can only exist set within a plane.
Well, no, you can't only set a circle in a plane. You could set a
How
circle
can
on
you
the
see
surface of a
360 degrees?
You can say, no, Math, you cannot set a circle on the surface of a sphere.
Really?
It exists
Come on.
within a plane.
Come on, you got to know better than that.
Do you not know what a circle is, Math?
Of course, I know what a circle is, but
Well,
let's take a toy
what is a
plastic-
circle, Math?
Let's take a toy
Geometrically.
plastic globe. What is the shape of the equator? The equator is a circle. What is the shape of the Tropic of Capricorn?
No,
It
it's
is
a
also
circle.
It is a circle set within a plane, which is a dissection of the sphere.
Sure, but that's an example. What about the Arctic Circle? That's if you look
It's
down
a
at the
circle.
sphere.
It's a circle set within a plane, which is a dissection of
You don't
your
have to
alleged
dissect it.
sphere.
You have to
With
dissect it.
with a
Look
plane.
at the sphere from the North Pole.
It's
Take
a circle.
Take a plastic globe and look straight down at the North Pole. You will see the Arctic Circle. It is not a dissection. It is a circle drawn on the sphere. Okay.
Can you see 360 degrees?
It is
Well,
a
you're out in
circle drawn
Kansas.
on a sphere. Yeah, well done. We were talking geometric circles, Math.
Of course.
So you draw a circle on a sphere and you relate that to what we were actually talking about?
No. I'm just saying that a circle can be drawn on any shape. You can draw it on a plane. You can draw it on
a circle is a
I
two
know that.
dimension.
I know that, Math. You can draw a circle on any shape you like.
but
we were talking about geometric circles.
Yes, you could draw a geometric circle on a sphere. But where you stand,
by dissecting.
not by
the
dissecting.
circle is
The
set
Arctic
in a
Circle is a
plane.
dissection.
The Arctic Circle is a Math.
It's a circle,
your
it's a
obfuscation.
thing.
Fuck me.
I mean,
Right.
you could slice off the top of the globe and cause a dissection.
stop
But if you were holding
taking-
a plastic globe in your hands, and looking
Slicing
down at
off
the North
fucking
Pole, you'll
tops
see
of
an Arctic Circle.
oranges.
Sorry, what?
A circle is can be described any distance from the center and any distance from that center. Right now, if that distance changes, it's not a circle. If that distance is not in a plane, it's not a circle.
No, not the distance. The distance is irrelevant. I mean, you know what
do you mean
a cone,
the distance?
I mean,
No,
a
the
cone-
distance is from any center at any distance from that center.
Right, but a cone is a great example of a circle, and that circle is equidistant from the point of the cone.
Cone?
No, the circle is the end of the cone.
Yes, the circle is the end of a cone, but you could define that circle
It's a two-dimensional
as being the points that
shape.
are equidistant from the point.
Yeah,
Right.
and each of those circles would be a plane cut through that cone.
And no, but you don't have to cut. You could cut through the cone, but yeah, if you
No,
just have
you
a
would
cone,
have to have a plane to form the circle. So the circle only appears at the end of the cone. So therefore, you would have to cut a plane through that cone to form the circle.
Yeah, but you just said it appears at the end, which means there's
Yeah.
no cutting necessary.
Well, you only get a circle if you put a plane through the cone. Is
Yeah,
the
if it's
point I'm trying to
equidistant
make.
as well.
Right.
From
But
the
I think we're
centre.
talking past each other.
Equidistant. No,
Without cutting anything, just
equidistant
have a
from the
cone.
centre, math.
Sorry?
Equidistant from the centre.
Yeah,
The
that's the definition
same
of a
distance. So
circle.
it has to be in a plane
Well, the
for it
points
to
that
be
comprise
a
the circle.
circle, math. You do geometry.
But I think you're misunderstanding my point.
Why
I
is it?
think you're obfuscating the point.
Yeah.
Like, we do
Absolutely
definitely know
not.
what a circle is. We definitely know what a circle is, math.
Yes.
Right.
The
So
circle
why
does
are
not
you?
have to be defined as being drawn on a plane. The points that
A
comprise the circle
circle
have to be on a plane.
is a two-dimensional shape.
Yes, which
If
can be
it is
drawn on the
not
surface of a sphere.
on the same plane, it will not be a circle.
Right, and the Arctic Circle is a great example of this.
What, of a circle that isn't on the same plane? So a circle that
is
isn't
drawn
a
on the
circle.
surface of a sphere.
What?
The Arctic Circle is all the points that comprise the Arctic Circle are in the same plane, yet this Arctic Circle is drawn on the surface of a sphere. So I'm thinking we're in agreement.
You've drawn it on the surface of a sphere.
Whoever made the plastic globe.
But that circle is formed in the plane, math.
Yeah, the points that make the circle are coplanar. So I agree with you.
Yeah, well done. Thank you very much.
Well done, absolutely.
Circle is,
Took your time getting there, but glad you finally
but you
joined
can draw
us.
that on the surface of a sphere, which is my point.
Well, you can draw a
circle is a
circle on the
circle.
surface. You can draw a circle on the surface of anything.
Well, you'd have a hard time over, like, a dodecahedron, say.
Ah, for
You could
goodness
draw a
sake!
circle on a plane. You could draw a circle on a sphere. You can draw a circle on maybe the end of a ellipsoid. But most places, most surfaces, most 3D surfaces, you can't draw a circle on.
It has to be 2D, doesn't it? Otherwise, it's not a circle. The
Yeah, but I mean,
geometric
but you understand the
principles of
Arctic
a circle.
The Arctic Circle is a circle.
A circle's a circle.
Right, but the Arctic Circle is an example of a circle.
But you can call any other circle that you want. You can call it great if you want. It's still going to be a circle.
This was all because there was offense taken, and I do apologize for
No
causing
offense taken.
when I said that the visual field, if you've got clear skies and clear horizons, the visual field is a hemisphere. You got 360 degrees of azimuth, and you got 180 degrees overhead. That's all I'm saying. It's just a visual field.
You are assuming assuming a hemisphere, as we've established. The circle is formed in a plane, and you've got an azimuth at 90 degrees to that plane. It is pure assumption from your part that there is any celestial sphere
I'm
in
just
the
saying
sky.
you could map it out yourself. You don't have to take anyone's word for it. You could map out the constellations yourself, and they will form the inside of a sphere.
You realize the inside of a sphere has a radius distance, right? What's that?
Oh, that's why we call it an
What
imaginary
is it?
celestial sphere.
Yeah, but what's the
You
radius?
can make a
What's the
plastic
radius?
ball and draw dots on it. Call it
What's the
constellations.
radius?
Yeah, the radius. Of
You should be used to looking for a radius by now.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
What's the radius?
Of an imaginary sphere?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have one. It's imaginary.
Okay, what's an imaginary sphere look like then?
You could make a plastic model for like a toy, and then you can give that a radius of 12 inches and draw constellations on it.
So the
You've seen that
radius is
toy?
12 inches then?
Celestial sphere toy, right?
So
They're
like,
expensive,
we've
they're
had this
$100.
one before. We had this with the flat earthers, with the imagined assumed distance to the horizon. You call it a circle. do you, of the horizon?
Well, I'm just saying it's 360 degrees of azimuth.
I'm just equating it to something that you can imagine. You know, the horizon around you. Do you imagine that's a circle?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
In order for you to imagine that's a circle is can be described at any distance from any center, at any distance from that center. So, how would you describe the circle that is the horizon?
Yeah, well, the center of it is underneath your feet.
That would be where you are, right? Go on. So,
But
describe
it's
the
under-
rest of the circle. Describe the
like-
rest of the circle, please.
No, I mean, with the circle, like let's say you're standing on a little patch of sand in the middle of the...
Okay, so we've found the center.
ocean.
Yes, we've established the center.
The
Describe
center's
the
not
rest of
touching
the
your
circle, please.
The circle is a set of coplanar points. The center of that circle...
Yeah, is
were
you.
talking
We've
about in
already
real
established
world, the
that,
ocean,
yes.
the horizon.
It's you.
Sorry?
It's you, because you're the one that's observing your horizon. So you are the center of this circle.
No, you're
Please
not.
describe the rest of the circle.
I don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Oh, right, okay. Now, do you imagine that the horizon is a circle?
Yes.
Right, now, let's imagine that, because we know geometrically, you can describe any circle at any center at any distance from that center, right? That's how you describe a circle. Now, if it's your horizon, right, so you're standing there, you would be the center.
No.
You wouldn't be the center of the
You'd be on
of the
axis.
circle.
You'd be on axis with the center, but you would not be the center. Or you're above the center.
You're above the center of the circle.
The horizon circle.
Okay. So carry on. Please describe the rest of the circle.
And I don't know what you mean by describe the rest of the circle. It's a set
Well,
of
you can
coplanar
describe a
points. You see
circle
the horizon,
at any
you turn
distance,
around,
right?
you
So
see the
what's the
horizon all around.
distance?
Sorry?
What's the distance?
Well, if your feet are like with the water, if you're standing in a puddle, whatever, the horizon will be about 3 miles away. So you'll have a circle that is roughly 3 miles in radius, but you are not the center. Center is 6 feet below your feet.
Okay, but
6 feet underground is where the center is.
The center of a circle.
Center of the horizon circle is 6 feet underneath your feet.
Okay, and you can only see 3 miles.
Yes.
In
so,
every
ideal
direction.
conditions.
Every direction.
If you're like in a body of water, or a large body of water, like Lake Pontchartrain, you're in a little dinghy. You're standing on a canoe on Lake Pontchartrain, and you'll see a horizon 3 miles away in all directions. The center of that horizon is not your feet in the dinghy. It'll be 6 feet underwater underneath.
Right,
your
so
feet.
you're describing a circle that's 3 miles away from your feet at all points.
Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
The definition of that circle.
I don't know
is
how you could
equidistant
do
from a
that,
point.
because I thought you said you were a photographer.
Yes.
So you could describe the horizon as a circle, and you could say that at 3 miles away from where you are, that is the limit of your horizon.
Yeah, under ideal calm, non-refracted circumstances, sure.
And
now, it
what
doesn't look
happens?
like a circle to
what
you.
happens
Looks
if
like a line.
what happens at one side of it if you've can see like an extra mile? Is it
I
still a
understand what you mean.
circle?
Yeah, well, if you've got weather conditions on one side of you and not on the other, then it's no longer going to be a circle.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to describe it as a circle if it wasn't actually going to be a circle, because we all know what a circle is.
Yes.
Right. So if you've
But
got
it
a
doesn't
hill
look
on
like a
one
circle to
side of
you.
it, would it still be a circle?
I'm sorry, say that again?
If you've got a hill on one side of you within 2 miles.
No, it would be a part of a circle. You'd call it an arc. It would be
There would be a
segment
big
of a
lump
circle.
on one side of it, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, it would be a circle with a piece cut out of it.
It wouldn't be a circle then, would it?
But the only part
You're
that would
making
be a circle-
allowances for things that aren't actually what they're meant to be geometrically.
All I'm saying is, if you're in water, if you could see 360 degrees of water, you're going to get a circle. The horizon will be approximately 3 miles away. Again, under ideal conditions.
Yeah, but you said the bottom of the circle would be 6 foot underneath you.
Center of the circle. The
So
geometric center of that
you would be
circle
on a
6
hump
feet
of
underneath your
water
feet.
then.
Sorry?
You'd be on a 6 foot hump of water.
Yeah, the sagitta, because again, if this circle is 6 miles in diameter, again, it's 2 inches per mile squared. So 6 squared is 36 times 2 is 72 inches. The sagitta height is 72 inches. So it's a 6 foot hump of water above the geometric center of that horizon circle.
Hump of water, really.
Anyway, it's always a pleasure talking with you, Bev, and I really appreciate your hospitality, your kindness, and you guys had great questions. I'm sorry that you felt I was obfuscating. I really try to clarify things. I mean, I've been in this debate for a really long time, and oftentimes people talk past each other because they're using the same words, but the words mean different things. So that's why I try to clarify. All right. I hope I didn't ruffle any feathers.
No, not at all. I mean, you've been quite. You're probably one of the best Globers I think we ever get to talk to.
I appreciate that. That's very kind.
But I mean, that hump of water, like, do you imagine anybody's measured that? Can you think of any physics? Like, because you do physics, don't you?
You can measure the effects of it. That's the thing. It's like nobody's taking a tape measure and sticking it on the water down 6 feet and say, oh yeah, I found the center of the circle. Like it's all very theoretical. But you can measure the effect of it, and the biggest effect is things getting cut off at the horizon. Also, you can use a theodolite. You can make careful measures with a theodolite.
So can I just clarify here that you are talking about a theoretical hump?
It's one that can be theoretically measured. It can
theoretically
be
measured.
calculated.
How do you theoretically measure something, Matt?
For example, the radius of the Earth. You can't physically measure the radius of the Earth. It's
That's because there is no.
You can't theoretically measure it. You calculate it.
It has to be calculated. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a theoretical measurement.
It's been good.
Yeah.
This sounds like standing on the shoulders of shadow giants, theoretically measuring stuff.
Anyway,
this is ridiculous.
You guys are great. I'm having an argument with Sleeping Warrior over this very same point. Anyway, you guys have been great.
Theoretical measurements?
Well, he's arguing, where do you get your R measurement? And it's like, well, you can't actually measure. You can only calculate it. So,
do you not know where you get it from? Because we do.
Get it out of a book.
I told him. Yeah.
Anyway, you guys have been great. I really, really appreciate the comments and the questions. And like I said, I hope I didn't ruffle any feathers. My goal is to have clarity, to have people talking with each other, not past each other. So
Can I
thank you so
just
very much.
ask another question? Just a quick one before you go. Do you
Yes,
record and put these out on your channel?
So I did put a link to one, but I have it. Most of my channel is explorations that you can do outside. It's a grab bag. It's a grab bag of stuff. I also have conversations with flat earthers. So
I was going to say, can you? Well, we're not flat earthers.
Yes, I know.
So
you're reality people.
Absolutely. Could I make a suggestion that you may actually record? It's fine for you to record in this Discord server. And maybe make an additional channel in your YouTube channel and put these conversations out and see what kind of reaction you get from your watchers, listeners, to the conversations that you have here.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting suggestion. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to do that. Would it be using YouTube to take a subset of a bigger video? Like this is going to end up as a video on YouTube, right? on Bev's channel?
Yeah, it's on it's live stream right now. So
right, it's live streaming right now, but it's going to end up as a
it'll come out as a video. Yeah.
So what you're suggesting?
Do you
is
not
that
have OBS or anything? You could record.
I don't
it
have.
yourself.
I don't have any of that stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's probably what you were suggesting.
Yeah.
Is that I record it myself?
You could just download the live stream from YouTube and put it out on your channel.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion.
I mean, because that is what we're trying to do here. Is we're trying to open up the conversation, because at the moment everybody's very set in camps. You're either this or you're that. Well, we're not, and we don't pretend to be. We don't want to be. Now, you come in here and you engage us in conversation, but that conversation is only between you and us,
right?
At this moment, and you're not getting any feedback from your, I'm going to say, side. I don't mean side as in, but the people who subscribe to you because they like what you do.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic suggestion. And in fact, I'm gonna have to take down the exact name and title of this this stream so I can mirror it on YouTube. Although apparently the Rumpus thinks I'm like the worst person in the world. So
we don't
George
care. We don't
too happy with you either
about the Rumpus.
All right, yeah, but I mean, he's quote unquote on my side. So
yeah,
anyway,
but that is conditional, Math, that you put links to this Discord server and Bev's YouTube channel when you mirror it. Yeah, absolutely. Nice one.
Hey, you guys have been great. All right, I really appreciate the conversation. I hope you have a great evening or whatever the rest of your day is. It's nighttime here. Blessings to you and your families.
And yours.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Just Flat Earth.
Don't know about you lot, I'm fit for bed.
I'm just doing a quick GIF, and then I'll be going to bed myself as well.
It's end of the stream, I think.
Euclid tomorrow. Let me just get this.
Everybody's dropping out of our chat now.
He's very pleasant. I like to listen to him versus Rumpus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's totally amenable, isn't he?
There you go. What do you think of that?
Oh my word, George is in the YouTube chat.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. Poor George. What have you done, Bev?
Broken.
Low belief.
Yeah, I know. I'll fix it tomorrow. That was I did it ages ago. I've just made it a little bit bigger. Right.
Yeah, Paige, your mic is really funny, honey. When you open your mic, it sounds like you're roboting really bad. And
Spot on had it as well, like Pages, where it sort of goes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. It's just be nice. Like, this is live streamed. I don't want my mic being, left on and me not know about it and, say something on the live stream. Like, just, whoever it was, just send me a message and say, don't open your mic. It's shit. Like, it's really easy.
Babs wants a link to the Discord.
Who does?
Babs.
Oh. Yeah, he asked for that earlier.
Yeah.
It's funny though, Paige, because your mic was fine just then.
Yeah, that was okay.
Maybe Eddie, when I wait, maybe it's just if I say two quick words, it's not picking it up. Maybe it's when I actually do like sit and wait a couple of seconds and then talk properly, it picks it up properly.
I think
no problem staying quiet if it's shit. Like I just need to know so that my mic's not left open on a fucking live stream.
Well, I won't. If I think your mic's shit and it's opening by accident, I'll send you a message and let you know.
Awesome, thank you.
Euclid night tomorrow. Right, thank you very much for watching. We're going to end this stream. Another 7 hours. Getting quite a lot, isn't it?